The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution. A History of Civilization in France, England, and Germany from 1756, and in the remainder of Europe from 1715 to 1789, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1. Copyright 1967, by Will and Ariel Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of Rousseau and Revolution was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1999 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please note, if you experience difficulty with the cassette, please hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, call the customer service number shown on the package for a replacement. Discard the broken cassette. Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. This book consists of 38 chapters and is 965 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 12. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. Rousseau and Revolution, Volume 10 of Will and Ariel Durant's Story of Civilization, ranges over a Europe in ferment, but centers on the passionate rebel philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the great exponent of the romantic impulse toward self-exploration and social revolt, who contended with the great rationalist Voltaire for the mind of Europe. Rousseau condemned civilization as a disease, glorified the noble savage, proclaimed to the world with equal intensity his own love affairs and the natural rights of man, and became the patron saint of the French Revolution and the worldwide social upheavals of 2 centuries. With Rousseau as its focal point, the narrative progresses across a whole continent, to a Spain convulsed by war, witnessed and preserved in all its appalling horror by Goya, to the Italy of Vivaldi and Tiepolo, of Casanova and Cagliostro, to the imperial Russian court of Catherine the Great, to Poland, destroyed as a political entity, reborn as a romantic dream of nationalism. The Durants show us the tragic reign of the Austrian Emperor Joseph II, and paint for us a vivid and enduring portrait of the life and work of Mozart. We see Frederick the Great rebuilding Prussia, while Germany, still a mass of separated states, undergoes an epical intellectual revolution, in science and philosophy with Immanuel Kant, in literature with the protean figures of Goethe and Schiller. We study once more the ancient struggle of the Jews for existence and opportunity. We examine the tribulations of such republics as Switzerland and the Netherlands, of such monarchies as Denmark and Sweden. We trace the bright career of Gustavus III and the splendor of the Swedish Enlightenment. Crossing the North Sea to England, we observe, beneath the delectable surface of aristocratic life as caught on the glowing canvases of Reynolds and Gainsborough, beneath the intellectual bonhomie of the London beloved of David Garrick and Samuel Johnson, a rising storm, the king at odds with Parliament, Parliament with the people, Britain with her colonies, and the first disturbing wave of the Industrial Revolution that is to engulf and change the world. The circle is closed in the France of Marie Antoinette and Louis XVI, with the death of the octogenarian Voltaire, his intellect undimmed, with the breakdown and death of Rousseau, with the complex roots of the Revolution winding deep into every stratum of society, and finally with the storming of the Bastille. An old civilization is dying as the stage, momentarily empty, awaits the last actor, even now, standing in the wings. Dedication to our beloved daughter, Ethel Benvenuta, who through all these volumes has been our help and our inspiration. Dear reader, this is the concluding volume of that story of civilization to which we devoted ourselves in 1929 and which has been the daily chore and solace of our lives ever since. Note: The series actually concludes with Volume 11, The Age of Napoleon. Our aim has been to write integral history, to discover and record the economic, political, spiritual, moral, and cultural activities of each civilization in each age as interrelated elements in one whole called life, and to humanize the narrative with studies of the protagonists in each act of the continuing drama. While recognizing the importance of government and statesmanship, we have given the political history of each period and state as the oft-told background rather than the substance or essence of the tale. Our chief interest was in the history of the mind. Hence, in matters economic and political, we have relied considerably upon secondary sources, while in religion, philosophy, science, literature, music, and art, we have tried to go to the sources, to see each faith at work in its own habitat, to study the epical philosophies in their major productions, to visit the art in its native site or later home, to enjoy the masterpieces of the world's literature, often in their own language, and to hear the great musical compositions again and again, if only by plucking them out of the miraculous air. For these purposes we have traveled around the world twice, and through Europe unnumbered times from 1912 to 1966. The humane reader will understand that it would have been impossible in our one lifetime to go to the original sources in economics and politics as well, through the 60 centuries and 20 civilizations of history. We have had to accept limits and acknowledge our limitations. We regret that we allowed our fascination with each canto of man's epic to hold us too willingly, with the result that we find ourselves exhausted on reaching the French Revolution. We know that this event did not end history, but it ends us. Unquestionably, our integral and inclusive method has led us to give to most of these volumes a burdensome length. If we had written shredded history, the account of one nation or period or subject, we might have spared the reader's time and arms. But to visualize all phases in one narrative for several nations in a given period required space for the details needed to bring the events and the personalities to life. Each reader will feel that the book is too long and that the treatment of his own nation or specialty is too brief. French and English readers may wish to confine their first perusal of this volume to chapters 1 through 8, 13 through 15, and 20 through 38, leaving the rest for another day. And readers in other tongues may choose their chapters likewise. We trust, however, that some heroes will go the course with us, seeking to vision Europe as a whole in those 33 eventful years from the 7 Years' War to the French Revolution. We shall not sin at such length again, but if we manage to elude the Reaper for another year or two, we hope to offer a summarizing essay on the lessons of history. Will and Ariel Durant, Los Angeles, May 1st, 1967. Acknowledgements. We are grateful to Yale University and the McGraw-Hill Book Company for permission to quote from Boswell on the Grand Tour, Germany and Switzerland, and from Boswell in Holland. It would be difficult to write about Boswell without nibbling at the feast offered by the Yale editions of the private papers of James Boswell, so carefully edited and so handsomely published. We are indebted also to the author and to W. W. Norton and Company for permission to quote a letter from Mark Pincherley's excellent Vivaldi. Our warm appreciation to Sarah and Harry Kaufman for their long and patient help in classifying the material, and to our daughter Ethel for not only typing the manuscript immaculately, but for improving the text in many ways. Our thanks to Mrs. Vera Schneider for her scholarly editing of the manuscript. Book 1. Prelude. Chapter 1. Rousseau Wanderer, 1712 to 1756. 1. The Confessions. How did it come about that a man born poor, losing his mother at birth and soon deserted by his father, afflicted with a painful and humiliating disease, left to wander for 12 centuries among alien cities and conflicting faiths, repudiated by society and civilization, repudiating Voltaire, Diderot, the Encyclopédie, and the Age of Reason, driven from place to place as a dangerous rebel, suspected of crime and insanity, and seeing in his last months the apotheosis of his greatest enemy? How did it come about that this man, after his death, triumphed over Voltaire, revived religion, transformed education, elevated the morals of France, inspired the Romantic movement and the French Revolution, influenced the philosophy of Kant and Schopenhauer, the plays of Schiller, the novels of Goethe, the poems of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, the socialism of Marx, the ethics of Tolstoy, and altogether had more effect upon posterity than any other writer or thinker of that 18th century in which writers were more influential than they had ever been before. Here, if anywhere, the problem faces us. What is the role of genius in history, of man versus the mass and the state? Europe was ready for a gospel that would exalt feeling above thought. It was tired of the restraints of customs, conventions, manners, and laws. It had heard enough of reason, argument, and philosophy. All this riot of unmoored minds seems to have left the world devoid of meaning, the soul empty of imagination and hope. Secretly, men and women were longing to believe again. Paris was weary of Paris, of the turmoil and hurry, the confinement and mad competition of city life. Now it idealized the slower pace of the countryside, where a simple routine might bring health to the body and peace to the mind, where one might see modest women again, where all the village would meet in weekly armistice at the parish church. And this proud progress, this vaunted emancipation of the mind, had they put anything in place of what they had destroyed? Had they given man a more intelligible or inspiring picture of the world and human destiny? Had they improved the lot of the poor, or brought consolation to bereavement or pain? Rousseau asked these questions, gave form and feeling to these doubts, and after his voice was stilled, all Europe listened to him. While Voltaire was being idolized on the stage and at the Academy in 1778, and while Rousseau, berated and despised, hid in the obscurity of a Paris room, the age of Rousseau began. In the decline of his life he composed the most famous of autobiographies, the Confessions. Sensitive to every criticism, suspecting Grimm, Diderot, and others of a conspiracy to blacken him in Paris salons and in the Memoirs of Madame d'Épinay, he began in 1762, on the urging of a publisher, to write his own account of his history and character. All autobiography, of course, is vanity, but Rousseau, condemned by the Church, outlawed by 3 states, and deserted by his closest friends, had the right to defend himself, even at great length. When he read some passages of this defense to gatherings in Paris, his foes secured a government ban on further public readings of his manuscript. Discouraged, he left it at his death with a passionate plea to posterity. Here is the sole human portrait, painted exactly after nature in all truth, that now exists or that will probably ever exist. Whoever you are, whom my fate and confidence have made the arbiter of this record, I beg you, by my misfortunes and your fellow feeling, and in the name of all mankind, not to destroy a work useful and unique, which can serve as a first piece of comparison for the study of man, and not to take from the honor of my memory the only sure monument of my character that has not been disfigured by my enemies. His extreme sensitivity, subjectivity, and sentiment made the virtues and the faults of his book. A feeling heart, he said, was the foundation of all my misfortunes. But it gave a warm intimacy to his style, a tenderness to his recollections, often a generosity to his judgments, that melt our antipathy as we read. Here everything abstract becomes personal and alive. Every line is a feeling. This book is the fountainhead of the Mississippi of introspective self-revelations that watered the literature of the 19th century. Not that the Confessions had no forebears, but even St. Augustine could not match the fullness of this self-denudation or its claim to truth. It begins with a burst of challenging eloquence. I am forming an enterprise which has had no example, and whose execution will have no imitator. I wish to show my fellow men a man in all the truth of nature, and this man shall be myself. Myself alone. I know my heart, and I am acquainted with men. I am not made like any of those who exist. If I am not better, at least I am different. If nature has done well or ill in breaking the mold in which I was cast, this is something of which no one can judge except after having read me. Let the trumpet of the last judgment sound when it will. I shall come, this book in hand, to present myself before the sovereign judge. I shall say loudly, this is how I have acted, how I have thought, what I have been. I have told the good and the bad with the same candor. I have concealed nothing of evil, added nothing of good. I have shown myself as I was, despicable and vile when I was so, good, generous, sublime when I was these, and I have unveiled my inmost soul. This claim to complete sincerity is repeated again and again. But Rousseau admits that his remembrance of things 50 years past is often fragmentary and unreliable. In general, Part 1 has an air of candor that is disarming. Part 2 is disfigured by wearisome complaints of persecution and conspiracy. Whatever else the book is, it is one of the most revealing psychological studies known to us. The story of a sensitive and poetic spirit in painful conflict with the hard and prosaic century. In any case, the Confessions, if it were not an autobiography, would be one of the great novels of the world. 2. Homeless, 1712 to 1731. I was born at Geneva in 1712, son of Isaac Rousseau and Suzanne Bernard, citizens. This last word meant much, for only 1,600 of Geneva's 20,000 souls had the name and rights of citizen, and this was to enter into Jean-Jacques' history. His family was of French origin, but had been settled in Geneva since 1529. His grandfather was a Calvinist minister. The grandson remained basically a Calvinist through all the wanderings of his faith. The father was a master watchmaker, imaginative and unstable, whose marriage in 1704 brought him a dowry of 16,000 florins. After the birth of a son, François, he left his wife in 1705 and traveled to Constantinople, where he remained for 6 years. Then he came back for reasons unknown, and I was the sad fruit of this return. The mother died of puerperal fever within a week of Jean-Jacques' birth. I came into the world with so few signs of life that little hope was entertained of preserving me. An aunt nursed and saved him, for which he said, "I freely forgive you." This aunt sang well, and may have given him his lasting taste for music. He was precocious and soon learned to read, and since Isaac loved romances, father and son read together the romances left in the mother's little library. Jean-Jacques was brought up on a mixture of French love stories, Plutarch's Lives, and Calvinist morality, and the mixture unsteadied him. He described himself accurately enough as at once haughty and tender, a character effeminate and yet invincible, which, fluctuating between weakness and courage, luxury and virtue, has ever set me in contradiction to myself. In 1722 the father quarrelled with a Captain Gautier, gave him a bloody nose, was summoned by the local magistrate, fled from the city to escape imprisonment, and took up residence at Lyons, 13 miles from Geneva. A few years later he married again. François and Jean-Jacques were taken over by their uncle, Gabriel Bernard. François was apprenticed to a watchmaker, ran away, and disappeared from history. Jean-Jacques and his cousin, Abraham Bernard, were sent to a boarding school operated by Pastor Lambercier at the neighboring village of Beausset. Here we were to learn Latin with all the insignificant trash that has obtained the name of education. The Calvinist catechism was a substantial part of the curriculum. He liked his teachers, especially the pastor's sister, Mademoiselle Lambercier. She was 30, Jean-Jacques was 11, so he fell in love with her, after his own queer fashion. When she whipped him for some misbehavior, he took delight in suffering at her hands. A degree of sensuality mingled with the smart and shame, which left more desire than fear of a repetition. When he offended further, the pleasure he took in the chastisement became so obvious that she resolved never to whip him again. A masochistic element remained in his erotic make-up till the end. Thus I passed the age of puberty, with a constitution extremely ardent, without knowing or even wishing for any other gratification of the passions than what Miss Lambercier had innocently given me an idea of. And when I became a man, that childish taste, instead of vanishing, only associated with the other. This folly, joined to a natural timidity, has always prevented me from being very enterprising with women, so that I have passed my days languishing in silence for those I most admired, without daring to disclose my wishes. I have now made the first and most difficult step in the obscure and painful maze of my confessions. We never feel so great a degree of repugnance in divulging what is really criminal as what is merely ridiculous. It is possible that in later life Rousseau found an element of pleasure in feeling himself buffeted by the world, by his enemies, and by his friends. Next to Mademoiselle Lambercier's chastisements, he enjoyed the magnificent scenery that surrounded him. The country was so charming that I conceived a passion for rural life which time has not been able to extinguish. Those 2 years at Beausset were probably the happiest that he ever experienced, despite his discovery of injustice in the world. Punished for an offense that he had not committed, he reacted with lasting resentment, and thereafter he learned to dissemble, to rebel, to lie. All the vices common to our years began to corrupt our happy innocence. He never advanced further in formal or classical education. Perhaps his lack of balance, judgment, and self-control, and his subordination of reason to feeling were in part due to the early end of his schooling. In 1724, aged 12, he and his cousin were recalled to the Bernard household. He visited his father at Lyons, and there fell in love with a Mademoiselle Vousson, who rejected him, and then with Mademoiselle Goton, who, while she took the greatest liberties with me, would never permit any to be taken with her in return. After a year of vacillations, he was apprenticed to an engraver in Geneva. He liked drawing and learned to engrave watch cases, but his master beat him severely for some minor offenses and drove me to vices I naturally despised, such as falsehood, idleness, and theft. The once happy boy turned into a morose and unsociable introvert. He consoled himself with intense reading of books borrowed from a nearby library and with Sunday excursions into the countryside. On 2 occasions he dallied so long in the fields that he found the city gates closed when he tried to return. He spent the night in the open, reported for work half-dazed, and received a special thrashing. On a 3rd such occasion the memory of these beatings made him resolve not to return at all. Not yet 16, on March 15th, 1728, without money and with nothing but the clothes on his back, he marched on to Confignon in Catholic Savoy, some 6 miles away. There he knocked at the door of the village priest, Père Benoit de Pontverre. Perhaps he had been told that the old curé was so anxious to convert stray Genevans that he fed them well on the theory that a full stomach makes for an orthodox mind. He gave Jean-Jacques a good dinner and bade him go to Annecy, where you will find a good and charitable lady whom the bounty of the king enables to turn souls from those errors she has happily renounced. This, Rousseau adds, was Madame de Varron, a new convert to whom the priests contrived to send those wretches who were disposed to sell their faith. And with these she was in a manner constrained to share a pension of 2,000 francs bestowed upon her by the King of Sardinia. The homeless youth thought a part of that pension might be worth a mass. 3 days later, at Annecy, he presented himself to Madame Françoise Louise de la Tour, Baronne de Varron. She was 29, pretty, gracious, gentle, generous, charmingly dressed. There could not be a more lovely face, a finer neck, or handsome arms more exquisitely formed. Altogether, she was the best argument for Catholicism that Rousseau had ever seen. Born in Vevey of good family, she had been married, quite young, to Monsieur, later Baron de Varron of Lausanne. After some years of painful incompatibility, she left him, crossed the lake into Savoy, and won the protection of King Victor Amadeus, then at Evian. Domiciled at Annecy, she accepted conversion to Catholicism, with the conviction that if her religious ritual were correct, God would pardon her an occasional amour. Besides, she could not believe that the gentle Jesus would send men, surely not a beautiful woman, to everlasting hell. Jean-Jacques would gladly have stayed with her, but she was occupied. She gave him money and bade him go to Turin and receive instruction in the Hospice of the Holy Spirit. He was received there on April 12, 1728, and on April 21st he was baptized into the Roman Catholic faith. Writing 34 years later, 8 years after his return to Protestantism, he described with horror his experience in the hospice, including an attempt upon his virtue by a Moorish fellow catechumen. He imagined that he had approached conversion with revulsion, shame, and long delays. But apparently he adjusted himself to the conditions that he found in the hospice, for he remained there, uncompelled, over 2 months after being received into the Church of Rome. He left the hospice in July, armed with 26 francs. After a few days of sightseeing, he found work in a store to which he had been drawn by the good looks of the lady behind the counter. He fell in love with her at once. Soon he knelt before her and offered her a lifetime of devotion. Madame Basile smiled, but let him go no further than her hand. Besides, her husband was expected at any minute. "My want of success with women," says Rousseau, "has ever proceeded from my having loved them too well." But it was his nature to find greater ecstasy in contemplation than in fulfillment. He relieved his tumescence by that dangerous supplement which deceives nature and saves young men of my temperament from many disorders, but at the expense of their health, their vigor, and sometimes their life. This practice, made hectic by terrifying prohibitions, may have played a secret role in promoting his irritability, his romantic fancies, his discomfort in society, his love of solitude. Here the confessions are frank beyond precedent. "My thoughts were incessantly occupied with girls and women, but in a manner peculiar to myself. These ideas kept my senses in a perpetual and disagreeable activity. My agitation rose to the point where, unable to satisfy my desires, I inflamed them with the most extravagant maneuvers. I went about seeking dark alleys, hidden retreats, where I might expose myself at a distance to persons of the other sex in the state wherein I would have wished to be near them. That which they saw was not the obscene object. I did not dream of that. It was the ridiculous object, the buttocks. The foolish pleasure which I had in displaying it before their eyes cannot be described. From this there was but a step to the desired treatment, whipping, and I do not doubt that some resolute woman in passing would have given me the amusement if I had had the audacity to continue. One day I went to place myself at the back of a court in which was a well where the young women of the house often came to fetch water. I offered to the girls a spectacle more laughable than seductive. The wisest among them pretended to see nothing. Others began to laugh. Others felt insulted and raised an alarm. Alas, no girl offered to beat him. Instead, a guardsman came, with heavy sword and frightful mustache, followed by 4 or 5 old women armed with brooms. Rousseau saved himself by explaining that he was a young stranger of high lineage whose mind was deranged, but whose means might enable him later to reward their forgiveness. The terrible man was touched and let him go, much to the discontent of the old women. Meanwhile, he had found employment as a liveried footman in the service of Madame de Versailles, a Tournese lady of some culture. There he committed a crime which weighed on his conscience through the rest of his life. He stole one of Madame's colorful ribbons. When charged with the theft, he pretended that another servant had given it to him. Marion, who was quite innocent of the theft, reproached him prophetically. "Ah, Rousseau, I thought you were of a good disposition. You render me very unhappy, but I would not be in your situation." Both were dismissed. The Confessions adds, "I do not know what became of the victim of my calumny, but there is little probability of her having been able to place herself agreeably after this, as she labored under an imputation cruel to her character in every respect. The painful remembrance of this transaction has remained heavy on my conscience to this day, and I can truly say that the desire to relieve myself in some measure from it has contributed greatly to the resolve to write my Confessions." Those 6 months as a footman left a mark on his character. With all his consciousness of genius, he never achieved self-respect. A young priest whom he met while serving Madame de Versailles encouraged him to believe that his faults could be overcome if he would sincerely seek to approach the ethics of Christ. "Any religion," said Monsieur Ghem, "is good if it spreads Christian conduct." Hence he suggested that Jean-Jacques would be happier if he returned to his native habitat and faith. These views of one of the best men I ever knew lingered in Rousseau's memory and inspired famous pages in Émile. A year later, in the seminary of Saint-Lazare, he met another priest, Abbé Gattier, a very tender heart, who missed advancement because he had conferred pregnancy upon a maiden in his parish. This, remarks Rousseau, was a dreadful scandal in a diocese severely good, where the priests, being under good regulation, ought never to have children, except by married women. From these two worthy priests I formed the character of the Savoyard vicar. Early in the summer of 1729, Rousseau, now 17, felt again the call of the open road. Moreover, he hoped that with Madame de Varron he might find some employment less galling to his pride. Along with a jolly Genevan lad named Bacle, he marched from Turin to and through the Mont-Cenis pass of the Alps to Chambéry and Annecy. His romantic pen colored the emotions with which he approached Madame de Varron's dwelling. My legs trembled under me, my eyes were clouded with a mist. I neither saw, heard, nor recollected anyone, and was obliged frequently to stop that I might draw breath and recall my bewildered senses. Doubtless he was uncertain of his reception. How could he explain to her all his vicissitudes since leaving her? Her first glance banished all my fears. My heart leaped at the sound of her voice. I threw myself at her feet, and in transports of the most lively joy I pressed my lips upon her hand. She did not resent adoration. She found a room for him in her house, and when some eyebrows rose, she said, "They may talk as they please, but since Providence has sent him back, I am determined not to abandon him." III. Maman, 1729 to 1740. He was intensely attracted to her, like any youth in proximity with a femme de 30 ans. He furtively kissed the bed on which she had slept, the chair she had sat on, nay, the floor itself when I considered she had walked there. Here we suspect that romance got the better of history. And he was furiously jealous of all who competed with him for her time. She let him purr, and called him petit chat, little cat, and enfant. Gradually he resigned himself to calling her maman. She employed him to write letters, keep her accounts, gather herbs, and help in her alchemical experiments. She gave him books to read, The Spectator, Pufendorf, Saint-Evremont, Voltaire's Henriade. She herself liked to browse in Bayle's Dictionnaire historique et critique. She did not let her theology discommode her, and if she enjoyed the company of Father Gros, the superior of the local seminary, it might be because he helped to lace her stays. While he was thus employed, she would run about the room, this way or that, as occasion happened to call her. Drawn by the laces, Monsieur le Supérieur followed grumbling, repeating at every moment, "Pray, madame, do stand still," the whole forming a scene truly diverting. It was perhaps this jolly priest who suggested that though Jean-Jacques gave every sign of stupidity, he might digest enough education to make him a village curé. Madame de Varron, glad to find a career for him, agreed. So in the fall of 1729, Rousseau entered the seminary of Saint-Lazare and prepared for priesthood. By this time he had become accustomed to Catholicism, even fond of it. He loved its solemn ritual, its processions, music, and incense, its bells that seemed to proclaim every day that God was in his heaven and that all was, or would be, right with the world. Besides, no religion could be bad that charmed and forgave Madame de Varron. But he had received so little formal education that he was first subjected to a concentrated course in the Latin language. He could not suffer its declensions, conjugations, and exceptions patiently. After 5 months of effort, his teachers sent him back to Madame de Varron with the report that he was a tolerably good lad, but not fit for holy orders. She tried again. Having observed his flair for music, she introduced him to Nicolas Lemaitre, organist at the Annecy Cathedral. Jean-Jacques went to live with him through the winter of 1729-30, consoled by being only 20 paces from Maman. He sang in the choir and played the flute. He loved the Catholic hymns. He was well fed and happy. All went well except that Monsieur Lemaitre drank too much. One day the little choir-master quarreled with his employers, gathered his music in a box, and left Annecy. Madame de Varron bade Rousseau accompany him as far as Lyons. There Lemaitre, overcome with delirium tremens, fell senseless in the street. Frightened, Jean-Jacques called the passers-by to his aid. He gave them the address which the music-master was seeking, and then fled back to Annecy and Maman. The tenderness and truth of my attachment to her had uprooted from my heart every imaginable project and all the follies of ambition. I conceived no happiness but in living near her, nor could I take a step without feeling that the distance between us was increased. We must remember that he was still only 18 years old. When he reached Annecy, he found that Madame had left for Paris, and no one knew when she would return. He was desolate. Day after day he walked aimlessly into the countryside, comforting himself with the colors of spring and the pretty chatter of doubtless amorous birds. Above all, he loved to rise early and watch the sun lifting itself triumphantly above the horizon. On one of these rambles he saw two damsels on horseback, urging their reluctant mounts to ford a stream. In a burst of heroism he caught one horse by the bridle and led it across, while the other followed. He was about to go his way, but the girls insisted upon his accompanying them to a cottage where he might dry his shoes and stockings. At their invitation he leaped up behind Mademoiselle G. When it became necessary to clasp her in order to hold myself on, my heart beat so violently that she perceived it. At that moment he began to outgrow his infatuation for Madame de Varron. The three youngsters spent the day picnicking together. Rousseau progressed to kissing one girl's hand, then they left him. He returned to Annecy exalted, and hardly minded that Maman was not there. He tried to find those mademoiselles again, but failed. Soon he was on the road once more, this time accompanying Madame de Varron's maid to Fribourg. Passing through Geneva, I found myself so affected that I could scarcely proceed. The image of republican liberty so elevated my soul. From Fribourg he walked to Lausanne. Of all writers known to history, he was the most devoted walker. From Geneva to Turin, to Annecy, to Lausanne, to Neuchâtel, to Berne, to Chambéry, to Lyons, he knew the road and drank in gratefully the sights, odors, and sounds. I love to walk at my ease and stop at leisure. A strolling life is necessary for me. Traveling on foot in a fine country with fine weather, and having an agreeable object to terminate my journey is the manner of living most suited to my taste. Uncomfortable in the society of educated men, shy and wordless before beautiful women, he was happy when alone with woods and fields, water and sky. He made nature his confidant, and in silent speech told her his loves and dreams. He imagined that the moods of nature entered at times into a mystic accord with his own. Though he was not the first to make men feel the loveliness of nature, he was her most fervent and effective apostle. Half the nature poetry since Rousseau is part of his lineage. Haller had felt and described the majesty of the Alps, but Rousseau made the slopes of Switzerland along the northern shore of the Lake of Geneva his special realm, and he sent down through the centuries the fragrance of their terraced vines. When he came to choose a site for the home of his Julie and Volmar, he placed them there, at Clairon, between Vevey and Montreux, in a terrestrial paradise mingling mountains, verdure, water, sun, and snow. Unsuccessful in Lausanne, Rousseau moved to Neuchâtel. Here, by teaching music, I sensibly gained some knowledge of it. At nearby Boudry, he met a Greek prelate who was soliciting funds for restoring the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Rousseau joined him as interpreter, but at Soleure he left him and walked out of Switzerland into France. On this walk he entered a cottage and asked might he buy some dinner. The peasant offered him barley bread and milk, saying this was all he had. But when he saw that Jean-Jacques was not a tax collector, he opened a trapdoor, descended, and came up with wheat bread, ham, eggs, and wine. Rousseau offered to pay. The peasant refused, and explained that he had to hide his better food, lest he suffer additional taxation. What he said to me made an impression on my mind that can never be effaced. sowing seeds of that inextinguishable hatred which has since grown up in my heart against the vexations these unhappy people bear, and against their oppressors. At Lyons he spent homeless days, sleeping on park benches or the ground. For a time he was engaged to copy music. Then, hearing that Madame de Varron was living at Chambéry, 54 miles to the east, he set out to rejoin her. She found work for him as secretary to the local intendant between 1732 and 34. Meanwhile, he lived under her roof, his happiness only moderately lessened by the discovery that her business manager, Claude Anet, was also her lover. That his own passion had subsided appears from a unique passage in the Confessions. I could not learn without pain that she lived in greater intimacy with another than with myself. Nevertheless, instead of feeling any aversion to the person who had this advantage over me, I found the attachment I felt for her actually extended to him. I desired her happiness above all things, and since he was concerned in her plan of felicity, I was content he should be happy likewise. Meantime, he entered perfectly into the views of his mistress. He conceived a sincere friendship for me, and thus we lived in a union which rendered us mutually happy, and which death alone could dissolve. One proof of the excellence of this amiable woman's character is that all who loved her loved each other, even jealousy and rivalry submitting to the more powerful sentiment with which she inspired them. And I never saw any of those who surrounded her entertain the least ill will among themselves. Let the reader pause a moment in this encomium, and if he can recollect any other woman who deserves it, let him attach himself to her if he would obtain happiness. The next step in this polygonal romance was just as contrary to all the rules of adultery. When she perceived that a neighbor, Madame de Menton, aspired to be the first to teach Jean-Jacques the art of love, Madame de Varron, refusing to surrender this distinction, or desiring to keep the youth from less tender arms, offered herself to him as his mistress, without prejudice to her similar services for Anet. Jean-Jacques took 8 days to think it over. Long acquaintance with her had made him filial rather than sensual in his thoughts of her. I loved her too much to desire her. He was already suffering from the ailments which were to pursue him to the end, inflammation of the bladder and stricture of the urethra. Finally, with all due modesty, he agreed to her proposal. The day, more dreaded than hoped for, at length arrived. My heart confirmed my engagements without desiring the prize. I obtained it nevertheless. I saw myself for the first time in the arms of a woman, and a woman whom I adored. Was I happy? No. I tasted pleasure, but I know not what invincible sadness poisoned the charm. I felt as if I had committed incest. 2 or 3 times, while pressing her with transport in my arms, I deluged her bosom with my tears. As for her, she was neither sad nor gay. She was caressingly tranquil. Since she was hardly at all sensual, and had not at all sought pleasure, she had in this no ecstasy, and she never felt remorse. Recalling this epical event, Rousseau ascribed Madame's manoeuvres to the poison of philosophy. I repeat, all her failings were the result of her error, never of her passions. She was well born, her heart was pure, her manners noble, her desires regular and virtuous, her taste delicate. She seemed formed for that elegant purity of manners which she ever loved but never practiced, because instead of listening to the dictates of her heart, she followed those of her reason, which led her astray. Unhappily, she piqued herself on philosophy, and the morality which she drew from it spoiled that which her heart proposed. Anet died in 1734. Rousseau left his post with the intendant and took over the management of Madame's business affairs. He found them perilously confused, near bankruptcy. He brought in some income by teaching music. In 1737 he received 3,000 francs falling due from his mother's legacy. He spent part of this on books and gave the rest to Madame de Varron. He fell ill, and Maman nursed him tenderly. As her dwelling had no garden, she rented in 1736 a suburban cottage, Les Charmettes. There my life passed in the most absolute serenity. Though he never loved to pray in a chamber, the outdoors stirred him to thank God for the beauty of nature and for Madame de Varron, and to ask the divine blessing on their union. He was at this time firmly attached to the Catholic theology, with a somber Jansenist tinge. The dread of hell frequently tormented me. Bothered by the vapors, a then fashionable form of hypochondria, and thinking that he had a polypus near his heart, he travelled by stagecoach to Montpellier. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 1, Side 2. Bothered by the vapors, a then fashionable form of hypochondria, and thinking that he had a polypus near his heart, he travelled by stagecoach to Montpellier. En route, he eased his melancholy by allegedly consummating a liaison with Madame de Larnage, mother of a 15-year-old girl, this in 1738. Returning to Chambéry, he found that Madame de Varon was trying a similar cure, having taken as her new lover a young wig-maker named Jean Vitzenried. Rousseau protested. She called him childish and assured him that there was room in her love for two Jeans. He refused to thus degrade her, and proposed to resume his status quo ante as son. She professed consent, but her resentment at being so readily surrendered cooled her affection for him. He retired to Les Charmettes and took to philosophy. Now, for the first time, circa 1738, he became conscious of the Enlightenment breezes that were blowing from Paris and Cirey. He read some works of Newton, Leibniz, and Pope, and browsed in the maze of Bayle's Dictionnaire. He took up Latin again, made more progress by himself than formerly with teachers, and managed to read bits of Virgil, Horace, and Tacitus, and a Latin translation of Plato's Dialogues. Montaigne, La Bruyère, Pascal, Fénelon, Prévost, and Voltaire came to him as a dizzy revelation. Nothing that Voltaire wrote escaped us. Indeed, it was Voltaire's books that inspired me with a desire to write elegantly, and caused me to endeavor to imitate the colorings of that author with whom I was so enchanted. Insensibly, the old theology that had been the frame of his thoughts lost its form and rigor, and he found himself entertaining without horror 100 heresies that would have seemed scandalous to his youth. An almost passionate pantheism replaced the God of the Bible. There was a God, yes, and life would be meaningless and unbearable without him, but he was not the external vengeful deity conceived by cruel and fearful men. He was the soul of nature, and nature was fundamentally beautiful, and human nature was basically good. On this and Pascal, Rousseau would build his philosophy. In 1740, Madame de Varon found a post for him as tutor to the children of Monsieur Bonneau de Mably, Grand Provost of Lyons. He parted from her with no reproach on either side. She prepared his wardrobe for the trip, and wove some garments for it with her own once entrancing hands. 4. Lyons, Venice, Paris, 1740–49. The Mably family was a new intellectual stimulus for Rousseau. The provost was the eldest of 3 distinguished brothers. One was the almost communist Gabriel Bonneau de Mably. Another was the almost materialist Abbé Étienne Bonneau de Condillac. And Rousseau met all 3. Of course he fell in love with Madame de Mably, but she was gracious enough to take no notice of it, and Jean-Jacques had to mind his business of educating her 2 sons. He drew up for Monsieur de Mably a statement of his pedagogical ideas. In part, these accorded with the libertarian principles that were to receive their classical romantic exposition in Émile, 22 years later. In part, they contradicted his later rejection of civilization, for they recognized the value of the arts and sciences in the development of mankind. Meeting frequently men like Professor Borde of the Lyons Academy, who was a friend of Voltaire, he imbibed more of the Enlightenment and learned to laugh at popular ignorance and superstition. But he remained ever adolescent. Peeping into the public baths one day, he saw a young woman quite unencumbered. His heart stopped beating. Back in the stealth of his room, he addressed to her a bold but anonymous note. I hardly dare confess to you, mademoiselle, the circumstances to which I owe the happiness of having seen you, and the torment of loving you. It is less that figure, light and svelte, which loses nothing by nudity. It is less that elegant form, those graceful contours. It is not so much the freshness of lilies spread with such profusion over your person, but that soft blush which I saw covering your brow when I offered myself to your sight, after having unmasked you too mischievously by singing a couplet. He was now old enough to fall in love with young women. Almost any presentable girl set him longing and dreaming, but especially Suzanne Serre. Once, alas, only once in my life, my mouth touched hers. O memory, shall I lose you in the grave? He began to think of marriage, but he confessed, I have nothing but my heart to offer. As this was not legal tender, Suzanne accepted another hand, and Rousseau retired to his dreams. He had not been made to be either a successful lover or a good teacher. I had almost as much knowledge as was necessary for a tutor, and the natural gentleness of my disposition seemed calculated for the employment, if hastiness had not mingled with it. When things went favorably, and I saw the pains, which I did not spare, succeed, I was an angel, but when they went contrary, I was a devil. If my pupils did not understand me, I was hasty. When they showed any symptoms of an untoward disposition, I was so provoked that I could have killed them. I determined to quit my pupils, being convinced that I should never succeed in educating them properly. Monsieur de Mably saw this as clearly as myself, though I am inclined to think he would never have dismissed me had I not spared him the trouble. So, sadly resigning or gently dismissed, he took the diligence back to Chambéry, seeking again the solace of Maman's arms. She received him kindly and gave him a place at her table with her paramour, but he was not happy in the situation. He buried himself in books and music, and contrived a system of musical notation that used figures instead of notes. When he resolved to go to Paris and submit his invention to the Academy of Sciences, everybody applauded his resolution. In July 1742 he returned to Lyons to seek letters of introduction to notables in the capital. The Mablys gave him letters to Fontenelle and the Comte de Caylus, and Borde introduced him to the Duc de Richelieu. From Lyons he took the public coach to Paris, dreaming of greatness. France was at this time engaged in the War of the Austrian Succession, 1740–48. But as the conflict was fought on foreign soil, Paris went on with its life of gilded gaiety, intellectual agitation, theatres mouthing Racine, salons sparkling with heresy and wit, bishops reading Voltaire, beggars competing with prostitutes, hawkers crying their wares, artisans sweating for bread. Into this maelstrom came Jean-Jacques Rousseau, aged 30, in August 1742, with 15 livres in his purse. He took a room in the Hôtel Saint-Quentin, Rue des Cordeliers, near the Sorbonne. A vile street, a miserable hotel, a wretched apartment. On August 22nd he presented to the Academy his projet concernant de nouveaux signes pour la notation musicale. The savants rejected his project with handsome compliments. Rameau explained, "Your signs are very good, but they are objectionable on account of their requiring an operation of the mind, which cannot always accompany the rapidity of execution. The position of our notes is described to the eye without the concurrences of this operation." Rousseau confessed the objection to be insurmountable. Meanwhile his letters of introduction had given him access to Fontenelle, who, now 85, was too cautious of his energy to take him seriously, and to Marivaux, who, though busy with success as both novelist and dramatist, read Rousseau's manuscript comedy Narcisse, and suggested improvements. The newcomer met Diderot, who 1 year younger than Jean-Jacques had as yet published nothing of importance. He was fond of music and knew it theoretically, and he communicated to me some of his literary projects. This soon formed between us a more intimate connection, which lasted 15 years, and which probably would still exist were not I, unfortunately, of the same profession as himself. With Diderot he went to the theatre or played chess. In that game Rousseau met Philidor and other experts, and had no doubt but in the end I should become superior to them all. He found entrance to the home and salon of Madame Dupin, daughter of the banker Samuel Bernard, and struck up a friendship with her stepson, Claude Dupin de Franqueuil. Meanwhile, he could see the bottom of his purse. He began to look about him for some occupation that would supplement his friends in feeding him. Through the influence of Madame de Besenval, he was offered the post of secretary to the French embassy in Venice. After a long journey made hazardous by the war, he reached Venice in the spring of 1743 and reported to the ambassador, the Comte de Montaigu. This count, Rousseau assures us, was almost illiterate. The secretary had to decipher as well as to compose documents. He presented the messages of the French government to the Venetian state in his own person, not having forgotten the Italian he had learned in Turin. He was proud of his new status, and complained that a merchant vessel which he visited gave him no cannonade in salute, though people of less consequence received it. Master and man quarrelled as to who should pocket the fees paid for the secretary's issuance of passports to France. With his share, Rousseau prospered, ate unusually well, attended theatre and opera, and fell in love with Italian music and girls. One day, not to appear too great a blockhead among my associates, he visited a prostitute, La Paduana. He asked her to sing. She did. He gave her a ducat and turned to leave. She refused to take the coin without having earned it. He satisfied her and returned to his lodgings, so fully persuaded that I should feel the consequences of this step that the first thing I did was to send for the king's surgeon to ask him for medicine. But the doctor persuaded me that I was formed in such a manner as not to be readily infected. Some time later his friends gave him a party at which the pretty harlot Zulueta was to be the prize. She invited him to her room and disrobed. Suddenly, instead of being devoured by flame, I felt a deadly chill run through my veins, and sick at heart I sat down and wept like a child. He later explained his incapacity on the ground that one of the woman's breasts was deformed. Zulueta turned upon him in scorn and bade him leave women alone and study mathematics. Monsieur de Montaigu, his own salary being in arrears, withheld Rousseau's. They quarrelled again. The secretary was dismissed on August 4th, 1744. Rousseau complained to his friends in Paris. An inquiry was sent to the ambassador. He replied, "I must inform you how greatly we have been deceived by Sire Rousseau. His temper and his insolence, caused by the high opinion he has of himself and by his madness, are the things that hold him in the state in which we found him. I drove him out like a bad valet." Jean-Jacques returned to Paris on October 11th and presented his side of the matter to officials in the government. They offered him no redress. He appealed to Madame de Besenval. She refused to receive him. He sent her a passionate letter in which we can feel the heat of the distant revolution. "I was wrong, madame. I thought you just, and you are only noble," meaning titled. "I should have remembered that. I should have perceived that it was improper for me, a foreigner and plebeian, to complain against a gentleman. If my destiny should ever again put me in the grip of an ambassador of the same stuff, I shall suffer without complaint. If he is wanting in dignity, without elevation of soul, it is because nobility dispenses with all that. If he is associated with all that is vile in one of the most immoral of cities, it is because his ancestors have created enough honor for him. If he consorts with knaves, if he is one himself, if he deprives a servitor of wages, then, madame, I shall think only how fortunate it is not to be the son of one's own deeds." Those ancestors, who were they? Persons of no repute, without fortune, my equals. They had talent of some kind, they made a name for themselves, but nature, which sows the seed of good and evil, has given them a pitiful posterity. And in the Confessions, Rousseau added, "The justice and futility of my complaints left in my mind seeds of indignation against our foolish social institutions, by which the welfare of the public and real justice are always sacrificed to I know not what appearance of order, which does nothing more than add the sanction of public authority to the oppression of the weak and the iniquity of the powerful." Montaigu, returning to Paris, sent Rousseau some money to settle my account. I received what was offered me, paid all my debts, and remained as before, with not a franc in my pocket. Re-established at the Hôtel Saint-Quentin, he supported himself by copying music. When the current Duc d'Orléans, hearing of his poverty, gave him music to copy and 50 louis, Rousseau kept 5 and returned the rest as overpayment. He earned too little to support a wife, but he thought that with stoic economy he could afford a mistress. Among those who ate at his table in the Hôtel Saint-Quentin were the landlady, some impecunious abbés, and a young woman who served the hotel as laundress or seamstress. Thérèse Levasseur was as timid as Jean-Jacques, and as conscious, though not so proud, of poverty. When the abbés teased her, he defended her. She came to look upon him as her protector. Soon they were in each other's arms. This in 1746. I began by declaring to her that I would never either abandon or marry her. She confessed that she was not a virgin, but assured him that she had sinned only once and long ago. He forgave her magnanimously, assuring her that a virgin 20 years old was a rarity in Paris in any case. She was a simple creature, devoid of all charm, free of all coquetry. She could not talk philosophy or politics like a salonière, but she could cook, keep house, and put up patiently with his strange moods and ways. Usually he spoke of her as his housekeeper, and she spoke of him as my man. He rarely took her with him on visits to his friends, for she remained permanently adolescent mentally, as he remained permanently adolescent morally. I at first tried to improve her mind, but in this my pains were useless. Her mind is as nature formed it. It was not susceptible of cultivation. I do not blush in acknowledging she never knew how to read well, although she writes tolerably. She could never enumerate the 12 months of the year in order, or distinguish one numeral from another, notwithstanding all the trouble I took endeavoring to teach her. She neither knows how to count money nor to reckon the price of anything. The word which, when she speaks, comes to her mind is frequently the opposite of that which she means to use. I formerly made a dictionary of her phrases to amuse Monsieur de Luxembourg, and her qui pro quos often became celebrated among those with whom I was most intimate. When she became pregnant, he was thrown into the greatest embarrassment. What could he do with children? Some friends assured him it was quite customary to send unwanted offspring to a foundling asylum. When the infant came, this was done over Thérèse's protests, but with the cooperation of her mother, this in 1747. In the next 8 years, 4 other children came and were disposed of in the same way. Some skeptics have suggested that Rousseau never had any children and that he invented this story to hide his impotence, but his many apologies for this shirking of responsibility make this theory improbable. He privately confessed his behavior in this matter to Diderot, Grimm, and Madame d'Épinay. He implicitly acknowledged it in Émile. He raged against Voltaire for making it public. In the confessions he admitted it explicitly and expressed remorse. He was not made for family life, being a skinless mass of nerves and a wanderer in body and soul. He missed the sobering care of children and never quite became a man. He had the good fortune about this time to find lucrative employment. He served as secretary to Madame Dupin, then to her nephew, and when Dupin de Franqueuil became receiver-general, Rousseau was promoted to cashier at 1,000 francs a year. He adopted the gold braid, white stockings, wig, and sword, by which men of letters, to get entrance to aristocratic homes, imitated aristocratic dress. We can imagine the discomfort of his divided personality. He was received in several salons and made new friends. Raynal, Marmontel, Duclos, Madame d'Épinay, and, most intimately and fatally, Friedrich Melchior Grimm. He attended the exciting dinners at the home of Baron d'Holbach, where Diderot slew gods with what his enemies called the jawbone of an ass. In that den of infidels, most of Jean-Jacques' Catholicism melted away. Meanwhile, he wrote music. In 1743 he had begun a combination of opera and ballet which he called Les Muses Galantes, celebrating the loves of Anacreon, Ovid, and Tasso. This was produced in 1745, with some éclat, at the home of the tax collector La Poplinière. Rameau shrugged it off as a pasticcio of plagiarisms from Italian composers, but the Duc de Richelieu liked it, and commissioned Rousseau to revise an opera-ballet, Les Festes de Ramire, tentatively prepared by Rameau and Voltaire. On December 11, 1745, Rousseau wrote his first letter to the literary monarch of France. For 15 years I have been working to render myself worthy of your regard, and of the kindness with which you favor young muses in whom you discover talent. But through having written the music for an opera, I find myself metamorphosed into a musician. Whatever success my feeble efforts may have, they will be glorious enough for me if they win me the honor of being known to you, and of having shown the admiration and profound respect with which I have the honor of being, sir, your humble and most obedient servitor. Voltaire replied, Sir, you unite yourself in two talents which have always been found separate till now. Here are two good reasons why I should esteem and like you. With such love letters began their famous enmity. 5. Is civilization a disease? In 1749, Diderot was imprisoned at Vincennes for some offensive passages in his Letters on the Blind. Rousseau wrote to Madame de Pompadour, pleading for his friend's release or permission to share his imprisonment. Several times during that summer he made the round trip of 10 miles between Paris and Vincennes to visit Diderot. On one such journey he took an issue of the Mercure de France to read as he walked. So he came upon the announcement of a prize offered by the Academy of Dijon for the best essay on the question, Has the restoration of the sciences and the arts contributed to corrupt or to purify morals? He was tempted to compete, for he was now 37 years old, and it was time he should make a name for himself. But did he know enough of science or art or history to discuss such topics without revealing the defects of his education? In a letter to Malesherbes, January 12, 1762, he described with characteristic emotion the revelation that came to him on this walk. All at once I felt myself dazzled by 1,000 sparkling lights. Crowds of vivid ideas thronged into my mind with a force and confusion that threw me into unspeakable agitation. I felt my head whirling in a giddiness like that of intoxication. A violent palpitation oppressed me. Unable to walk for difficulty in breathing, I sank down under one of the trees by the road, and passed half an hour there in such a condition of excitement that when I rose I saw that the front of my waistcoat was all wet with tears. Ah, if ever I could have written a quarter of what I saw and felt under that tree, with what clarity I should have brought out all the contradictions of our social system. With what simplicity I should have demonstrated that man is by nature good, and that only our institutions have made him bad. That last sentence was to be the theme song of his life, and those tears that streaked his vest were among the headwaters of the Romantic movement in France and Germany. Now he could pour out his heart against all the artificiality of Paris, the corruption of its morals, the insincerity of its fine manners, the licentiousness of its literature, the sensuality of its art, the snobbishness of class divisions, the callous extravagance of the rich financed by exactions from the poor, the desiccation of the soul by the replacement of religion with science, of feeling with logic. By declaring war on this degeneration, he could vindicate his own simplicity of culture, his village manners, his discomfort in society, his disgust with malicious gossip and irreverent wit, his defiant retention of religious faith amid the atheism of his friends. In his heart he was again a Calvinist, remembering with a kind of homesickness the morality expounded to him in his youth. By answering Dijon, he would exalt his native Geneva above Paris, and would explain to himself and others why he had been so happy in Les Charmettes and was so miserable in the salons. Arrived at Vincennes, he revealed to Diderot his intention to compete. Diderot applauded him and bade him attack the civilization of their time with all possible force. Hardly any other competitor would dare take that line, and Rousseau's position would stand out as individual. Jean-Jacques returned to his lodgings eager to destroy the arts and sciences that Diderot was preparing to exalt in the Encyclopédie ou Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers, from 1751 onward. I composed the discourse in a very singular manner. I dedicated to it the hours of the night in which sleep deserted me. I meditated in bed with my eyes closed, and in my mind I turned over and over again my periods with incredible labor and care. As soon as the discourse was finished, I showed it to Diderot. He was satisfied with the production, and pointed out some corrections he thought should be made. I sent off the piece without mentioning it to anybody else, except, I think, to Grimm. The Dijon Academy crowned his essay with the first prize on August 23, 1750, a gold medal and 300 francs. Diderot, with characteristic enthusiasm, arranged for the publication of this Discours sur les arts et les sciences, and soon he reported to the author, "Your discours is taking beyond all imagination. Never was there an instance of a like success." It was as if Paris realized that here, at the very midpoint of the Enlightenment, a man had risen to challenge the age of reason, and to challenge it with a voice that would be heard. The essay seemed at first to applaud the victories of reason. It is a noble and beautiful spectacle to see man raising himself, so to speak, from nothing by his own exertions, dissipating by the light of reason all the thick clouds by which he was by nature enveloped, mounting above himself, soaring in thought even to the celestial regions, encompassing with giant strides like the sun the vast extent of the universe, and what is still grander and more wonderful, going back into himself, there to study man and get to know his own nature, his duties, and his end. All these miracles we have seen renewed within the last few generations. Voltaire must have shed an approving smile over this initial ecstasy. Here was a new recruit to the philosophe, to the good companions who would slay superstition and l'infâme. And was not this young Lochinvar already contributing to the Encyclopédie? But a page later the argument took a distressing turn. All this progress of knowledge, said Rousseau, had made governments more powerful, crushing individual liberty. It had replaced the simple virtues and forthright speech of a ruder age with the hypocrisies of savoir-faire. Sincere friendship, real esteem, and perfect confidence are banished from among men. Jealousy, suspicion, fear, coldness, reserve, hate, and fraud lie constantly concealed under that uniform and deceitful veil of politeness, that boasted candor and urbanity for which we are indebted to the light and leading of this age. Let the arts and sciences claim the share they have had in this salutary work. This corruption of morals and character by the progress of knowledge and art is almost a law of history. Egypt became the mother of philosophy and the fine arts. Soon she was conquered. Greece, once peopled by heroes, twice vanquished Asia. Letters were then in their infancy, and the virtues of Sparta had not been replaced, as the Greek ideal, by the refinement of Athens, the sophistry of the sophists, the voluptuous forms of Praxiteles. When that civilization had reached its height, it was overthrown at a blow by Philip of Macedon, and then supinely accepted the yoke of Rome. Rome conquered the whole Mediterranean world when she was a nation of peasants and soldiers inured to a stoic discipline. But when she relaxed into Epicurean indulgence and praised the obscenities of Ovid, Catullus, and Martial, she became a theatre of vice, a scorn among the nations, an object of derision even to barbarians. And when Rome revived in the Renaissance, arts and letters again sapped the strength of governed and governors, and left Italy too feeble to meet attack. Charles VIII of France mastered Tuscany and Naples almost without drawing a sword. And all his court attributed this unexpected success to the fact that the princes and nobles of Italy applied themselves with greater earnestness to the cultivation of their understandings rather than to active and martial pursuits. Literature itself is an element of decay. It is related that the Caliph Omar, being asked what should be done with the library of Alexandria, answered, "If the books in the library contain anything contrary to the Koran, they are evil and ought to be burned. If they contain only what the Koran teaches, they are superfluous." This reasoning has been cited by our men of letters as the height of absurdity. But if Gregory the Great had been in the place of Omar, and the Gospel in the place of the Koran, the library would still have been burned, and it would have been perhaps the finest action of his life. Or consider the disintegrating effect of philosophy. Some of these lovers of wisdom tell us that there is no such thing as matter. Another assures us that nothing but matter exists, and no other God but the universe itself. A third group announces that virtue and vice are mere names, and nothing counts but strength and skill. These philosophers sap the foundations of our faith and destroy virtue. They smile contemptuously at such old words as patriotism and religion, and consecrate their talents to the destruction and defamation of all that men hold most sacred. In antiquity, such nonsense did not long survive its author, but now, thanks to print, the pernicious reflections of Hobbes and Spinoza will last forever. Consequently, the invention of printing was one of the greatest disasters in the history of mankind. And it is easy to see that sovereigns will hereafter take as much pains to banish this dreadful art from their dominions as they ever took to encourage it. Note the vigor and excellence of those peoples who never knew philosophy or science, literature or art. The Persians of Cyrus's time, the Germans as described by Tacitus, or, in our own time, that rustic nation, Switzerland, whose renowned courage not even adversity could conquer, and whose fidelity no example could corrupt. To these the proud Genevan adds, those happy nations which did not know even the names of many vices that we find it hard to suppress. The savages of America, whose simple and natural mode of government Montaigne preferred, without hesitation, not only to the laws of Plato, but to the most perfect visions of government that philosophy can suggest. What, then, should be our conclusion? It is that luxury, profligacy, and slavery have been in all ages the scourge of the efforts of our pride to emerge from that happy state of ignorance in which the wisdom of Providence has placed us. Let men learn for once that nature would have preserved them from science as a mother snatches a dangerous weapon from the hands of her child. The answer to the question of the learned academy is that learning without virtue is a snare, that the only real progress is moral progress, that the advancement of learning has corrupted rather than purified the morals of mankind, and that civilization is not an ascent of man to a nobler state, but the fall of man from a rural simplicity that was a paradise of innocence and bliss. Toward the end of the discourse, Rousseau checked himself and looked with some trepidation at the shambles of science, art, literature, and philosophy that he had left in his wake. He recalled that his friend Diderot was preparing an encyclopedia dedicated to the progress of science. Suddenly he discovered that some philosophers, for example Bacon and Descartes, were sublime teachers, and he proposed that living specimens of the breed should be welcomed as counselors by the rulers of states. Had not Cicero been made consul of Rome, and the greatest of modern philosophers been made chancellor of England? Perhaps Diderot had slipped these lines in, but Jean-Jacques had the last word. As for us, ordinary men, upon whom heaven has not been pleased to bestow such great talents, let us remain in our obscurity. Let us leave to others the task of instructing mankind in their duty, and confine ourselves to the discharge of our own. Virtue, sublime science of simple minds, are not your principles graven upon every heart? Need we do more to learn your laws than listen to the voice of conscience? This is the true philosophy with which we must learn to be content. Paris did not know whether to take this discourse seriously or to interpret it as a mischievous essay in hyperbole and paradox, tongue-in-cheek. It was said by some, Rousseau tells us, that he did not believe a word of it. Diderot, who believed in science but fretted under the restraints of convention and morality, apparently approved of Rousseau's exaggerations as a needed chastisement of Parisian society, and members of the court applauded the essay as a long-deserved rebuke to insolent and subversive philosophers. There must have been many sensitive spirits who were, like this eloquent author, ill at ease in the babble and sparkle of Paris. Rousseau had expressed a problem that appears in every advanced society. Are the fruits of technology worth the haste, strains, sights, noises, and smells of an industrialized life? Does enlightenment undermine morality? Is it wise to follow science to mutual destruction, and philosophy to disillusionment with every fortifying hope? A dozen critics rose to the defense of civilization. Borde of the Lyons Academy, Lacat of the Rouen Academy, Formet of the Berlin Academy, and not least the genial Stanislas Leszczynski, once King of Poland, now Duke of Lorraine. Scholars pointed out that the diatribe merely enlarged the doubts that Montaigne had voiced in his essay on cannibals. Others heard the voice of Pascal retreating from science to religion, and of course 1,000 doctors and saints had long since condemned civilization as a disease or a sin. Theologians could claim that the innocence and happiness of the state of nature, from which in Rousseau's theory man had lapsed, was only the Eden story retold. Civilization took the place of original sin as causing the fall of man. In both cases, the desire for knowledge had ended bliss. Sophisticates like Voltaire wondered that a man 37 years old should have written such a juvenile Jeremiad against the achievements of science, the boon of good manners, and the inspirations of art. Artists like Boucher might well have squirmed under Rousseau's lash, but artists like Chardin and Latour could have charged him with indiscriminate generalization. Soldiers smiled at the tender musician's exaltation of martial qualities and perpetual readiness for war. Rousseau's friend Grimm protested against any return to nature. "What devilish nonsense!" he exclaimed, and asked a thorny question. "What is nature?" Bayle had remarked, "There is scarcely a word that is used more vaguely than nature. The conclusion is not certain that because this comes from nature, therefore this is good and right. We see in the human species many very bad things, although it cannot be doubted that they are the work of nature." Rousseau's conception of primitive nature was, of course, a romantic idealization. Nature, life without social regulation and protection, is red in tooth and claw, and its ultimate law is kill or be killed. The nature that Jean-Jacques loved, as in Vevey or Clairon, was a nature civilized, tamed, and refined by man. In truth, he did not want to go back to primitive conditions, with all their filth, insecurity, and physical violence. He wished to return to the patriarchal family cultivating the soil and living on its fruits. He longed to be freed from the rules and restraints of polished society, and from the classic style of moderation and reason. He hated Paris and yearned for Les Charmettes. Toward the end of his life, in Les Rêveries d'un Promeneur Solitaire, he idealized his maladaptation. "I was born the most confiding of men, and for 40 years together never was this confidence deceived for a single time. Falling suddenly among another order of persons and things, I slipped into 1,000 snares. Once convinced that there was nothing but deceit and falsity in the grimacing demonstrations which had been lavished upon me, I passed rapidly to the other extreme. I became disgusted with men. I have never been truly accustomed to civil society, where all is worry, obligation, duty, and where my natural independence renders me always incapable of the subjections necessary to whoever wishes to live among men." And in the Confessions he bravely admitted that this first discourse, though full of force and fire, was absolutely wanting in logic and order. "Of all the works I ever wrote, it is the weakest in reasoning, and the most devoid of number," meaning prose rhythm, and harmony. Nevertheless, he replied vigorously to his critics and reaffirmed his paradoxes. He made an exception as a courtesy to Stanislas. On second thought, he decided not to burn the libraries or close the universities and academies. All we should gain by this would be to plunge Europe once more into barbarism. And when men are corrupt, it is better for them to be learned than ignorant. But he recanted no item in his indictment of Parisian society. To mark his withdrawal from it, he discarded sword and gold braid and white stockings, and dressed in the simple garb and smaller wig of the middle class. "Thus," said Marmontel, "from that moment he chose the role he was to play and the mask he was to wear. If it was a mask, it was so well and persistently worn that it became part of the man and changed the face of history." 6. Paris and Geneva, 1750–54. In December 1750, Rousseau suffered so severely from his bladder ailment that he was confined to his bed for 6 weeks. This misfortune increased his tendency to melancholy and privacy. His rich acquaintances sent him their own physicians, but the medical science of the time had not equipped them to help him. The more I submitted to their direction, the yellower, thinner, and feebler I became. My imagination presented to me on this side of the tomb nothing but continued sufferings from the gravel, stone, and retention of urine. Everything which gave relief to others, tisons, baths, and bleeding, increased my tortures. Early in 1751, Thérèse presented him with the third child, which followed its predecessors to the foundling asylum. He later explained that he was too poor to bring up children, that they would have been ruined by being reared by the Levasseurs, and that they would have played havoc with his work as a writer and a musician. His sickness had compelled him to resign his position and income as cashier for Dupin de Franqueuil. Henceforth he supported himself chiefly by copying music at 10 sous the page. Through the negligence of Diderot or the parsimony of the publishers, Rousseau received nothing from the sale of his discourse. His music proved more profitable than his philosopher. On October 18, 1752, through Duclos' influence, Rousseau's operetta, Le Devin du Village, was presented before king and court at Fontainebleau, and with such success that it was repeated there a week later. A performance for the public in Paris on March 1, 1753, won a wider acclaim, and the retiring author found himself again a celebrity. The little intermède, for which Rousseau had written both words and music, was almost an obligato to the discourse. The shepherdess Colette, saddened by the flirtations of Colin with urban demoiselles, is instructed by the village soothsayer to win him back by flirtations of her own. Colin, jealous, returns, and together they sing ballads praising rural as against city life. Rousseau attended the premiere and was almost reconciled to society. There is no clapping before the king, therefore everything was heard, which was advantageous to the author and the piece. I heard about me the whispering of women, who appeared as beautiful as angels. They said to one another in a low voice, "This is charming, this is ravishing. There is not a sound that does not go to the heart." The pleasure of giving this emotion to so many amiable persons moved me to tears, and these I could not restrain in the first duet, when I observed that I was not the only person who wept. That evening the Duc d'Aumont sent him word to come to the palace the next morning at 11 to be presented to the king, and the messenger added that the king was expected to give the composer a pension. But Rousseau's bladder vetoed the plan. Will it be believed that the night of so brilliant a day was for me a night of anguish and perplexity? My first thought was that after being presented I should frequently want to retire. This had made me suffer very considerably at the theatre, and might torment me the next day, when I should be in the gallery or in the king's apartment, amongst all the great, waiting for the departure of his Majesty. My infirmity was the principal cause which prevented me from mixing in polite companies and enjoying the conversation of the fair. None but persons who are acquainted with this situation can judge of the horror which being exposed to the risk of it inspires. So he sent word that he could not come. 2 days later Diderot reproved him for missing such a chance to provide more fitly for himself and Thérèse. He spoke of the pension with more warmth than on such a subject I should have expected from a philosopher. Although I was obliged to him for his good wishes, I could not relish his maxims, which produced a heated dispute, the first I ever had with him. He was not without some profit from his Devin. Madame de Pompadour liked it so well that she herself played the part of Colette in its second presentation at the court. She sent him 50 louis d'or, and Louis sent him 100. The king himself, with the worst voice in his kingdom, went around singing Colette's sad aria, J'ai perdu mon serviteur, a premonition of Gluck. Meanwhile, Rousseau prepared articles on music for the Encyclopédie. These I executed in great haste, and consequently very ill in the 3 months that Diderot had allowed me. Rameau criticized these contributions severely in a pamphlet, Erreurs sur la musique dans l'Encyclopédie, in 1755. Rousseau amended the articles and made them the basis of a Dictionnaire de la musique in 1767. His contemporaries, excepting Rameau, rated him a musician of the very first order. We should now consider him as a good composer in a minor genre, but he was without question the most interesting writer on music in that generation. When a troupe of Italian opera singers invaded Paris in 1752, a controversy flared up on the relative merits of French versus Italian music. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 1. When a troupe of Italian opera singers invaded Paris in 1752, a controversy flared up on the relative merits of French versus Italian music. Rousseau leaped into the fray with a Lettres sur la musique française in 1753, in which, said Grimm, he proves that it is impossible to compose music to French words, that the French language is altogether unfit for music, that the French have never had music and never will. Rousseau was all for melody. We sang some old song, he wrote in his Rêverie, which was far better than modern discord. What age has not heard that plaint? In the article Opéra, in his Dictionnaire de la Musique, he gave a cue to Wagner. He defined opera as a dramatic and lyrical spectacle, which seeks to reunite all the charms of the Beaux-Arts in the representation of a passionate action. The constituents of an opera are the poem, the music, and the decoration. The poetry speaks to the spirit, the music to the ear, the painting to the eye. Greek dramas could be called operas. About this time, in 1752, Maurice Quentin de la Tour portrayed Rousseau in pastel. He called Jean-Jacques smiling, handsome, and well-groomed. Diderot condemned the portrait as unfair to the truth. Marmontel described Rousseau as seen in these years at D'Holbach's dinners. He had just gained the prize at Dijon, a timid politeness, sometimes so obsequious as to border on humility. Through his fearful reserve, distrust was visible. His lowering eyes watched everything with a look full of gloomy suspicion. He seldom entered into conversation, and rarely opened himself to us. Having so forcefully denounced science and philosophy, Rousseau was ill at ease among the philosophes who dominated the salons. His discourse had committed him to the defense of religion. Madame d'Épinay tells how, at a dinner given by Madame Quinault, the hostess, finding the talk too irreverent, begged her guests to respect at least natural religion. "No more than any other," retorted the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, lately Voltaire's rival for Madame du Châtelet, and soon to be Rousseau's for Madame Dudettot. Madame d'Épinay continues, "At this answer Rousseau became angry and muttered something which made the company laugh at him. 'If,' he said, 'it is cowardice to allow anyone to speak ill of an absent friend, it is a crime to allow anyone to speak ill of his God, who is present. And I believe in God, messieurs.' Turning to Saint-Lambert, I said, 'You, monsieur, who are a poet, will agree with me that the existence of an eternal being, all-powerful and supremely intelligent, is the germ of the most beautiful enthusiasm.' 'I confess,' he replied, 'that it is beautiful to see this God inclining his face to the earth, but it is the germ of the follies—' 'Monsieur,' interrupted Rousseau, 'if you say one word more I shall leave the room.' In fact, he had left his seat and was seriously meditating flight when the Prince de Blanc was announced. And everybody forgot the subject of the debate. If we may believe Madame d'Épinay's memoir, Rousseau told her that these atheists well deserved eternal hell. In the preface to his comedy Narcisse, which was played by the Comédie Française on December 18, 1752, Rousseau renewed his war on civilization. The taste for letters always announces in a people the commencement of a corruption which it very soon accelerates. This taste arises in a nation only from two evil sources, idleness and the desire for distinction. Nevertheless, he continued till 1754 to attend D'Holbach's synagogue of freethinkers. There, one day, Marmontel, Grimm, Saint-Lambert, and others heard the Abbé Petit read a tragedy that he had composed. They found it lamentable, but praised it handsomely. The Abbé had too much wine in him to perceive their irony, and swelled with content. Rousseau, resenting the insincerity of his friends, fell upon the Abbé with a merciless tirade. "Your piece is worthless. All these gentlemen are mocking you. Go away from here, and return to be vicar in your village." D'Holbach reproved Rousseau for his rudeness. Rousseau left in anger, and for a year he stayed away. His companions had destroyed his Catholicism, but not his faith in the fundamentals of Christianity. His boyhood Protestantism came to the surface again as his Catholicism subsided. He idealized the Geneva of his youth, and thought that he would be more comfortable there than in a Paris that irked his soul. If he returned to Geneva, he would regain the proud title of citizen, with the exclusive privileges that this implied. In June 1754 he took the coach to Chambéry, found Madame de Warren poor and unhappy, opened his purse to her, and went on to Geneva. There he was welcomed as a repentant prodigal son. He seems to have signed a statement reaffirming the Calvinist creed. The Genevan clergy rejoiced in the reclamation of an encyclopedist to their evangelical faith. He was reinstated as a citizen, and thereafter proudly signed himself Jean-Jacques Rousseau, citoyen. I was so impressed with the kindness shown me by the civic council and the ecclesiastical consistory, and by the great civility and obliging behavior of the magistrates, ministers, and citizens, that I did not think of going back to Paris except to break up housekeeping, find a situation for Monsieur and Madame Levasseur, or provide for their subsistence, and then return with Thérèse to Geneva, there to settle for the rest of my days. He could now appreciate more thoroughly than in his boyhood the beauty of the lake and its shores. I preserved a lively remembrance of the farther end of the lake, and of this, some years afterward, I gave a description in La Nouvelle Héloïse. The Swiss peasants entered into the bucolic idyll he was to write in that novel. They owned their farms, were free from poll tax and corvée, busied themselves with domestic crafts in winter, and stood contentedly apart from the noise and strife of the world. He had in mind the small city-states of Switzerland when he described his political ideal in Le Contrat Social. In October 1754, he left for Paris, promising to be back soon. Voltaire arrived in Geneva 2 months after Rousseau's departure, and settled down at Les Délices. In Paris, Jean-Jacques resumed his friendship with Diderot and Grimm, but not as trustfully as before. When he learned that Madame d'Holbach had died, he wrote the Baron a tender letter of condolence. The two men were reconciled, and Rousseau again sat at table with the infidels. For 3 years more he was, to all appearances, one of the philosophes. His new Calvinist creed sat lightly on his thoughts. He was absorbed now in seeing through the press his second discourse, which was to be more world-shaking than the first. 7. The Crimes of Civilization. In November 1753, the Dijon Academy announced another competition. The new question was, what is the origin of inequality among men, and is it authorized by natural law? Struck with this great question, says Rousseau, I was surprised that the Academy had dared to propose it, but since it had shown the courage, I immediately undertook the discussion. He entitled his contribution Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes. At Chambéry, on June 12, 1754, he dedicated the second discourse to the Republic of Geneva, and added an address to the most honorable, significant, and sovereign lords, voicing some notable opinions on politics. In my researches after the best rules common sense can lay down for the constitution of a government, I have been so struck at finding them all in actuality in your own, that even had I not been born within your walls, I should have thought it indispensable for me to offer this picture of human society to that people which of all others seems to be possessed of its greatest advantages, and to have best guarded against its abuses. He complimented Geneva in terms quite applicable to Switzerland today. A country diverted by a fortunate lack of power from the brutal love of conquest, and secured by a still more fortunate situation from the fear of becoming itself the conquest of other states. A free city situated between several nations, none of which should have any interest in attacking it, while each had an interest in preventing it from being attacked by the others. And the future idol of the French Revolution approved the limitations placed upon democracy in Geneva, where only 8% of the population could vote. In order to prevent self-interest and ill-conceived projects, and all such dangerous innovations as finally ruined the Athenians, each man should not be at liberty to propose new laws at pleasure. This right should belong exclusively to the magistrates. It is above all the great antiquity of the laws which makes them sacred and venerable. Men soon learn to despise laws which they see daily altered. And states, by accustoming themselves to neglect their ancient customs under the pretext of improvement, often introduce greater evils than those they endeavor to remove. Was this only a plea for readmission to Genevan citizenship? This aim having been achieved, Rousseau submitted his essay to the Dijon Academy. He was not awarded the prize, but when in June 1755 he published the Discours, he had the satisfaction of becoming again the exciting topic of Paris salons. He had left no paradox unturned to stir debate. He did not deny natural or biological inequality. He recognized that some individuals are by birth healthier or stronger than others in body or character or mind. But he argued that all other inequalities, economic, political, social, moral, are unnatural, and arose when men left the state of nature, established private property, and set up states to protect property and privilege. Man is naturally good. He becomes bad chiefly through social institutions that restrain or corrupt his tendencies to natural behavior. Rousseau pictured an ideal primitive condition in which most men were strong of limb, fleet of foot, clear of eye, and lived a life of action in which thought was always a tool and incident of action, not an enfeebling substitute for it. He contrasted this natural health with the proliferating diseases engendered in civilization by wealth and sedentary occupations. The greater part of our ills are of our own making, and we may have avoided them nearly all by adhering to that simple, uniform, and solitary manner of life which nature prescribed. If she destined man to be healthy, I venture to declare that a state of reflection is a state contrary to nature, and that a thinking man is a depraved animal. L'homme qui médite est un animal dépravé. When we think of the good constitution of the savages, at least of those whom we have not ruined with our spirituous liquors, and reflect that they are troubled with hardly any disorders save wounds and old age, we are tempted to believe that in following the history of civil society we shall be telling that of human sickness. Rousseau admitted that his ideal state of nature perhaps never existed and probably never will. He offered it not as a fact of history, but as a standard of comparison. This is what he meant by the startling proposal, "Let us begin then by laying facts aside, as they do not affect the question. The investigations we may enter into must not be treated as historical truths, but only as conditional and hypothetical reasonings. However, we may form some idea of man's life before the rise of social organization, by observing the condition and conduct of modern states, for states today remain in a state of nature, each individually sovereign and knowing in actuality no law but those of cunning and force. We may suppose that pre-social man lived in a like condition of individual sovereignty, insecurity, collective chaos, and intermittent violence. Rousseau's ideal was not such an imaginary pre-social existence, for society may be old as man, but a later stage of development in which men lived in patriarchal families and tribal groups, and had not yet instituted private property. The most ancient of all societies, and the only one that is natural, is the family. That was the time of maximal happiness for mankind. It had defects, pains, and punishments, but it had no laws beyond parental authority and family discipline. It was altogether the best state that man could experience, so that he can have departed from it only through some fatal accident. That accident was the establishment of individual property, from which came economic, political, and social inequality, and most of the evils of modern life. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, bethought himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society. From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes, might not anyone have saved mankind by pulling up the stakes or filling up the ditch, and crying to his fellows, "Beware of listening to this impostor. You are undone if you once forget that the fruits of the earth belong to us all, and the earth itself to nobody." From that permitted usurpation came the curses of civilization. Class divisions, slavery, serfdom, envy, robbery, war, legal injustice, political corruption, commercial chicanery, inventions, science, literature, art, progress. In one word, degeneration. To protect private property, force was organized and became the state. To facilitate government, law was developed to habituate the weak to submit to the strong with a minimum of force and expense. Hence it came about that the privileged few gorged themselves with superfluities, while the starving multitude lacked the bare necessities of life. Added to these basic inequities is a mass of derivative iniquities. Shameful methods sometimes practiced to prevent the birth of human beings. Abortion, infanticide, castration, perversions. The exposure or murder of multitudes of infants who fall victims to the poverty of their parents. All these calamities are demoralizing. They are unknown to animals. They make civilization a cancer on the body of mankind. In comparison with this polymorphous corruption and perversity, the life of the savage is healthy, sane, and humane. Should we therefore go back to savagery? Must societies be totally abolished? Must mine and thine be annulled, and must we return to the forests to live among bears? That is no longer possible for us. The poison of civilization is in our blood, and we shall not eradicate it by flight to the woods. To end private property, government, and law would be to plunge the people into a chaos worse than civilization. Once man has left it, he can never return to the time of innocence and equality. Revolution may be justified, for force may justly overthrow what force has set up and maintained, but revolution is not now advisable. The best we can do is to study the Gospels again and try to cleanse our evil impulses by practicing the ethics of Christianity. We can make a natural sympathy for our fellow men the basis of morality and social order. We can resolve to live a less complicated life, content with necessaries, scorning luxuries, shunning the race and fever of progress. We can slough off one by one the artificialities, hypocrisies, and corruptions of civilization, and remold ourselves to honesty, naturalness, and sincerity. We can leave the noise and riot of our cities, their hatreds, licentiousness, and crimes, and go to live in rural simplicity and domestic duties and content. We can abandon the pretensions and blind alleys of philosophy, and return to a religious faith that will uphold us in the face of suffering and death. Today, having heard all this 100 times, we sense a certain artificiality in this righteous indignation. We are not sure that the evils Rousseau described arise from corrupt institutions rather than from the nature of man. After all, it is human nature that made the institutions. When Jean-Jacques wrote his second discourse, the idealization of the friendly and flowing savage had reached its peak. In 1640, Walter Hammond had published a pamphlet proving that the inhabitants of Madagascar are the happiest people in the world. Jesuit accounts of Huron and Iroquois Indians seemed to bear out Defoe's picture of Robinson Crusoe's amiable man Friday. Voltaire generally laughed at the legend of the noble savage, but he used it gaily in L'Ingénu. Diderot played with it in the Supplément au Voyage de Bougainville, but Helvétius ridiculed Rousseau's idealization of the savage, and Duclos, though a faithful friend of Jean-Jacques, argued that it is among savages that crime is most frequent. The childhood of a nation is not its age of innocence. All in all, the intellectual climate favored Rousseau's thesis. The victims of Rousseau's invective calmed their consciences by representing the discourse, like its predecessor, as a pose. Madame du Deffand, openly called him a charlatan. Skeptics laughed at his professions of Christian orthodoxy, at his literal interpretation of Genesis. The philosophes began to distrust him as upsetting their schemes to win the government to their ideas of social reform. They were not in favor of appealing to the resentments of the poor. They recognized the reality of exploitation, but they saw no constructive principle in the replacement of magistrates with mobs. The government itself made no protest against Rousseau's denunciations. Probably the court took the essay as an exercise in declamation. Rousseau was proud of his eloquence. He sent a copy of the discourse to Voltaire and anxiously awaited a word of praise. Voltaire's reply is one of the gems of French literature, wisdom, and manners. "I have received, monsieur, your new book against the human race. I thank you for it. You will please men, to whom you tell truths that concern them, but you will not correct them. You paint in very true colors the horrors of human society. No one has ever employed so much intellect to persuade men to be beasts. In reading your work one is seized with the desire to walk on four paws. However, as it is more than 60 years since I lost that habit, I feel unfortunately that it is impossible for me to resume it. I agree with you that literature and the sciences have sometimes been the cause of much evil, but admit that neither Cicero, nor Varro, nor Lucretius, nor Virgil, nor Horace had the least share in the proscriptions of Marius, Sulla, Antony, Lepidus, Octavius. Confess that Petrarch and Boccaccio did not cause the intestine troubles of Italy, that the badinage of Marot did not cause the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and that Corneille's Le Cid did not produce the wars of the Fronde. The great crimes were committed by celebrated but ignorant men. That which has made and will always make this world a vale of tears is the insatiable cupidity and indomitable pride of men. Literature nourishes the soul, corrects it, consoles it. It makes your glory at the same time that you write against it. Monsieur Chapuis informs me that your health is quite bad. You must come and restore it in your native air, to enjoy freedom, to drink with me the milk of our cows and browse on our herbs. I am, very philosophically and with the tenderest esteem, monsieur, your very humble and very obedient servant." Rousseau replied with equal courtesy and promised to visit Lady Lys when he returned to Switzerland. But he was deeply disappointed by the reception of his discourse in the Geneva to which he had dedicated it with such ingratiating praise. Apparently the tight little oligarchy that ruled the Republic felt some of the barbs of that essay and did not relish Rousseau's wholesale condemnation of property, government, and law. I did not perceive that a single Genevan was pleased with the hearty zeal found in the work. He decided that the time was not ripe for his return to Geneva. 8. The Conservative. The same year, 1755, that witnessed the publication of the second discourse saw the appearance in Volume 5 of the Encyclopédie of a long article by Rousseau, Discours sur l'économie politique. It requires note because it diverged from the earlier discourses in some vital particulars. Here, society, government, and law are honored as natural results of man's nature and needs, and private property is described as a social boon and a basic right. It is certain that the right of property is the most sacred of all the rights of citizenship, and even more important in some respects than liberty itself. Property is the true foundation of civil society and the real guarantee of the undertakings of citizens. That is, men will not work beyond the provision of their simplest needs unless they may keep the surplus product as their own to consume or transmit as they may desire. Now, Rousseau approves the bequest of property from parents to children and cheerfully accepts the class divisions that result. Nothing is more fatal to morality and the Republic than the continual shifting of rank and fortune among the citizens. Such changes are both the proof and the source of 1,000 disorders, and overturn and confound everything. But he continues to inveigh against social injustice and the class favoritism of the law. Just as the state should protect private property and its lawful inheritance, so the members of a society ought to contribute from their property to the support of the state. A rigorous tax ought to be laid upon all persons in graduated proportion to their property and the superfluity of their possessions. There should be no tax on necessaries, but a heavy tax on luxuries. The state should finance a national system of education. If the children are brought up in common, in national schools, in the bosom of equality, if they are imbued with the laws of the state and the precepts of the general will, we cannot doubt that they will cherish one another mutually as brothers, to become in time defenders and fathers of the country of which they will have been the children. Patriotism is better than cosmopolitanism or a watery pretense of universal sympathy. As the two earlier discourses were overwhelmingly individualistic, so the article on political economy is predominantly socialistic. Now, for the first time, Rousseau announces his peculiar doctrine that there is in every society a general will over and above the algebraic sum of the wishes and dislikes of its constituent individuals. The community, in Rousseau's developing philosophy, is a social organism with its own soul. The body politic is also a moral being, possessed of a will, and this general will, which tends always to the preservation and welfare of the whole and of every part, is the source of the laws, and constitutes for all the members of the state, in their relations to one another, the rule of what is just or unjust. Around this conception, Rousseau builds the ethics and the politics that will henceforth dominate his views of public affairs. The rebel who thought of virtue as the expression of the free and natural man now defines it as nothing more than the conformity of particular wills with the general will. And he who so recently saw law as one of the sins of civilization, as a convenient tool for keeping exploited masses in docile order, now declares that it is to law alone that men owe justice and liberty. It is that salutary organ of the will of all which establishes in civil right the natural equality between men. It is the celestial voice which dictates to each citizen the precepts of public reason. Perhaps the harassed editors of the Encyclopédie had cautioned Rousseau to moderate in this article his attack upon civilization. 7 years later, in the Social Contract, we shall find him defending the community against the individual, and building his political philosophy upon the notion of a sacred and supreme general will. Meanwhile, however, he continued to be an individualist and a rebel, hating Paris, asserting himself against his friends, and making fresh enemies every day. 9. Escape from Paris, 1756. His closest friends now were Grimm, Diderot, and Madame d'Épinay. Grimm was born in Ratisbon in 1723, and was therefore 11 years younger than Rousseau. He was educated at Leipzig in the closing decade of Bach's life, and received from Johann August Ernesti a solid grounding in the languages and literature of ancient Greece and Rome. Coming to Paris in 1749, he learned French with German thoroughness, and was soon writing articles for Le Mercure. In 1750 he became private secretary to Count von Friesen. His love of music attached him to Rousseau, while a deeper hunger brought him to the feet of Mademoiselle Fell, a singer at the opera. When she preferred Monsieur Cahuzac, Grimm, says Rousseau, took this so much to heart that the appearances of his affliction became tragical. He passed days and nights in a continued lethargy. He lay with his eyes open, without speaking, eating, or stirring. The Abbé Raynal and I watched over him. The Abbé, more robust than I, and in better health than I, was by night, and I by day, without ever both being absent at one time. Von Friesen summoned a doctor, who refused to prescribe anything except time. At length, one morning, Grimm rose, dressed himself, and returned to his regular way of life, without either then or later mentioning this irregular lethargy. Rousseau introduced Grimm to Diderot, and the three of them dreamed of going to Italy together. Grimm absorbed avidly the stream of ideas spouting from the cornucopia of Diderot's mind. He learned the language of the irreverent philosophe, wrote an agnostic Catéchisme pour les enfants, and advised von Friesen to take 3 mistresses at one time, in memory of the Holy Trinity. Rousseau was irked by the growing intimacy between Grimm, whom Sainte-Beuve was to call the most French of Germans, and Diderot, the most German of Frenchmen. Grimm, Jean-Jacques complained, "You neglect me, and I forgive you for it." Grimm took him at his word. He said I was right, and shook off all restraint, so that I saw no more of him except in company with our common friends. In 1747, the Abbé Raynal had begun to send to French and foreign subscribers a fortnightly newsletter, Nouvelles Littéraires, reporting events in the French world of letters, science, philosophy, and art. In 1753, he turned the enterprise over to Grimm, who, with help from Diderot and others, carried it on till 1790. Under Grimm, the letters had many distinguished subscribers, including Queen Louisa Ulrica of Sweden, former King Stanislas Leszczynski of Poland, Catherine II of Russia, the Princess of Saxe-Gotha, the Prince and Princess of Hesse-Darmstadt, the Duchess of Saxe-Coburg, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Duke Karl August of Saxe-Weimar. Frederick the Great held back for a time, having several correspondents in France. Finally, he consented to receive the letters, but he never paid. Grimm's first number, May 1753, announced his plan. In the sheets which are requested of us, we shall not spend time over the brochures with which Paris is daily inundated. Rather, we shall seek to give an exact account, a logical analysis, critique raisonnée, of the books which deserve to hold the attention of the public. The drama, which constitutes so brilliant a part of French literature, will be a considerable part of our report. In general, we shall let nothing escape us which is worthy of the curiosity of other peoples. This famous Correspondance littéraire is now a chief and precious record for the intellectual history of France in the second half of the 18th century. Grimm could be forthright in his critiques, since these were not known to the French public or to the author discussed. He was usually fair, except later to Rousseau. He made many judicious judgments, but misjudged Candide as unable to bear serious criticism. This, however, was without prejudice, for he described Voltaire as the most fascinating, the most agreeable, and the most famous man in Europe. Voltaire returned the compliment in his impish way. "What is this Bohemian thinking about, to have more wit than we?" It was Grimm's Correspondance, more than any other writings except Voltaire's, that spread through Europe the ideas of the French Enlightenment. Yet he had his doubts of the philosophes and their faith in progress. "The world," he said, "is made up of nothing but abuses which none but a madman would try to reform." And in 1757 he wrote, "It seems to me that the 18th century has surpassed all others in the eulogiums that it has heaped upon itself. A little more, and the best minds will persuade themselves that the mild and peaceful empire of philosophy is about to succeed the long tempests of unreason, and to establish forever the repose, the tranquillity, and the happiness of mankind. But unluckily the true philosopher has less consoling but more accurate notions. I am a long way from believing that we are approaching the age of reason, and I lack but little of believing that Europe is threatened by some fatal revolution." We catch here a hint of the pride and vanity that sometimes irritated Grimm's friends. More Gallic than the Gauls, he spent hours on grooming himself, powdering his face and hair, and so sprinkling himself with perfume that he was nicknamed the Musk Bear. His Correspondance shows him scattering compliments with expectant hand. Frederick the Great made it a condition of subscribing to the letters that Grimm should spare me his compliments. Such flattery, of course, was part of epistolary style in the old regime. Grimm, usually cold and calculating, caught the attention of Paris by almost dying for Mademoiselle Fell and fighting a duel for Madame d'Épinay. Louise Florence Tardieu d'Esclavelle was the daughter of a Valenciennes baron who died in the king's service in 1737. 8 years later, Louise, aged 20, married Denis-Joseph Lalive d'Épinay, son of a rich tax collector. They came to live in the handsome Château de la Chevrette, 9 miles from Paris, near the forest of Montmorency. Her happiness bubbled. "Will my heart ever be able to endure such happiness?" she wondered. She wrote to a cousin, "He was playing the harpsichord. I was sitting on the arm of his chair, my left hand resting on his shoulder and my other hand turning over the leaves. He never missed kissing it each time it passed in front of his lips." She was not beautiful, but she was charmingly petite, très bien faite, she tells us, and her big black eyes would later ravish Voltaire. But always to feel the same thing is soon the same as to feel nothing. After a year, Monsieur d'Épinay no longer noticed those eyes. He had been promiscuous before marriage. He became so again. He drank heavily, gambled heavily, and spent a fortune on the sisters Verrières, whom he installed in a cottage near La Chevrette. Meanwhile, his wife bore him 2 children. In 1748 he returned from a trip in the provinces, slept with his wife, and infected her with syphilis. Broken in health and spirits, she secured a legal separation from her husband. He agreed to a generous settlement. She inherited the fortune of her uncle. She kept La Chevrette. She tried to forget her unhappiness by caring for her children and helping her friends. When one of these, Madame de Julie, fell mortally ill of smallpox, Louise went to nurse her and stayed with her to the end, running the risk of an infection that might have killed her or disfigured her for life. All her friends agreed that she should take a lover. One came in 1746, that same Dupin de Franqueuil who gave employment to Rousseau. He began with music and ended with syphilis. He was soon cured, while she continued to suffer. He joined her husband in sharing the Demoiselles de Verrières. Duclos told her bluntly, "Franqueuil and your husband have the 2 sisters between them." She fell into a delirium that lasted 30 hours. Duclos sought to take Dupin's place, but she sent him away. To these misfortunes another was added. Madame de Julie, dying, had given Louise a batch of papers revealing her amours, with an earnest request to burn them. Louise did. Then Monsieur de Julie accused her of having knowingly burned the certificates of her own indebtedness to him. She denied the charge, but appearances were against her, for it was known that despite separation she was giving her husband financial help. It was at this juncture that Grimm entered the drama. He had been introduced to Louise by Rousseau in 1751. The 3 had several times played or sung music together. One evening, at a party given by Count von Friesen, a guest expressed conviction of Madame d'Épinay's guilt. Grimm defended her. Argument rose to the point of honor. Accuser and defender fought a duel. Grimm was slightly wounded. Soon afterward, the lost documents were found. Madame was exonerated. She thanked Grimm as her preux chevalier, and their mutual esteem ripened into one of the most enduring loves of that fitful age. When Baron d'Holbach sickened with grief over the death of his wife, and Grimm went off to take care of him in the countryside, Louise asked him, "But who will be my knight, monsieur, if I am attacked in your absence?" Grimm answered, "The same as before, your past life." The reply was not beyond cavil, but it was beyond praise. Rousseau had met Madame d'Épinay in 1748 at Madame Dupin's. She invited him to La Chevrette. Her memoirs describe him fairly. He pays compliments, yet he is not polite, or at least he is without the air of politeness. He seems to be ignorant of the usages of society, but it is easily seen that he is infinitely intelligent. He has a brown complexion, white eyes that overflow with fire and give animation to his expression. They say he is in bad health and endures agony which he carefully conceals. It is this, I fancy, which gives him from time to time an air of sullenness. His picture of her is not very gallant. Her conversation, though agreeable enough in mixed company, was uninteresting in private. I was happy to show her little attentions and gave her little fraternal kisses, which seemed not to be more sensual than herself. She was very thin, very pale, and had a bosom like the back of her hand. This defect alone would have been sufficient to moderate my most ardent desires. For 7 years he was welcomed in Madame d'Épinay's home. When she saw how uncomfortable he was in Paris, she thought of ways to help him, but she knew that he would refuse money. One day, as they were walking through her park behind La Chevrette, she showed him a cottage called L'Hermitage, which had belonged to her husband. It was unused and in disrepair, but its situation, on the very edge of the forest of Montmorency, excited Rousseau to exclaim, "Ah, madame, what a delightful habitation! This asylum was expressly prepared for me." Madame made no reply, but when in September 1755 they walked again to the cottage, Rousseau was surprised to find it repaired, the 6 rooms furnished, and the grounds cleared and neat. He quotes her as saying, "My dear, here behold your refuge. It is you who have chosen it. Friendship offers it to you. I hope this will remove your cruel idea of separating from me." She knew that he had thought of residing in Switzerland. Perhaps she did not know that his enthusiasm for Geneva had cooled. He bathed with tears the beneficent hand of his friend, but hesitated to accept her offer. She won Thérèse and Madame Levasseur to her plan, and at length she triumphed over all my resolutions. On Easter Sunday, 1756, adding grace to her gift, she came to Paris in her coach and took her bear, as she called him, along with his mistress and his mother-in-law, to the Hermitage. Thérèse did not relish separation from Paris, but Rousseau, sniffing the air, was happier than at any time since his idyll with Madame de Warens. On April 9th, 1756, I began to live. Grimm darkened the occasion with a warning to Madame d'Épinay. "You do Rousseau a very ill service by giving him the Hermitage, but you do yourself a very much worse one. Solitude will complete the work of blackening his imagination. All his friends will be in his eyes unjust and ungrateful, and you first of all, if you refuse a single time to place yourself at his orders." Then Grimm, now secretary to Maréchal d'Estrées, went off to play his part in the war that was to remake the map of the world. Chapter 2. The 7 Years' War, 1756 to 63. 1. How to start a war. By 1756, Europe had known 8 years of peace. But the War of the Austrian Succession had settled nothing. It had left Austria insecure in Bohemia and Italy, Prussia insecure in Silesia, Britain insecure in Hanover, France insecure in India, America, and on the Rhine. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748 had achieved no territorial settlement comparable in stability to that reached by the Treaty of Westphalia a century before. The old balance of power had been disturbed by the growth of the Prussian army and the British navy. That army might sally forth on new absorptions. That navy needed only time to capture the colonies of France, Holland, and Spain. The rising spirit of nationalism was fed in England by the profits and prospects of commerce, in Prussia by successful war, in France by a cultural superiority uncomfortably conscious of martial decline. The conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism had ended in a stalemate. Both sides waited for some turn of chance to renew the 30 Years' War for possession of the European soul. Austria took the initiative in preparing a new throw of the human dice. Maria Theresa, the 39-years-old but still fair head of the Austrian Empire, had all the pride of her Habsburg ancestry, all the anger of a woman scorned. How could she live with Silesia amputated from her inherited realm, whose territorial integrity all the major states of Europe had guaranteed? Even the Frederick who had humiliated her would later praise her courage and ability, and the way in which, when it seemed that events were conspiring to ruin her, this younger ruler caught the spirit of government and became the soul of her council. Defeated, yielding Silesia as the price of peace, she made the peace only a truce and devoted herself to the reform of administration, the restoration of her shattered armies, and the acquisition of strong allies. Frequently she visited the camps where her troops were being trained. For this purpose she traveled to Prague in Bohemia, to Olmütz in Moravia. She inspired the soldiers with rewards and distinctions, and even more by her regal and yet womanly presence. Her generals did not have to swear fidelity to her, for this was in their blood and chivalry. So the Prince of Liechtenstein spent 200,000 écus, or about $1.5 million, of his fortune in recruiting and equipping for her a complete artillery corps. She founded near Vienna a war college for the younger nobility and brought to its staff the best teachers of geometry, geography, fortification, and history. Under her, said Frederick, the military of Austria acquired a degree of perfection never known to her predecessors, and a woman carried out designs worthy of a great man. Diplomacy was the other side of the design. She sent agents everywhere to win friends for Austria and stir up hostility to Frederick. She noted the rising strength of Russia, which had been organized by Peter the Great and was now commanded by the Tsarina Elizaveta Petrovna. She saw to it that Frederick's sarcastic remarks about the amours of the Russian empress should reach her ears. Maria Theresa would gladly have renewed her alliance with England, but that entente had been soured by England's separate peace with Prussia in 1745, which had compelled Austria to surrender Silesia. Now England's foreign policy was turning to protect her trade in the Baltic against the power of Russia, and her hold on Hanover against any threat from Prussia or France. She depended upon Russia for the timber of her navy, and she depended upon her navy for victory in war. So on September 30th, 1755, England signed a treaty that bound Russia, in return for English subsidies, to maintain 55,000 troops in Livonia. These, the English hoped, would deter Frederick from any expansionist adventures to the west. But how should England deal with France? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. But how should England deal with France? For hundreds of years, France had been her enemy. Time and again, France had fomented or financed Scottish hostilities to England. Repeatedly, she had prepared or threatened to invade the British Isles. Now she was the only state that challenged Britain on the seas and in the colonial world. To defeat France decisively would be to win her colonies in America and India. It would be to destroy her navy or render it impotent. The British Empire would then be not only secure, but supreme. So William Pitt the Elder argued to Parliament day after day in the most forceful oratory that body had ever heard. But could France be defeated? Yes, said Pitt, by allying Prussia to England. Would it not be dangerous to let Prussia grow stronger? No, Pitt answered. Prussia had a great army, which on this plan would help England to protect Hanover, but she had no navy, and therefore could not rival Britain on the sea. It seemed wiser to let Protestant Prussia replace Catholic France or Catholic Austria as the dominant power on the continent, if that would let Britannia rule the waves and capture colonies. Any victories of Frederick in Europe would strengthen England overseas. Hence Pitt's boast that he would win America and India on the battlefields of the continent. England would supply money, Frederick would fight the land battles, England would win half the world. Parliament consented. Britain proposed to Prussia a pact for mutual defense. Frederick had to accept this plan, for the development of events had clouded his victories. He knew that France was flirting with Austria. If France and Austria, worse yet if Russia too, should unite against him, he could hardly resist them all. In such a predicament only England could help him. If he signed the pact that England offered, he could call upon her to keep Russia from attacking him. And if Russia abstained, Austria might be dissuaded from war. On January 16, 1756, Frederick signed the Treaty of Westminster, which pledged both England and Prussia to oppose the entry of foreign troops into Germany. That single clause, they hoped, would protect Prussia from Russia and Hanover from France. France, Austria, and Russia all felt that this treaty was a betrayal by their allies. There had been no formal termination of the alliances that had bound England with Austria and France with Prussia in the War of the Austrian Succession. Maria Theresa, as she informed the British ambassador, was shocked to learn that her English friends had signed a pact with the mortal and constant enemy of my person and my family. Louis XV complained that Frederick had deceived him. Frederick replied that the treaty was purely defensive and should give no offense to any power not meditating offense. Madame de Pompadour, who chose and dominated French ministries, remembered that Frederick had charged her with depositing great sums in British banks, and had called her La Demoiselle Poisson, Miss Fish, and Cotillon the Fourth, Petticoat the Fourth, fourth mistress of Louis XV. Louis remembered that Frederick had ridiculed the barnyard morals of the French king. The desertion struck France just when her armies and treasury were exhausted, and when her navy was only beginning to recover from the neglect it had suffered under the Pacific ministry of Cardinal Fleury. In 1756, France had 45 ships of the line, England had 130. Naval supplies were clogged with corruption and theft, naval discipline had been ruined by the invidious promotion of titled incompetence and the frequency of defeats. To whom now could France turn for an ally? To Russia? But England had forestalled her. To Austria? But in the last war, France had violated her pledge to guarantee Maria Theresa's inheritance, had joined Prussia in attacking her, and had continued to attack her even when Frederick had made peace. Austria under the Habsburgs, France under the Bourbons, had been foes for centuries. How could they and their peoples, long trained to mutual hatred, suddenly become friends? Yet that was precisely the reversal of alliances that the Austrian government now proposed to France. So far as we can now trace its history, the plan took form in the mind of Count Wenzel Anton von Kaunitz, the ablest, most penetrating, most persevering diplomat produced on the European continent in the 18th century. The 7 Years' War was to be a contest in arms between Frederick the Great and Marshal Daun, and a contest in brains between Kaunitz and Pitt. "Prince Kaunitz," said Frederick, "has the wisest head in Europe." Being a second son, Kaunitz was told to become a priest. Instead, privately, he became a disciple of Voltaire. As his father served as ambassador to the Vatican and as governor of Moravia, the son inherited diplomacy. At 31, he was the Austrian envoy at Turin. His first dispatch to his government was so logically reasoned on such careful observation of political realities that Count von Ulfeldt, presenting it to Maria Theresa, said, "Behold your first minister." At 37, he was Austrian plenipotentiary at the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle. There he defended the interests of Maria Theresa with such pertinacity and skill that even in her defeat the Empress was grateful for his services and devotion. And when, as early as 1749, he broached to her his plan for an alliance with France, she met with an open mind the idea of embracing the traditional enemy of her house. Her heart was set on defeating Frederick and regaining Silesia, but this, Kaunitz explained, could not be done by alliance with England, whose power was on the seas. It required alliance with France and Russia, whose power was on the land. Between these and Austria, Frederick could be crushed. The Empress bade Kaunitz labor to this end. In 1751 he was sent as ambassador to Paris. He astonished the nobility by the splendor of his official entry to the city. He pleased the populace by giving alms. He amused the salons with his luxurious raiment, his assortment of cosmetics, and his laboriously powdered curls. A most high-sniffing, fantastic, slightly insolent fellow, thought Carlyle. But he impressed the king, his mistress, and their ministers by his knowledge of affairs and his appraisal of policies. Gradually he prepared their minds for an entente with Austria. He pictured the possibility of bringing Russia, Poland, and Saxony into taking part in disciplining Frederick. He asked what France had gained by her alliance with Prussia, only the aggrandizement of a land power that challenged the continental hegemony of France. And had not Frederick repeatedly broken his pledge when it suited his interest? Kaunitz was making good headway when Maria Theresa called him back to Vienna to be her chancellor, with full power over both domestic and foreign affairs. This in 1753. His plan was long opposed by the aging nobles at the Viennese court. Patiently he expounded and defended it. The Empress supported him, and on August 21, 1755, the proposal for an alliance with France received the formal approval of the imperial ministry. Count Georg von Staremberg, who had succeeded Kaunitz as Austrian ambassador at Paris, was instructed to promote the grand design at every opportunity with Louis XV and Madame de Pompadour. Kaunitz sent a flattering letter to the Maîtresse en titre on August 30, 1755, and attached to it a note which she was requested to hand secretly to the king. She did so. The note was from Maria Theresa, and read, "As an empress and a queen, I promise that nothing will ever be disclosed of all that is going to be offered in my name by Count Staremberg to the most Christian king, and that the deepest secrecy in this respect will always be maintained, whether negotiations succeed or fail. It will be understood, of course, that the king will give a similar declaration and promise. Vienna, June 21, 1755. Louis appointed the Abbé de Bernis and the Marquise de Pompadour to confer privately with Staremberg at her pavilion, Babioles. There the ambassador proposed, in the name of the Empress, that France should renounce her alliance with Prussia and should pledge at least financial aid to Austria in case of war. He argued that Frederick was a useless and unreliable ally, and he hinted that Frederick was even now engaged in clandestine dealings with the British ministry. Austria, for her part, would refrain from any hostile action against France if France should make war upon England. In case of such a war, Austria would allow France to occupy Ostend and Nieuport, and she might ultimately allow the Austrian Netherlands to fall to France. Louis noted that the pact would involve him in an Austrian war against Prussia, but would not pledge Austrian aid to France against England. He had good reason to fear Frederick's army more than the Austrian, so often defeated and so badly led in the recent war. He instructed Bernis to reply that France would make no change in her alliance with Prussia until proofs were offered of Frederick's dealings with England. Kaunitz could as yet offer no such proofs and was temporarily checked in his course. But when Louis received Frederick's acknowledgment of the Anglo-Prussian Treaty of Westminster, he saw that his alliance with Prussia was factually dead. Perhaps amid his sins it occurred to him that he might appease the Almighty by uniting the Catholic powers, France, Austria, Poland, and Spain, in a plan to control the destinies of Europe. On May 1, 1756, the Treaty of Versailles completed the reversal of alliances. The preamble professed that the sole aim of the convention was to maintain the peace of Europe and the balance of power. If either of the contracting parties should be threatened in its European possessions by any power but England, the other would come to its aid by diplomatic intercession, and if necessary by subsidies or troops. Austria would not promise aid to France against England, and France would not aid Austria against Prussia, unless Prussia should be clearly the aggressor. As Louis saw no likelihood of Prussia endangering her gains by again attacking Austria, he and his mistress could deceive themselves into believing that the new alliance made for peace on the continent. Kaunitz had as yet fallen short of his aim to secure French aid against Prussia, but he was patient. Perhaps he could prod Frederick into attacking Austria. Meanwhile, he had little difficulty in persuading the Tsarina into the new alliance. Elizaveta was eager to remove the Prussian obstacle to Russia's expansion westward. She offered to attack Prussia before the end of 1756 if Austria would promise to do likewise, and she promised in that event to make no peace with Prussia until Silesia was completely restored to Austria. She learned with delight that France had signed the Treaty of Versailles. Kaunitz had to check her enthusiasm. He knew that her armies would not be ready for a major campaign till 1757. Not until December 31, 1756, did he sign the agreement by which Russia formally joined the Franco-Austrian Entente. Meanwhile, England, confident that her alliance with Frederick would immobilize Austria, had already begun naval operations against France, without any declaration of war. From June 1755, English men of war seized French shipping wherever possible. France retaliated by preparing an invasion of England and by sending a squadron of 15 vessels under the Duc de Richelieu to attack Minorca. This island had been captured by the British in the War of the Spanish Succession in 1709. To reinforce the small garrison there, Britain dispatched 10 ships under Admiral John Byng. 3 additional vessels joined these at Gibraltar. On May 20, 1756, the hostile fleets engaged near Minorca. The French were repulsed, but the English squadron suffered such damage that Byng led it back to Gibraltar, making no attempt to land reinforcements at Minorca. The helpless garrison surrendered. France had now a strategic post in the Mediterranean. Richelieu was hailed as a hero in Paris and Versailles, and Byng was executed on his own quarterdeck in Portsmouth Harbour on March 14, 1757, on the charge of failure to do his utmost for victory. Voltaire and Richelieu interceded for him in vain. This, said Voltaire, was England's way of encouraging the others who held British commands. On May 17, 1756, England declared war on France, but the official inception of the 7 Years' War was left to Frederick. He knew that his conquest of Silesia had left him subject to revanche whenever Maria Theresa should find new resources and allies. His own resources were perilously limited. His kingdom was an assortment of desiecta membra. East Prussia was severed from Prussia proper by Poland, and the Prussian provinces in Westphalia and East Frisia were separated from Brandenburg by independent German states. Including these scattered fragments and Silesia, all Prussia had in 1756 some 4 million population, England 8 million, France 20. A large part of Prussia's population was in Silesia, which was still half Catholic and pro-Austrian. Only 7 miles from Berlin lay the border of hostile Saxony, whose elector, the Catholic King Augustus III of Poland, looked upon Frederick as an insolent and rapacious infidel. How could one survive in that cauldron of enmity? Only by wits, economy, a good army, and good generals. His own wits were as keen as any. He was the best educated ruler of his age. He came off with honors in correspondence, conversation, and controversy with Voltaire. But his tongue was too sharp to be loosed. He might have had calmer seas had he not spoken of Elizaveta Petrovna, Maria Theresa, and Madame de Pompadour as the three first whores of Europe. It is comforting to see that even the great can be foolish now and then. As to the economy of Prussia, Frederick subjected it to state control and what seemed to him the unavoidable needs of possible war. He did not dare, in the circumstances, to change the feudal structure of Prussian life, lest it disturb the feudal organization of his army. That army was his salvation and his religion. 90% of his revenues went to its maintenance. He called it the Atlas whose strong shoulders carried the state. He built it up from the 100,000 men bequeathed him by his father to 150,000 in 1756. He disciplined it with severe punishments to immediate and precise obedience, to march steadily toward the opposing line without firing a shot till ordered, to change direction and maneuver en masse under fire. It had at the beginning of the war the best generals in Europe after Frederick himself, Schwerin, Seydlitz, and James Keith. Almost as important as his generals were the spies that he had scattered among his enemies. They left him no doubt that Maria Theresa was forming a cordon of hostile powers around him. In 1753-55, his agents in Dresden and Warsaw secured copies of secret correspondence between the Saxon and Austrian ministries, which convinced him that these courts were conspiring to attack, and, if fortune favored, dismember Prussia, and that France was conniving at the scheme. On June 23, 1756, he ordered the Prussian general in Königsberg to be prepared for an attack from Russia. He notified the British government that the court of Vienna had three designs to which its present steps are tending: to establish its despotism in the empire, to ruin the Protestant cause, and to reconquer Silesia. He learned that Saxony was planning to enlarge its army from 17,000 to 40,000 during the winter. He guessed that the Allies were waiting for the spring of 1757 to advance upon him from three directions, and he resolved to strike before their mobilization was complete. He felt that his only chance of escaping from his peril was to disable at least one of his foes before they could unite in action. Schwerin agreed with him, but one of his ministers, Count von Podewils, begged him not to give his enemies excuse for branding him as the aggressor. Frederick called him Monsieur de la Timide Politique. Long ago, in a secret political testament of 1752, he had advised his successor to conquer Saxony and thereby give Prussia the geographical unity, the economic resources, and the political power indispensable to survival. He had put the idea aside as beyond himself to realize. Now it seemed to him a military necessity. He must protect his western frontier by disarming Saxony. Even in his almost idealistic Anti-Machiavel of 1740, he had sanctioned an offensive war to forestall a threatened attack. Mitchell, the Prussian minister in England, informed him that while the British government strongly desired the maintenance of peace on the continent, it recognized the emergency that Frederick faced and would not hold him in the least to blame if he tried to forestall his enemies instead of waiting until they carried out their hostile intentions. In July 1756 he sent an envoy to Maria Theresa soliciting assurance that Austria intended no attack upon Prussia either in the current year or in the next. A member of the Austrian cabinet thought such assurance should be given. Kaunitz refused to send it. All that Maria Theresa would say was that in the present crisis I deem it necessary to take measures for the security of myself and my allies, which tend to the prejudice of no one. Frederick sent a second message to the Empress asking for a clearer reply to his request for assurance. She answered that she had concluded no offensive alliance, and although the critical situation of Europe compelled her to arm, she had no intention to violate the Treaty of Dresden, which pledged her to peace with Frederick, but she would not bind herself by any promise from acting as circumstances required. Frederick had anticipated such a reply. Before it reached him, he led his army into Saxony on August 29, 1756. So began the 7 Years' War. 2. The Outlaw, 1756-57. He made a half-hearted attempt to enlist the Saxon elector as an ally, offering him Maria Theresa's Bohemia as a bribe. Augustus scorned this vicarious philanthropy. He ordered his generals to stop Frederick's advance and fled to Warsaw. The Saxon force was too small to resist the finest army in Europe. It withdrew to the citadel at Pirna. Frederick entered Dresden unopposed on September 9, 1756. At once he bade his agents open the Saxon archives and bring him the originals of those documents that had revealed Saxony's participation in the plan to chasten, perhaps to dismember, Prussia. The aging Electress Queen with her own person barred access to the archives and demanded that Frederick should respect her royal inviolability. He ordered her to be removed. She fled. The documents were secured. Maria Theresa sent an army from Bohemia to dislodge the invader. Frederick met it and defeated it at Lobositz on the road from Dresden to Prague on October 1st. He returned to besiege Pirna. It surrendered on October 15th. He impressed the 14,000 captive Saxon soldiers into his own divisions, arguing that this was cheaper than feeding them as prisoners. The German appetite was notorious. He declared Saxony a conquered country and applied its revenues to his own needs. During the winter, he published the Saxon documents to the world. Maria Theresa called them forgeries and appealed to France, Russia, and all God-fearing Christians to aid her against the man who, by flagrant aggression, had again plunged Europe into war. Europe generally agreed in condemning Frederick. The German principalities, fearing a fate like Saxony's if Frederick should triumph, declared war upon Prussia on January 17, 1757, and raised a Reichsarmee, or imperial army, for action against the Prussian king. Kaunitz lost no time in reminding Louis XV that France had promised to help in case Austria should be threatened. The Dauphine, daughter of the Saxon elector, pleaded with her father-in-law to rescue her father. Madame de Pompadour, who had hoped to enjoy her reign in peace, now inclined to war. In appreciation of her aid, Maria Theresa sent her a royal portrait decorated with gems valued at 77,278 livres. Pompadour became Marshal. Louis, usually slow to decide, decided with impetuous vigor. By a second Treaty of Versailles on May 1, 1757, France bound herself in defensive-offensive alliance with Austria, pledged her an annual subsidy of 12 million florins, agreed to equip 2 German armies, and proposed to devote a French force of 105,000 men to the destruction totale de la Prusse. She promised never to make peace with Prussia until Silesia had been restored to Austria. When that restoration had been consummated, France was to receive 5 frontier towns in the Austrian Netherlands, and these southern Netherlands were to be transferred to the Bourbon Infante of Spain in return for Spanish duchies in Italy. Perhaps France was knowingly writing off her colonies to British conquest by devoting nearly all her resources to absorbing Belgium. Kaunitz could feel that he had won a vital diplomatic victory. He found it easy now to draw Russia into active aid. The Convention of St. Petersburg on February 2, 1757, committed Russia and Austria each to put 80,000 troops into the field and to make war until Silesia had been reunited with Austria and Prussia had been reduced to a minor power. Turning to Sweden, Kaunitz brought her into the alliance by guaranteeing to her, in the event of victory, all that part of Pomerania which had been conceded to her in the Treaty of Westphalia. Sweden was to contribute 25,000 men. Austria and France were to finance them. Poland, under its refugee king Augustus III, pledged her modest resources to the Franco-Austrian alliance. Now nearly all of Europe except England, Hanover, Denmark, Holland, Switzerland, Turkey, and Hesse-Kassel was united against Frederick. And England was tempted to leave Frederick to his fate. George II saw with horror that his beloved Hanover, the electorate from which his father had come to rule Britain, lay defenseless in the path of overwhelming armies, with Frederick too distant and harassed to send substantial aid. The temptation was made almost irresistible when Kaunitz offered to leave Hanover inviolate if England would keep out of the Continental War. At that moment Frederick's fate was touch and go. Pitt, who was appointed Secretary of State on November 19, 1756, was at first inclined to let Prussia and Hanover shift for themselves, while England would concentrate all her martial resources upon the contest for colonies. Little wonder that George II, loving Hanover, hated Pitt. Soon Pitt changed his mind and declared that a France victorious against Frederick would be master of Europe, and soon of England too. Parliament must vote money for Frederick and troops for Hanover. France must be made to spend herself in Europe, while England would pluck colonies and markets out of the conquered seas. So in January 1757, Britain signed a second alliance with Prussia, promising subsidies to Frederick and soldiers to Hanover. But then suddenly Pitt was dismissed on April 5th. Politics befuddled policy, help to Frederick was delayed, and for almost a year he stood alone, with 145,000 men, against armies converging from every quarter upon him. In the west, 105,000 troops from France and 20,000 from the German states. In the south, 133,000 from Austria. In the east, 60,000 from Russia. In the north, 16,000 from Sweden. And on that same day which saw Pitt fall, the Emperor Francis I, the usually amiable and docile husband of Maria Theresa, officially branded Frederick as an outlaw, and called upon all good men to hunt him out as an impious enemy of mankind. 3. From Prague to Rossbach, 1757. On January 10th, Frederick sent to his ministers in Berlin some secret instructions. "If I am killed, affairs must continue without the slightest alteration. If I have the bad luck to be captured, I forbid the smallest consideration for my person, or the slightest attention to anything I may write in captivity." It was a useless gesture, for without his military genius, Prussia was lost. His only hope lay in facing his foes one at a time before they could unite. The French were not yet ready for battle, and perhaps the regiments that England was sending to Hanover could hold them for a while. The Austrians were accumulating in nearby Bohemia and Moravia immense magazines of arms and provisions to equip their armies for an invasion of Silesia. Frederick decided first to capture those precious stores, fight the Austrians, then march back to face the French. He led his own force from Saxony and ordered the Duke of Brunswick-Bevern from East Germany and Marshal Schwerin from Silesia to advance into Bohemia and meet him in the hills overlooking Prague from the west. It was so done. The magazines were captured, and on May 6th, near Prague, 64,000 Prussians met 61,000 Austrians under Prince Charles of Lorraine in the first great battle of the war. The issue was decided not by numbers, nor by strategy, but by courage. Schwerin's regiments, under Austrian fire, marched waist-deep, shoulder-deep through morasses. For a time they lost heart and turned in flight. Then Schwerin, aged 73, rallied them, wrapped the colors about his body, rode straight in the face of the foe, was struck by 5 balls at once, and fell dead. His men, loving him almost more than they feared death, charged in fury against the enemy and turned defeat into victory. The slaughter on both sides was enormous, and Frederick's losses included 400 officers and his best general. In this war, generals did not die in bed. The 46,000 surviving Austrians retired into their citadel in Prague and prepared to resist siege. But Frederick found siege difficult, for Marshal Leopold von Daun, ablest of the Austrian commanders, was coming up from Moravia with another 64,000 men. Leaving part of his army to blockade the citadel, Frederick marched eastward with 32,000 troops and met the advancing masses at Kolin on June 16th. The odds against him were too great, and the generalship of Daun was in this case superior to his own. 2 of Frederick's generals disobeyed his orders, causing confusion. Frederick lost his temper and shouted to his retreating cavalry, "Would you live forever?" The infantry, overwhelmed by carnage, refused to advance. Frederick, despondent, withdrew from the field, leaving 14,000 Prussians dead, wounded, or prisoners. He led his 18,000 survivors back to Prague, abandoned the siege, and returned with his remnants toward Saxony. At Leitmeritz he rested his army for 3 weeks. There, on July 2nd, he received word that his mother, Sophia Dorothea, had died. The iron man of war broke down, wept, and secluded himself for a day. Perhaps he wondered now whether his assault on Silesia, 17 years before, had been a foolish tempting of Nemesis. He shared his grief with his sister, Wilhelmina, Margravine of Bayreuth, whom he loved beyond any other soul. On July 7th, his pride nearly spent, he sent her a desperate appeal. "Since you, my dear sister, insist upon undertaking the great work of peace, I beg you to be good enough to send Monsieur de Mirabeau to offer the favourite, Madame de Pompadour, formerly Cotillon IV, as much as 500,000 crowns for peace. I leave it all to you, whom I adore, and who, although far more accomplished than myself, is another myself." Nothing came of this approach. Wilhelmina tried another way. She wrote to Voltaire, then living in Switzerland, and begged him to use his influence. Voltaire transmitted her proposal to Cardinal de Tencin, who had opposed the Franco-Austrian alliance. Tencin tried and failed. The Allies were sniffing the scent of victory. Maria Theresa now talked of completely dismembering Frederick's realm. Not only must Silesia and Glatz be restored to her, but Magdeburg and Halberstadt were to go to Augustus III, Pomerania was to revert to Sweden, and Cleves and Ravensburg were to reward the Elector Palatine. Her hopes seemed reasonable. A French army of the Dauphin had entered Germany. Part of it, under Pompadour's favourite general, the Prince de Soubise, was coming to join with the imperial army at Erfurt. Another part, under Maréchal d'Estrées, advanced to meet a Hanoverian force under George II's son, the Duke of Cumberland. Near the village of Hastenbeck, the French so badly defeated this army on July 26th that the Duke signed at Klosterzeven, on September 8th, a convention by which he promised to keep his Hanoverian troops from any further action against France. Word of this humiliating capitulation may have reached Frederick at approximately the same time as news that a Swedish army had landed in Pomerania, and a Russian army of 100,000 men under Marshal Stepan Apraxian had invaded East Prussia and overwhelmed a force of 30,000 Prussians at Gross-Jägersdorf on July 30th. These reverses, adding to his own debacle in Bohemia, almost destroyed Frederick's hope of overcoming enemies so numerous and so fortified with reserves of materials and men. Having abandoned the morality as well as the theology of Christianity, he fell back upon the ethics of the Stoics and meditated suicide. To the end of the war he carried on his person a phial of poison. He was resolved that his foes should never take him except as a corpse. On August 24th he sent to Wilhelmina a semi-hysterical paean to death. "And now, ye promoters of sacred lies, go on leading cowards by the nose. To me the enchantment of life is ended, the charm disappears. I see that all men are but the sport of destiny, and that if there do exist some gloomy and inexorable being who allows a despised herd of creatures to go on multiplying here, he values them as nothing. He looks down upon a Phalaris crowned and a Socrates in chains, upon our virtues and our misdeeds, upon the horror of war and the cruel plagues that ravage the earth, as things indifferent to him. Wherefore my sole refuge and only haven, dear sister, is in the arms of death." She answered on September 15th by vowing to join him in suicide. "My dearest brother, your letter and the one you wrote to Voltaire have almost killed me. What fatal resolutions, great God! Ah, my dear brother, you say you love me, and yet you drive a dagger into my heart. Your letter made me shed rivers of tears. Now I am ashamed of such weakness. Your lot shall be mine. I will not survive either your misfortunes or those of the house I belong to. You may calculate that such is my firm resolution. But after this avowal, let me entreat you to look back at what was the pitiable state of your enemy when you lay before Prague. It is the sudden whirl of fortune for both parties. Caesar was once the slave of pirates and became lord of the earth. A great genius like yours finds resources even when all seems lost. I suffer 1,000 times more than I can tell you. Nevertheless, hope does not abandon me. I must finish, but I shall never cease to be, with the most profound respect, your Wilhelmina." She appealed to Voltaire to support her plea, and early in October, in his first letter to Frederick since 1753, he seconded her arguments. "The Catos and Othos, whose death your Majesty thinks noble, had nothing else they could do but fight or die. You must keep in mind how many courts there are that see in your invasion of Saxony a violation of international law. Our morality and your situation are far from requiring such an act as suicide. Your life is needed. You know how dear it is to a numerous family. The affairs of Europe are never long on the same basis, and it is the duty of a man like you to hold himself in readiness for events. If your courage led you to that heroic extremity, it would not be approved. Your partisans would condemn it, your enemies would triumph." To which Frederick replied in prose and verse, "As for me, menaced with shipwreck, I must, confronting the storm, think, live, and die like a king." Between poems, always in French, he searched for the French army. Now he longed for a battle that would settle for him the question of life or death. At Leipzig, October 15th, he sent for Johann Christoph Gottsched, who wrote verses in German, and tried to convince him that German poetry was impossible. So many explosions, knapp, klopp, krotz, krok, so many gutturals, so many consonants, even in the professor's name 5 in a row. How could you make a melody with such a language? Gottsched protested. Frederick had to prepare for another march, but 10 days later, back in Leipzig, he received the old poet again, found time to listen to a Gottsched ode in German, and gave him a gold snuff-box as a parting token of goodwill. During that literary interlude, more bad news came. A force of Croats under Count Hadik was advancing upon Berlin, and rumor said that Swedish and French battalions were converging upon the Prussian capital. Frederick had left a garrison there, but far too small to buffet such an avalanche. If Berlin should fall, his principal source of supplies in arms, powder, and clothing would be in the hands of the enemy. He hurried with his army to rescue the city and his family. On the march he received word that no French or Swedish force was moving toward Berlin, that Hadik, halting in the suburbs, had exacted a ransom of 27,000 pounds from Berlin and had led his Croats contentedly away on October 16th. There was another comforting intelligence. The Russians under Apraxian, racked with disease and famishing for food, had withdrawn from East Prussia into Poland. Less pleasant messages informed Frederick that the main French army under Soubise had entered Saxony, had plundered the western cities, and had united with the imperial army under the Duke of Saxe-Hildburghausen. The weary king turned back in his tracks and led his troops to the vicinity of Rossbach, some 30 miles west of Leipzig. There his tired army, reduced to 21,000 men, came at last face to face with the 41,000 troops of France and the Reich. Even so, Soubise advised against risking battle. Better, he said, to continue evading Frederick and wearing him out with fruitless marches until the overwhelming superiority of the Allies in manpower and materials should force him to yield. Soubise knew the breakdown of discipline in his ranks and the lack of enthusiasm in the mostly Protestant soldiers of the Reichsarmee for fighting against Frederick. Hildburghausen pleaded for action, and Soubise gave in. The German marshal led his men on a long detour to attack the Prussians on their left flank. Frederick, watching from a housetop in Rossbach, ordered his cavalry under Seydlitz to execute a counter-movement against the right flank of the enemy. Screened by hills and proceeding with disciplined speed, the Prussian cavalry, 3,800 strong, charged down upon the Allied troops and overcame them before they could reform their ranks. The French came up too late and were shattered by the Prussian artillery. In 90 minutes the crucial battle of Rossbach was over, this on November 5th, 1757. The Allies retreated in disorder, leaving 7,700 dead on the field. The Prussians lost only 550 men. Frederick ordered the prisoners to be well treated, and invited the captured officers to share his table. With French grace and wit he excused the limited fare. "But, gentlemen, I did not expect you so soon, in so great number." Military men on all sides marveled at the disproportion of the losses and at the superior generalship that had made this possible. Even France confessed admiration, and the French people, so lately allied with Prussia, could not yet look upon Frederick as their foe. Did he not speak and write good French? The philosophes applauded his victories and claimed him as their champion of free thought against the religious obscurantism that they were fighting at home. Frederick responded to the gallant emotions of the French by saying, "I am not accustomed to regard the French as enemies." But privately he composed in French a poem expressing his pleasure at having given the French a kick in the cul, which Carlyle delicately translated as the seat of honor. England rejoiced with him and put new faith in her ally. London celebrated his birthday with bonfires in the streets, and devout Methodists acclaimed the infidel hero as the savior of the one true religion. Pitt had been brought back to head the government on July 29, 1757. Henceforth he was the unswerving support of the Prussian king. "England has taken long to produce a great man for this contest," said Frederick, "but here is one at last." Pitt denounced the Convention of Klosterhaven as cowardice and treason, though the king's son had signed it. He persuaded Parliament to send a better army to protect Hanover and help Frederick in October. And whereas it had voted only £164,000 for Cumberland's Army of Observation, now it voted £1,200,000 for an Army of Operations. Pitt and Frederick united in choosing, as leader of this new force, Frederick's brother-in-law and military pupil, Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick, 36 years old, handsome, cultured, brave, who played the violin so well, said Burney, that he might have made his fortune by it. Here was an instrument nobly fit to play second fiddle to Frederick's flute. 4. The Fox at Bay, 1757–60. Frederick had not much leisure for rejoicing. A French army under Richelieu still held much of Hanover. On the very day of Rossbach, 43,000 Austrians laid siege to Schweidnitz, the principal stronghold and storehouse of the Prussians in Silesia. Frederick had left 41,000 men there, but they had been reduced by desertion and death to 28,000. These were poorly led by the Duke of Brunswick-Bevern, who ignored the king's order to attack the besiegers. On November 11th, he surrendered the fortress, yielding to the Austrians 7,000 prisoners, $330,000, and provisions sufficient to maintain 88,000 men for 2 months. The victors, amplified to 83,000 troops by union with forces under Prince Charles and Marshal Daun, went on to Breslau. On November 22nd, they overwhelmed a small force of Prussians. Breslau fell, and most of Silesia was now restored to the triumphant Maria Theresa. Frederick might well feel that his victory at Rossbach had been annulled. But that victory had renewed his courage, and he no longer spoke of suicide. His army, too, had recovered from its marches and battles, and seemed usefully resentful of the ravages with which French soldiers had desecrated Protestant churches in Saxony. Frederick appealed to his men to help him recapture Silesia. They marched 170 miles in 12 wintry days through difficult terrain. En route they were joined by the remains of the Prussian forces that had been defeated at Schweidnitz and Breslau. On December 3rd, Frederick, with 43,000 men, sighted the 72,000 Austrians who were encamped near Leuthen on the road to Breslau. That evening Frederick addressed his captains in a speech prefiguring the martial harangues of Napoleon. "It is not unknown to you, gentlemen, what disasters have befallen here while we were busy with the French and Imperial armies. Schweidnitz is gone, Breslau is gone, and all our war stores there. Most of Silesia is gone. My embarrassments would be beyond recovery if it were not for my unbounded confidence in your courage, your constancy, and your love for the fatherland. There is hardly one among you who has not distinguished himself by some conspicuous deed of valor. I flatter myself, therefore, that in the coming opportunity you will not fail in any sacrifice that your country may demand of you. This opportunity is close at hand. I should feel that I had accomplished nothing if Austria were left in possession of Silesia. Let me tell you, then, that I propose, in defiance of all the rules in the art of war, to attack the army of Prince Charles, 3 times as large as ours, wherever I find it. The question is not of his numbers or the strength of his position. All this, by the courage of our troops and the careful execution of our plans, I hope to overcome. I must take this step, or all will be lost. We must defeat the enemy, or we shall lie buried under his batteries. So I read the case, so I shall act. Make my determination known to all officers of the army. Prepare the men for the work that is to come, and tell them that I feel justified in demanding exact fulfillment of orders. For you, when I reflect that you are Prussians, can I think that you will act unworthily? But if there should be one or another among you who dreads to share all dangers with me," here Frederick looked into each face in turn, "he can have his discharge this evening, and shall suffer not the least reproach from me. I know that none of you would desert me." This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 1. I knew that none of you would desert me. I count then absolutely on your faithful help and on certain victory. Should I not survive to reward you for your devotion, the fatherland must do it. Return now to camp and report to your troops what you have heard from me. The cavalry regiment that does not at once, on receipt of the order, throw itself upon the enemy, I will directly after the battle unhorse and make it a garrison regiment. The infantry battalion that even begins to hesitate, no matter what the danger may be, shall lose its colors, its swords, and the gold lace from its uniforms. And now, gentlemen, good night. Soon we shall have beaten the enemy, or we shall see each other no more. Heretofore the Austrians, following a Fabian policy, had avoided battle with Frederick, hesitating to pit their troops and generals against Prussian discipline and Frederick's tactical genius. But now, inspired by superior numbers and recent victories, they decided, against the advice of Marshal Daun, to face the king in battle. And so, on December 5th, 1757, the human pawns of dynastic rivalry, 43,000 against 73,000, advanced upon each other's swords and guns in the greatest battle of the war. That battle, said Napoleon, was a masterpiece. Of itself it suffices to entitle Frederick to a place in the first rank among generals. He sought first to gain the hills, from which his artillery could fire over the heads of his infantry into the enemy's ranks. He deployed his troops in an oblique order anciently used by Epaminondas of Thebes. Separate columns were to move at approximately 45-degree angles to strike the enemy sidewise and so disorder his line of defense. Frederick pretended to be aiming his strongest pressure against the Austrian right. Prince Charles weakened his left wing to reinforce the right. Frederick poured his best troops upon the diminished left, routed it, and then turned to attack the right wing on its flank, while the Prussian cavalry rode down upon that same wing from concealment in the hills. Order triumphed over disorder. The Austrians surrendered or fled. 20,000 of them were taken prisoner, a catch unprecedented in military history. 3,000 more were left dead, and 116 pieces of artillery fell into Prussian hands. The Prussians, too, lost heavily, 1,141 dead, 5,118 wounded, 85 captured. When the carnage was over, Frederick thanked his generals. This day will bring the renown of your name and of the nation to the latest posterity. The victor pursued his victory with passionate resolve to regain Silesia. Within a day after the battle, his army besieged the Austrian garrison in Breslau. Sprecher, its commander, posted placards through the town proclaiming instant death for anyone who breathed a word of surrender. 12 days later, December 18th, he surrendered. Frederick took there 17,000 prisoners and precious military stores. Soon all Silesia, except heavily garrisoned and fortified Schweidnitz, was back in Prussian hands. Prince Charles, humble before Daun's silent reproaches, retired to his estate in Austria. Venice and other French leaders advised Louis XV to make peace. Pompadour overruled them and replaced Bernis with the Duc de Choiseul as Minister for Foreign Affairs in 1758. But France, suspecting that she was fighting for Austria while sacrificing her colonies, lost heart for the war. Richelieu showed so little enthusiasm, so little fervor in pursuing his advantage in Hanover that he was recalled from his command in February 1758. He was replaced by the Comte de Clermont, an abbé licensed by the Pope to keep his benefice while playing general. The French evacuated Hanover before the resolute advances of Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick. They yielded Minden to him in March. Soon all Westphalia was freed from the French, who there too had made themselves hated by plunder and desecration. Ferdinand marched west and, with half as many men, defeated Clermont's main force at Krefeld on the Rhine on June 23rd. Clermont yielded his post to the Duc de Contades. The defeated army was joined by Soubise with new French levies and the survivors of Rossbach. Before this united force, Ferdinand withdrew to Münster and Paderborn. Encouraged by a season of victories, England signed on April 11th a third treaty with Frederick, promising him a subsidy of £670,000 by October, and pledging herself against a separate peace. Meanwhile, Frederick, his own Prussia having been taxed to exhaustion, taxed Saxony and other conquered territory likewise. He issued debased currencies and, like Voltaire, hired Jewish financiers to make profitable deals for him in foreign exchange. By the spring of 1758, he had rebuilt his army to 145,000 men. In April, he attacked and recovered Schweidnitz. Eluding the main Austrian army, reconstituted under Daun, he moved south with 70,000 men to Olmütz in Moravia. If he could capture this Austrian stronghold, he hoped to march against Vienna itself. But about this same time, 50,000 Russians under the Count of Firmer swept over East Prussia and attacked Küstrin, only 50 miles east of Berlin. Frederick abandoned the siege of Olmütz and hurried north with 15,000 men. On the way, he learned that Wilhelmina was critically ill. He stopped at ROUSSEAU to send her an anxious note. "O you, dearest of my family, you whom I have most at heart of all beings in this world, for the sake of whatever is most precious to you, preserve yourself, and let me have the consolation of shedding my tears on your breast." After days and nights on the march, he joined a Prussian force under Count Zudona near Küstrin. On August 25, 1758, with 36,000 men, he faced Firmer's 42,000 Russians at Zorndorf. His favorite tactic of a flank attack was here made impossible by marshy ground. Firmer proved as resourceful in command as Frederick, and the Russians fought with a courage and pertinacity that the Prussians seldom encountered in the Austrians or the French. Seydlitz and his cavalry won whatever honors could come from a day of rival butchery. The Russians retreated in good order, leaving 21,000 dead, wounded, or captured. The Prussians lost 12,500 killed or wounded, and 1,000 prisoners. But who could continue to fight on so many fronts at once? While Frederick was in the north, Daun had led his army to a junction with the imperial regiments and was now besieging Dresden, where Frederick had left a garrison under Prince Henry. A force of 16,000 Swedes marched through Pomerania, joined the Russians in ravaging a great part of the Mark of Brandenburg, and might with them endanger Berlin again. A new army of 30,000 Austrians and Hungarians under General Harsch entered Silesia and headed for Breslau. Which of the three capitals should be defended first? Reorganizing his dispirited and now rebellious troops, Frederick marched them 22 miles a day across Prussia into Saxony and reached his beleaguered brother just in time to discourage Daun from attack. After giving his men 2 weeks' rest, he set out to drive Harsch from Silesia. At Hochkirch in Silesia, Daun blocked his path. Frederick pitched camp close to the enemy and waited 4 days for provisions to arrive from Dresden. Suddenly, at 5 o'clock on the morning of October 14, 1758, Daun, whom Frederick had relied upon to avoid the initiative, fell upon the Prussian right wing. The movement of the Austrians had been concealed by a thick fog. The Prussians were literally caught napping. They had no time to form the tactical lines that Frederick had designed. Frederick exposed himself recklessly in his efforts to restore order. He succeeded, but too late to retrieve the situation. After 5 hours of battle, 37,000 pawns against 90,000, he gave the signal for retreat, leaving on the field 9,450 men, to the Austrian loss of 7,590. Again he contemplated suicide. With so able a general as Daun leading the Austrians, with so able a general as Saltykov forming a new Russian army, and with his own forces declining in number, quality, and discipline, while his foes could make up any loss, it seemed clear that a Prussian victory could come only through a miracle, and Frederick did not believe in miracles. On the day after Hochkirch, he showed to his reader, Descartes, an apology for suicide which he had composed, and said, "I can end the tragedy when I choose." On that day, October 15th, 1758, Wilhelmina died, leaving instructions that her brother's letters to her might be laid on her breast in her tomb. Frederick appealed to Voltaire to write something in her memory. Voltaire responded well, but his ode to the âme héroïque et pure could not match the simple fervor of the king's tribute in his Histoire de la guerre de 7 ans. The goodness of her heart, her generous and benevolent inclinations, the nobility and elevation of her soul, the sweetness of her character, brought together in her the brilliant gifts of the mind with the foundation of solid virtue. The tenderest and most constant friendship united the king, Frederick wrote in the third person, and this worthy sister. These ties had been formed in their earliest childhood. The same education and the same sentiments had further bound them, and a mutual fidelity in every test had rendered these ties indissoluble. Spring brought new French armies into the field. On April 13, 1759, at Bergen, near Frankfurt am Main, a French force ably led by the Duc de Broglie gave Ferdinand of Brunswick a taste of defeat, but Ferdinand redeemed himself at Minden. There, on August 1st, with 43,000 Germans, English, and Scots, he routed 60,000 French under Broglie and Cantade so decisively, and with relatively so little loss, that he was able to send 12,000 troops to Frederick to make good the weakening of the king's army by a disastrous campaign in the east. On July 23rd, Soltyikov's 50,000 Russians, Croats, and Cossacks overwhelmed at Zulichau the 26,000 Prussians whom Frederick had left to guard the approaches from Poland to Berlin. Nothing there now stood in the way of a Russian avalanche upon the Prussian capital. The king had no choice but to rely upon his brother to hold Dresden against Daun, while he himself marched to face the Russians. Reinforced on the way, he was able to muster 48,000 men, but meanwhile 18,000 Austrians under General Laudon had joined the Russians, raising Soltyikov's total to 68,000. On August 12, 1759, these two armies, the largest masses of expendable human flesh since the competitive slaughters of the War of the Spanish Succession, fought at Kunersdorf, 60 miles east of Berlin, the most merciless and for Frederick the most tragic battle of the war. After 12 hours of fighting, he seemed to have the advantage. Then Laudon's 18,000 men, who had been kept in reserve, fell upon the exhausted Prussians and drove them into a rout. Frederick dared every danger to rally his troops. 3 times he led them personally to the attack. 3 horses were shot under him. A small gold case in his pocket stopped a bullet that might have ended his career. He was not happy over his escape. "Is there not," he cried, "one devil of a ball that can reach me?" His soldiers begged him to retire to safety, and soon they gave him every example. He appealed to them, "Children, don't abandon me now, your king, your father." But no urging could get them to advance again. Many of them had fought 6 hours under a burning sun, and without time or chance for a cup of water. They fled, and at last he joined them, leaving behind him 20,000 captured, wounded, or dead, against an enemy loss of 15,700. Among the mortally wounded was Ewald von Kleist, the finest German poet of that age. As soon as Frederick could find a place to rest, he dispatched a message to Prince Henry. "Of an army of 48,000 men I have at this moment not more than 3,000, and I am no longer master of my forces. It is a great calamity, and I will not survive it." He notified his generals that he was bequeathing his command to Prince Henry. Then he dropped upon some straw and fell asleep. The next morning he found that 23,000 fugitives from the battle had returned to their regiments, ashamed of their flight, and ready to serve him again if only because they longed to eat. Frederick forgot to kill himself. Instead, he reorganized these and other poor souls into a new force of 32,000 troops, and took a stand on the road from Kunersdorf to Berlin, expecting to make a last attempt to protect his capital. But Soltykov did not come. His men, too, had to eat. They were in enemy country and found foraging dangerous, and the line of communications with friendly Poland was long and hazardous. Saltykov thought it was time for the Austrians to take their turn against Frederick. He gave the order to retreat. Daun agreed that the next move should be his. Now he felt was the time to take Dresden. Prince Henry had withdrawn a force from that city to go to Frederick's help. He had left only 3,700 men to guard the citadel, but powerful defenses had been raised to stave off attack. The new commander in Dresden, Kurt von Schmettau, was a loyal servant of the king, but when he received word from Frederick himself, after Kunersdorf, that all seemed lost, he gave up hope of successful resistance. An imperial army, 15,000 strong, was approaching Dresden from the west. Daun was actively cannonading the city from the east. On September 4th, Schmettau surrendered. On September 5th, the message reached him from Frederick that he should hold out, that help was on the way. Daun, with 72,000 men, now made Dresden his winter quarters. Frederick came up to nearby Freiberg, and wintered there with half that number. The winter of 1759-60 was exceptionally severe. For several weeks, snow covered the ground to the knee. Only the officers found shelter in homes. Frederick's common soldiers lived in makeshift cabins, hugged their fires, laboriously cut and brought wood to feed them, and themselves had scarce any other food than bread. They slept close together for mutual warmth. Disease in both camps took almost as many lives as battle had done. In 16 days, Daun's army lost in this way 4,000 men. On November 19th, Frederick wrote to Voltaire, "If this war continues much longer, Europe will return to the shades of ignorance, and our contemporaries will become like savage beasts." France, though immeasurably richer than Prussia in money and men, was near bankruptcy. Choiseul nevertheless equipped a fleet to invade England, but it was destroyed by the English at Quiberon Bay on November 20th, 1759. Taxes were multiplied with all the ingenuity of governments and financiers. On March 4th, 1759, the Marquise de Pompadour had secured the appointment of Etienne de Silhouette as Comptroller General of Finance. He proposed curtailment of pensions, a tax on the estates of nobles, the conversion of their silver into money, and even a tax on the tax-collecting farmers general. The rich complained that they were being reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Thenceforth, silhouette became the word for a figure reduced to its simplest form. On October 6th, the French treasury suspended payment on its obligations. On November 5th, Louis XV melted his silver to give good example. But when Silhouette suggested that the king should get along without the sums usually allotted him for his gambling and games, Louis agreed with such visible pain that Choiseul vetoed the idea. On November 21st, Silhouette was dismissed. Like almost every Frenchman, the king felt that he had had enough of war. He was ready to hear proposals of peace. Voltaire had sounded out Frederick on the matter in June. Frederick replied on July 2nd, "I love peace quite as much as you could wish, but I want it good, solid, and honorable." And on September 22nd he added, again to Voltaire, "For making peace there are two conditions from which I will never depart. First, to make it conjointly with my faithful allies. Second, to make it honorable and glorious." Voltaire transmitted these proud replies, one dated after the debacle at Kunersdorf, to Choiseul, who found in them no handle for negotiation. And faithful ally Pitt, who was busy absorbing French colonies, how could he make peace before he had built the British Empire? 5. The making of the British Empire. The most important phase of the 7 Years' War was not fought in Europe, for there it affected only minor changes in the map of power. It was fought on the Atlantic, in North America, and in India. In those areas, the results of the war were immense and enduring. The first step in the formation of the British Empire had been taken in the 17th century by the passage of naval supremacy from the Dutch to the English. The second was marked by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which granted England the monopoly of supplying African slaves to the Spanish and English colonies in America. The slaves produced rice, tobacco, and sugar. Part of the sugar was turned into rum. The trade in rum shared in enriching the merchants of England, old and new. The profits of trade financed the expansion of the British fleet. By 1758, England had 156 ships of the line. France had 77. Hence, the third step in building the empire was the reduction of French power on the seas. This process was interrupted by Richelieu's success at Minorca, but it was resumed by the destruction of a French fleet off Lagos, Portugal, on April 13, 1759, and of another in Quiberon Bay. Consequently, the commerce of France with her colonies dropped from 30 million livres in 1755 to 4 million in 1760. Supremacy on the Atlantic having been won, the way was open for the British conquest of French America. This included not only the basin of the St. Lawrence River and the region of the Great Lakes, but also the basin of the Mississippi from the lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Even the Ohio River Valley was in French hands. French forts dominated Chicago, Detroit, and Pittsburgh, whose change of name from Fort Duquesne symbolized the results of the war. The French possessions blocked the westward expansion of the English colonies in America. Had England not won the 7 Years' War, North America might have been divided into a New England in the east, a New France in the center, and a New Spain in the west. The divisions and conflicts of Europe would have been reproduced in America. The Pacific Benjamin Franklin warned the English colonists that they could never be safe in their possessions, nor free in their growth, unless the French were checked in their American expansion, and George Washington came into history by attempting to take Fort Duquesne. Canada and Louisiana were the two doors to French America, and the nearer to England and France was Canada. Through the St. Lawrence came supplies to England for the habitants, and that door was guarded by the French fort of Louisbourg on Cape Breton Island at the mouth of the great river. On June 2, 1758, Louisbourg was besieged by an English flotilla of 42 vessels, bearing 18,000 soldiers under Admiral Edward Boscawen. The fort was defended by 10 ships and 6,200 men. Reinforcements sent from France were intercepted by the British fleet. The garrison fought bravely, but soon its defenses were shattered by British guns. The surrender of the fort on July 26, 1758, began the British conquest of Canada. The process was only slightly retarded by the strategy and heroism of the Marquis de Montcalm. Sent from France in 1756 to command the French regulars in Canada, he advanced from one success to another until, frustrated by corruption and discord in the French-Canadian administration, and by the inability of France to send him aid. In 1756 he captured an English fort at Oswego, giving the French control of Lake Ontario. In 1757 he besieged and took Fort William Henry at the head of Lake George. In 1758, with 3,800 men, he defeated 15,000 British and colonial troops at Ticonderoga. But he met his match when, with 15,000 men, he defended Quebec against the English General James Wolfe, who had only 9,000 soldiers under his command. Wolfe himself led his troops in scaling the heights to the Plains of Abraham. Montcalm was mortally wounded in directing the defense. Wolfe was mortally wounded on the field of Victory, September 12th to 13th, 1759. On September 8, 1760, the French governor of Canada, Vaudreuil-Cavagnal, surrendered, and the great province passed under British control. Turning their ships south, the English attacked the French islands in the Caribbean. Guadeloupe was taken in 1759, Martinique in 1762. All the French possessions in the West Indies, Saint-Domingue excepted, fell to Britain. To add to the profits of victory, Pitt sent squadrons to Africa to capture the French slave-trading stations on the west coast. It was done. The French trade in slaves collapsed. Nantes, its chief port in France, decayed. The price of slaves in the West Indies rose, and British slave merchants made new fortunes in supplying the demand. We should add that the English were not any more inhumane in this imperial process than the Spanish or the French. They were merely more efficient, and it was in England that the anti-slavery movement first took effective form. Meanwhile, British enterprise, naval, military, commercial, was busy absorbing India. The English East India Company had set up strongholds at Madras in 1639, Bombay in 1668, and Calcutta in 1686. French merchants established domination at Pondicherry, south of Madras, in 1683, and at Chandernagore, north of Calcutta, in 1688. All these centers of power expanded as Mughal rule in India declined. Each group used bribery and soldiery to extend its area of influence. Already in the War of the Austrian Succession, from 1740 to 48, France and England had fought each other in India. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle had merely interrupted the conflict. The 7 Years' War renewed it. In March 1757, an English fleet under Admiral Charles Watson, aided by troops of the East India Company under a Shropshire lad named Robert Clive, took Chandernagore from the French. On June 23rd, with only 3,200 men, Clive defeated 50,000 Hindus and French at Plassey, 80 miles north of Calcutta, in a battle that assured British mastery in northeast India. In August 1758, an English fleet under Admiral George Pocock drove from Indian waters the French squadron that had been protecting French possessions along the coast. Thereafter, with the British free, the French unable to bring in men and supplies, the triumph of England was only a matter of months. In 1759, the French siege of Madras by the Comte de Lally was frustrated by the arrival of British provisions and reinforcements by sea. The French were decisively defeated at Wandawash on January 22, 1760. Pondicherry surrendered to the British on January 16, 1761. This last French outpost was restored to France in 1763, but everyone understood that French possession continued only by British consent. India and Canada remained, until our own time, two bastions, east and west, of an empire that was built with money, courage, cruelty, and brains, in full accord with the international morals of the 18th century. In tardy retrospect, we now perceive that that empire was a natural product of human nature and material conditions, and that the alternative to it was not the independence of helpless peoples, but a similar empire established by France. In the long run, despite its Clives and Hastingses and Kiplings, the rule of half the world by the British Navy, the comparatively humane and urbane maintenance of order amid ever-threatening chaos, was a blessing rather than a bane to mankind. 6. Exhaustion, 1760 to 62. What was the hunted Prussian fox doing in that harsh winter of 1759 to 60? He was raising and debasing money, conscripting and training men, writing and publishing poetry. In January, a pirate Parisian publisher issued Œuvres du philosophe de Sans-Souci, joyfully printing those reckless poems which Voltaire had carried off with him from Potsdam in 1753, and for which Frederick had had him intercepted and detained at Frankfurt am Main. Those poems would amuse uncrowned heads, but would make royal wigs tremble with rage, including those of Frederick's ally George II. Frederick protested that the pirated publication was corrupted by malignant interpolations. He bade his friend the Marquis d'Argent, director of fine arts at the Berlin Academy, to issue at once an authentic edition, carefully purged. It was so done in March, and Frederick could turn back to war. On February 24th, he wrote to Voltaire, "Steel and death have made terrible ravages among us, and the sad thing is that we are not yet at the end of the tragedy. You can easily imagine the result of such cruel shocks upon me. I wrap myself up in stoicism as well as I can. I am old, broken, gray, wrinkled. I am losing my teeth and my gaiety." Vast masses of soldiery were being marshaled to determine which ruler should tax most men. Saltykov, in April, was returning from Russia with 100,000. Laudon had 50,000 Austrians in Silesia against Prince Henry's 34,000. Daun at Dresden with 100,000 hoped to break through Frederick's 40,000, who were now encamped near Meissen. The French, with 125,000, were waiting to advance against Ferdinand's 70,000. Altogether, 375,000 men were being aimed at Berlin. On March 21, 1760, Austria and Russia renewed their alliance with a secret clause giving Prussia to Russia as soon as Silesia should be restored to Austria. Laudon drew first blood of the year 1760, overwhelming 13,000 Prussians at Landeshut on June 23rd. On July 10th, Frederick began to besiege Dresden with heavy artillery, laying most of Germany's then loveliest city in ruins. The bombardment availed him nothing. Hearing that Laudon was approaching Breslau, he abandoned the siege, marched his men 100 miles in 5 days, encountered Laudon's army at Liegnitz on August 15, 1760, inflicted upon it a loss of 10,000 men, and entered Breslau. But on October 9th, an army of Cossacks under Firmer captured Berlin, ransacked its military stores, and exacted a ransom of 2 million thalers, equal to half the British subsidy that Frederick was receiving annually. He marched to relieve his capital. The Russians fled on hearing of his approach, and Frederick turned back to Saxony. On the way, he wrote to Voltaire on October 30th, "You are fortunate in following Candide's advice and limiting yourself to the cultivation of your garden. 'Tis not granted to everyone to do so. The ox must plough the furrow, the nightingale must sing, the dolphin must swim, and I must fight." At Torgau on the Elbe on November 3rd, his 44,000 Prussians met 50,000 Austrians. Frederick sent half his army under Johann von Zieten to detour and attack the enemy in the rear. The maneuver did not succeed, for Zieten was delayed by an enemy detachment on the way. Frederick led his own divisions personally into the fury of the battle. Here, too, 3 horses were shot under him. A shell struck him in the chest, but with spent force. He was knocked unconscious to the ground, but soon recovered. "It is nothing," he said, and returned to the fray. He won a Pyrrhic victory. The Austrians gave way with a loss of 11,260 men, but Frederick left 13,120 Prussians on that field. He retired to Breslau, now his main center of supplies. Daun still held Dresden, waiting patiently for Frederick to die. Winter again gave the survivors rest. The year 1761 was one of diplomacy rather than war. In England, the death of George II, on October 25, 1760, who had cared deeply for Hanover, and the accession of George III, who cared for it much less, gave a royal sanction to popular resentment of a war that was weighing heavily upon English pounds. Choiseul put out feelers from France for a separate peace. Pitt refused, and kept full faith with Frederick, but the British contingent in Hanover was reduced, and Ferdinand had to yield Brunswick and Wolfenbüttel to the French. Choiseul turned to Spain, and in a pacte de famille, a family pact between Bourbon kings, persuaded her to join in the alliance against Prussia. Military developments concurred with these diplomatic reverses to bring Frederick again to the verge of debacle. Laudon, with 72,000 men, effected a junction with 50,000 Russians. They completely severed Frederick from Prussia and laid plans to take and keep Berlin. On September 1st, 1761, the Austrians again took Schweidnitz and its stores. On October 5th, Pitt, overwhelmed by the popular demand for peace, resigned rather than betray Frederick. His successor, the Earl of Bute, thought Frederick's cause hopeless and saw in the negotiation of peace a means of strengthening George III against Parliament. He pleaded with Frederick to admit defeat, at least to the extent of surrendering part of Silesia to Austria. Frederick demurred. Bute refused him any further subsidy. Nearly all Europe, including many Prussians, called upon Frederick to make concessions. His troops had lost any hope of victory. They warned their officers that they would not attack the enemy again, and if attacked, would surrender. As the year 1761 ended, Frederick found himself alone against a dozen foes. He admitted that only a miracle could save him. A miracle saved him. On June 5, 1762, Tsarina Elizaveta, who hated Frederick, died and was succeeded by Peter III, who admired him as the ideal conqueror and king. When Frederick heard the news, he ordered all Russian prisoners to be clad, shod, fed, and freed. On February 23rd, Peter declared the war with Prussia at an end. On May 5th, he signed a treaty of peace drawn up at his request by Frederick himself. On May 22nd, Sweden followed suit. On June 10th, Peter re-entered the war, but as an ally of Prussia. He donned a Prussian uniform and volunteered for service under the King, my master. It was one of the most remarkable overturns in history. It warmed Frederick's heart and restored morale in his army, but he half agreed with his enemies that Peter was crazy. He was alarmed when he heard that Peter proposed to attack Denmark to recover Holstein. Frederick used every effort to dissuade him, but Peter insisted. Finally, Frederick tells us, I had to keep silent and abandon this poor prince to the self-confidence that destroyed him. Bute, now actively hostile to Frederick, asked Peter to let the 20,000 Russians now in the Austrian army continue there. Peter sent a copy of this message to Frederick and ordered the Russian troops to join and serve Frederick. Bute offered Austria a separate peace, promising to support the cession of Prussian territory to Austria. Kaunitz refused. Frederick denounced Bute as a scoundrel. He was pleased to learn that France had ended her subsidies to Austria and that the Turks were attacking the Austrians in Hungary. This in May 1762. On June 28th, Peter was deposed by a coup d'etat that established Catherine II as Empress of all the Russias. On July 6th, Peter was assassinated. Catherine ordered Chernichev, who commanded the Russians under Frederick, to bring them home at once. Frederick was just preparing an attack upon Daun. He asked Chernichev to conceal for 3 days the news of the Tsarina's instructions. Without using these Russian auxiliaries, Frederick defeated Daun at Burkersdorf on July 21st. Chernichev now withdrew his troops, and Russia took no further part in the war. Relieved of danger in the north, the king drove the Austrians before him and recaptured Schweidnitz. On October 29th, Prince Henry, with 24,000 men, defeated 39,000 Austrians and Imperials at Freiberg in Saxony. This was the only major action of the war in which the Prussians were victorious when not under Frederick's command. It was also the last important battle of the 7 Years' War. 7. Peace. All Western Europe was exhausted. Prussia, most of all, where boys of 14 had been conscripted, and farms had been devastated, and merchants had been ruined by the stifling of trade. Austria had more men than money and had lost vital Russian aid. Spain had lost Havana and Manila to the English, and nearly all her navy had been destroyed. France was bankrupt, her colonies were gone, her commerce had almost disappeared from the sea. England needed peace to consolidate her gains. On September 5, 1762, Bute sent the Duke of Bedford to Paris to negotiate a settlement with Choiseul. If France would yield Canada and India, England would restore Guadeloupe and Martinique, and France might keep, with British consent, Frederick's western provinces of Wesel and Gelderland. Pitt announced these proposals with passionate eloquence, but public opinion supported Bute, and on November 5th, England and Portugal signed with France and Spain the Peace of Fontainebleau. France gave up Canada, India, and Minorca. England restored to France and Spain her conquests in the Caribbean. France promised to maintain neutrality between Prussia and Austria and to withdraw her armies from Prussian territory in western Germany. A further Peace of Paris, on February 10, 1763, confirmed these arrangements but left France her fishing rights near Newfoundland and some trading posts in India. Spain ceded Florida to England but received Louisiana from France. Technically, these agreements violated Britain's pledge against a separate peace. Actually, they were a boon to Frederick, for they left him with only 2 adversaries, Austria and the Reich, and he was now confident that he could hold his own against these disheartened enemies. Maria Theresa resigned herself to peace with her most hated foe. All her major allies had abandoned her, and 100,000 Turks were marching into Hungary. She sent an envoy to Frederick proposing truce. He accepted, and at Hubertusburg, near Leipzig, between February 5th and 15th, 1763, Prussia, Austria, Saxony, and the German princes signed the treaty that ended the 7 Years' War. After all the shedding of blood, ducats, rubles, thalers, kronen, francs, and pounds, the status quo ante bellum was restored on the continent. Frederick kept Silesia and Glatz, Wesel and Gelderland. He evacuated Saxony and promised to support the candidacy of Maria Theresa's son Joseph as king of the Romans and therefore emperor-to-be. At the final signing, Frederick's aides congratulated him on the happiest day of your life. He replied that the happiest day of his life would be the last one. What were the results of the war? To Austria, the permanent loss of Silesia and a war debt of 100 million écus. The prestige of the Austrian rulers as traditional holders of the imperial title was ended. Frederick dealt with Maria Theresa as ruler of an Austro-Hungarian rather than a Holy Roman Empire. German princes of the empire were now left to their resources and would soon submit to the Prussian hegemony in the Reich. The Habsburg power declined, the Hohenzollern power rose. The road was open for Bismarck. Patriotism and nationalism began to think in terms of Germany instead of each proudly separate state. German literature was stimulated to Sturm und Drang and mounted to Goethe and Schiller. Sweden lost 25,000 men and gained nothing but debts. Russia lost 120,000 men to battle, hardship, and disease, but would soon reproduce them. She had opened a new era in her modern history by marching into the West. The partition of Poland was now inevitable. For France, the result was enormous losses in colonies and commerce and a near bankruptcy that moved her another step toward collapse. For England, the results were greater than even her leaders realized. Control of the seas, control of the colonial world, the establishment of a great empire, the beginning of 182 years of ascendancy in the world. For Prussia, the results were territorial devastation, 13,000 homes in ruins, 100 towns and villages burned to the ground, thousands of families uprooted. 180,000 Prussians, by Frederick's estimate, had died in battle, camp, or captivity. Even more had died through lack of medicine or food. In some districts, only women and old men were left to till the fields. Out of a population of 4,500,000 in 1756, only 4 million remained in 1763. Frederick was now the hero of all Germany, except Saxony. He entered Berlin in triumph after an absence of 6 years. The city, though destitute, with every family in mourning, blazed with illuminations to welcome him and acclaimed him as its savior. The iron spirit of the old warrior was moved. "Long live my dear people," he cried. "Long live my children." He was capable of humility. In his hour of adulation, he did not forget the many mistakes he had made as a general, he the greatest of modern generals excepting Napoleon, and he could still see the thousands of Prussian youths whose bloody deaths had paid for Silesia. He himself had paid. He was now prematurely old at 51. His back was bent, his face and figure lean and drawn, his teeth lost, his hair white on one side of his head, his bowels racked with colic, diarrhea, and hemorrhoids. He remarked that now his proper place was in a home for elderly invalids. He lived 23 years more and tried to redeem his sins with peaceful and orderly government. Politically, the main results of the 7 Years' War were the rise of the British Empire and the emergence of Prussia as a first-class power. Economically, the chief result was an advance toward industrial capitalism. Those gargantuan armies were glorious markets for the mass consumption of mass-produced goods. What client could be more desirable than one that promised to destroy the purchased goods at the earliest opportunity and order more? Morally, the war made for pessimism, cynicism, and moral disorder. Life was cheap, death was imminent, suffering was the order of the day, pillage was permissible, pleasure was to be seized wherever it could for a moment be found. But for this campaign, said Grimm in Westphalia, 1757, I should never have conceived how far the horrors of poverty and the injustice of man can be carried. And they had only begun. The suffering helped as well as hindered religion. If a minority was turned to atheism by the stark reality of evil, the majority was moved to piety by the need to believe in the ultimate triumph of the good. A reaction to religion would soon come in France, England, and Germany. Protestantism in Germany was saved from destruction. Probably, if Frederick had lost, Prussia would have experienced, like Bohemia after 1620, a compulsory restoration of Catholic faith and power. The triumph of imagination over reality is one of the humors of history. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Book 2, France Before the Deluge, 1757 to 1774. Chapter 3, The Life of the State. 1. The Mistress Departs. Madame de Pompadour was among the casualties of the war. For some time the charm of her personality kept the king in thrall while the nation mourned. But after the attempt of Damiens to assassinate him on January 5, 1757, Louis XV, suddenly conscious of God, sent word to her that she must leave at once. He made the humane mistake of coming to say goodbye. He found her quietly and sadly packing. Some surviving tenderness overcame him. He asked her to remain. Soon all her former privileges and powers were restored. She negotiated with diplomats and ambassadors. She raised and lowered ministers and generals. Marc Pierre de Voyer, Comte d'Argenson, had opposed her at every step. She had sought to appease him and had been repulsed. She had him replaced by the Abbé de Bernis as Minister for Foreign Affairs, and then by Choiseul in 1758. Reserving her tenderness for her relatives and the king, she faced all others with a heart of steel within an ailing frame. She sent some enemies to the Bastille, and let them stay there for years. Meanwhile, she feathered her nests, adorned her palaces, and ordered a stately mausoleum for herself beneath the Place Vendôme. She bore, among the people, in the Parlement and at court, the chief blame for French reverses in the war, but she received no credit for the victories. She was held accountable for the unpopular alliance with Austria, though she had been only a minor factor in that mating. She was condemned for the disaster at Rossbach, where her man Soubise had commanded the French. Her critics did not know, or considered it irrelevant, that Soubise had advised against giving battle and had been forced into it by the precipitancy of the German general. If Soubise had had his way, if his plan of wearing out Frederick with marches and desertions had been followed, if Tsarina Elizaveta had not died so inopportunely and left Russia to a young idolater of Frederick, perhaps the Prussian resistance would have collapsed, France would have received the Austrian Netherlands, and Pompadour would have been carried on a sea of blood to national acclaim. She had failed to placate the great god Chance. The Parlement hated her for encouraging the king to ignore the Parlement. The clergy hated her as friend of Voltaire and the Encyclopédiste. Christophe de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, said he would like to see her burn. When the Paris populace suffered from the high price of bread, they cried out that prostitute who governs the kingdom is bringing it to ruin. If we had her here, said a voice in the mob at the Pont de la Tournelle, there would soon not be enough left of her to make relics. She dared not show herself in the streets of Paris, and she was surrounded by enemies at Versailles. She wrote to the Marquise de Fontenay, "I am quite alone in the midst of this crowd of petits seigneurs, who loathe me and whom I despise. As for most of the women, their conversation gives me a sick headache. Their vanity, their lofty airs, their meannesses, and their treacheries make them insupportable." As the war dragged on, and France saw Canada and India snatched from her, and Ferdinand of Brunswick kept French armies at bay, and returning soldiers, wounded or maimed, appeared in the streets of Paris, it became clear to the king that he had made a tragic mistake in listening to Kaunitz and Pompadour. In 1761, he consoled himself with a new mistress, Mademoiselle de Romans, who bore him the future Abbé de Bourbon. Gossip said that Pompadour revenged herself by accepting Choiseul as her lover, but she was too weak and Choiseul too clever for such a liaison. To Choiseul she surrendered her power rather than her love. Now, it may be, she uttered the despondent prophecy, "Après moi le déluge." She had always been frail. Even in her youth she had spit blood, and though we are not certain that she had tuberculosis, we know that her coughing increased painfully as she turned 40. The singing voice that had once thrilled king and court was now hoarse and strained. Her friends were shocked by her emaciation. In February 1764 she took to her bed with high fever and bloody inflammation of the lungs. In April her condition became so serious that she summoned a notary to draw up her last testament. She left gifts to her relatives, friends, and servants, and added, "If I have forgotten any of my relatives in this will, I beg my brother to provide for them." To Louis XV she deeded her Paris mansion, which, as the Élysée Palace, is now occupied by the President of France. The king spent many hours at her bedside. During her last days he seldom left the room. The The Dauphin, who had always been her foe, wrote to the Bishop of Verdun, "She is dying with a courage rare for either sex. Her lungs are full of water or pus, her heart is congested or dilated. It is an unbelievably cruel and painful death." Even for this last battle she kept herself richly attired, and her parched cheeks were rouged. She reigned almost to the end. Courtiers thronged around her couch. She distributed favors and nominated persons to high office, and the king acted on many of her recommendations. At last she admitted defeat. On April 14th, she accepted gratefully the final sacraments that sought to solace death with hope. So long the friend of philosophers, she tried now to recapture the faith of her childhood. Like a child, she prayed, "I commend my soul to God, imploring him to have pity on it, to forgive my sins, to grant me the grace to repent of them and die worthy of his mercy, hoping to appease his justice through the glory of the precious blood of Jesus Christ my Savior, and through the intercession of the Virgin Mary and all the saints in paradise." To the priest who was departing, as she entered her final agony, she whispered, "Wait a moment. We will leave the house together." She died on April 15th, 1764, choked by the congestion in her lungs. She was 42 years old. It is not true that Louis took her death with indifference. He merely concealed his grief. "The king," said the Dauphin, "is in great affliction, though he controls himself with us and with everybody." When, on April 17th, the woman who had been half of his life for 20 years was carried from Versailles Palace in a cold and driving rain, he went out on the balcony to see her depart. "The Marquise will have very bad weather," he said to his valet Champlot. It was not a frivolous remark, for Champlot reported that there were tears in the royal eyes, and that Louis added sadly, "This is the only tribute I can pay her." By her own wishes she was buried by the side of her child, Alexandrine, in the now vanished Church of the Capucines in the Place Vendôme. The court rejoiced to be freed from her power. The populace, which had not felt her charm, cursed her costly extravagance and soon forgot her. The artists and writers whom she had helped lamented the loss of a gracious and understanding friend. Diderot was harsh. "So what remains of this woman who cost us so much in men and money, who left us without honor and without energy, and who overthrew the whole political system of Europe? A handful of dust." But Voltaire, from Ferney, wrote, "I am very sad at the death of Madame de Pompadour. I was indebted to her, and I mourn out of gratitude. It seems absurd that while an ancient pen-pusher, hardly able to walk, should still be alive, a beautiful woman in the midst of a splendid career should die at the age of 40. Perhaps if she had been able to live quietly as I do, she would be alive today. She had justice in her mind and heart. It is the end of a dream." 2. The recovery of France. Not until Napoleon did France fully recover from the 7 Years' War. High taxes had discouraged agriculture under Louis XIV. They continued to the same effect under Louis XV. Thousands of acres farmed in the 17th century were left uncultivated in 1760 and were reverting to wilderness. Livestock was depleted, fertilizer was lacking, the soil was starved. Peasants kept to old clumsy methods of tillage, for taxes rose with every improvement that increased the peasants' wealth. Many peasants had no heat in their houses in winter except from the cattle that lived with them. Abnormal frosts in 1760 and 1767 ruined crops and vineyards in their growth. One bad harvest could condemn a village to near starvation and to terror of the famished wolves that lurked about. Nevertheless, economic recovery began as soon as peace was signed. The government was inefficient and corrupt, but many measures were taken to help the peasantry. Royal intendants distributed seed and built roads. Agronomic societies published agricultural information, established competitions, awarded prizes. Some tax collectors distinguished themselves by their humane moderation. Stimulated by the Physiocrats, many seigneurs interested themselves in improving agricultural methods and products. Peasant proprietors grew in number. By 1774, only 6% of the French population still labored under serfdom. But every increment of production brought a rise in population. The land was rich, yet the average peasant holding was small. Poverty remained. Out of peasant loins came the human surplus that went to man the industries in the growing towns. With a few exceptions, industry was still in the domestic and handicraft stage. Large-scale capitalistic organizations dominated metallurgy, mining, soap-making, and textiles. Marseille in 1760 had 35 soap factories, employing 1,000 workers. Lyons was already dependent for its prosperity upon the shifting market for the product of its looms. English carding machines were introduced about 1750, and toward 1770 the jenny, working 48 spindles at once, began to replace the spinning wheel in France. The French were quicker to invent than to apply, for they lacked the capital that England, enriched by commerce, could use to finance mechanical improvements in industry. The steam engine had been known in France since 1681. Joseph Cugnot used it in 1769 to operate the first known automobile. A year later, this was employed to transport heavy loads at 4 miles an hour. However, the machine got out of hand and demolished a wall, and it had to stop every 15 minutes to replenish its water. With such bizarre exceptions, transport was by horse, cart, coach, or boat. Roads and canals were much better than in England, but inns were worse. A regular postal service was established in 1760. It was not quite private, for Louis XV ordered postmasters to open letters and report any suspicious content to the government. Internal trade was hampered by tolls, external trade by war and loss of colonies. The Compagnie des Indes went bankrupt and was dissolved in 1770. Trade with European states, however, increased substantially during the century, from 176,600,000 livres in 1716 to 804,300,000 livres in 1787. But some of the increase merely reflected inflation. Trade with the French West Indies flourished in sugar and slaves. A gradual inflation, due partly to debasement of the currency, partly to rising world production of gold and silver, had a stimulating effect upon industrial and commercial enterprise. The businessman could usually expect to sell his product at a higher price level than that on which he had bought his labor and materials. So the middle classes swelled their fortunes, while the lower classes had all they could do to keep income in sight of prices. The same inflation that enabled the government to cheat its creditors reduced the value of its revenues, so that taxes rose as livres fell. The king became dependent upon bankers like the brothers Paris, particularly Paris Duvernay, who so delighted Pompadour with his fiscal prestidigitation that he was able during the war to make or break ministers and generals. The basic economic development in 18th century France was the passage of preeminent wealth from those who owned land to those who controlled industry, commerce, or finance. Voltaire noted in 1755, "Owing to the increasing profits of trade, there is less wealth than formerly among the great and more among the middle classes. The result has been to lessen the distance between classes." Businessmen like La Poplinière could build palaces that were the envy of nobles and adorn their tables with the best poets and philosophers in the realm. It was the bourgeoisie that now gave patronage to literature and art. The aristocracy consoled itself by hugging its privileges and displaying its style. It insisted upon noble birth as prerequisite to army commissions or episcopal posts. It flaunted its armorial bearings and proliferated pedigrees. It strove, often in vain, to keep able or distinguished commoners out of high administrative office and the court. The rich bourgeois demanded that career should be open to talent of whatever birth, and when his demand was ignored, he flirted with revolution. All but the peasant phase of the class war took visible form in the tumult and splendor of Paris. Half the wealth of France was siphoned into the capital, and half the poverty of France festered there. Paris, said Rousseau, is perhaps the city in the world where fortunes are most unequal, and where flaunting wealth and the most appalling penury dwell together. 60 paupers were part of the official escort for the corpse of the Dauphin's eldest son in 1761. Paris, toward 1770, contained 600,000 of France's 22 million souls. It housed the most alert, the best informed, and the most depraved people in Europe. It had the best paved streets, the most splendid avenues and promenades, the busiest traffic, the finest shops, the lordliest palaces, the dingiest tenements, and some of the most beautiful churches in the world. Goldoni, coming to Paris from Venice in 1762, marveled, "What crowds! What an assemblage of people of every description! With what a surprising view my senses and mind were struck on approaching the Tuileries. I saw the extent of that immense garden, which has nothing comparable to it in the universe, and my eyes were unable to measure the length of it. A majestic river, numerous and convenient bridges, vast quays, crowds of carriages, an endless throng of people. 1,000 stores tempted purses and the purseless. 1,000 vendors hawked their goods in the streets. 100 restaurants, the word first appears in 1765, offered to restore the hungry. 1,000 dealers collected, forged, or sold antiques. 1,000 hairdressers trimmed and powdered the hair or wigs of even the artisan class. In the narrow alleys, artists and craftsmen produced paintings, furniture, and finery for the well-to-do. Here were 100 printing shops producing books, sometimes at mortal risk. In 1774, the book trade at Paris was estimated at 45 million livres, 4 times that of London. "London is good for the English," said Garrick, "but Paris is good for everybody." Said Voltaire in 1768, "We have over 30,000 people in Paris who take an interest in art." There, beyond challenge, was the cultural capital of the world. 3. The Physiocrats. In an apartment at Versailles, under the rooms and the favoring eye of Madame de Pompadour, that economic theory took form which was to stir and mold the Revolution, and shape the capitalism of the 19th century. The French economy had been struggling to grow despite the swaddling clothes of regulations, by Guilds and Colbert, and the Midas myth of a mercantilism that mistook gold for wealth. To increase exports, diminish imports, and take the favorable balance in silver and gold as a prop of political and military power, France and England had subjected their national economies to a mesh of rules and restraints helpful to economic order, but harming production by hampering innovation, enterprise, and competition. All this, said men like Gournay, Quesnay, Mirabeau-Père, Dupont de Nemours, and Turgot, was quite contrary to nature. Man is by nature acquisitive and competitive, and if his nature is freed from unnecessary trammels, he will astonish the world with the quantity, variety, and excellence of his products. So, said these Physiocrats, let nature, in Greek physis, rule, kratein. Let men invent, manufacture, and trade according to their natural instincts, or as Gournay is said to have said, laissez-faire. Let him do as he himself thinks best. The famous phrase was already old, for about 1664, when Colbert asked businessman Legendre, "What should we, the government, do to help you?" he answered, "Nous laissez faire. Let us do it. Let us alone." Jean-Claude Vincent de Gournay was the first clear voice of the Physiocrats in France. Doubtless he knew of the protests that Bois-Guilbert and Vauban had made to Louis XIV against the stifling restrictions laid upon agriculture under the feudal regime. He was so impressed by Sir Josiah Child's brief observations concerning trade and interest of 1668 that he translated it into French in 1754. And presumably he had read Richard Cantillin's Essay on the Nature of Commerce, circa 1734, in its French form of 1755. Some would date from this last book the birth of economics as a science, a reasoned analysis of the sources, production, and distribution of wealth. Land, said Cantillon, is the source or material from which wealth is extracted, but human labor is the form which produces wealth. And he defined wealth not in terms of gold or money, but as the sustenance, conveniences, and comforts of life. This definition was itself a revolution in economic theory. Gournay was a well-to-do merchant operating at first, from 1729 to 44, in Cadiz. After extensive business dealings in England, Germany, and the United Provinces, he settled in Paris and was appointed Intendant du Commerce in 1751. Traveling through France on tours of inspection, he observed at first hand the restraints put by guild and governmental regulations upon economic enterprise and exchange. He left no written formulation of his views, but they were summarized after his death in 1759 by his pupil Turgot. He urged that existing economic regulations should be reduced, if not removed. Every man knows better than the government what procedure best favors his work. When each is free to follow his interest, more goods will be produced, wealth will grow. There are laws unique and primeval, founded on nature alone, by which all existing values in commerce balance one another and fix themselves at a determined price, just as bodies left to their own weight arrange themselves according to their specific gravity. That is, values and prices are determined by the relations of supply and demand, which in turn are determined by the nature of man. Gournay concluded that the state should intervene in the economy only to protect life, liberty, and property, and to stimulate, with distinctions and awards, the quantity and quality of production. Monsieur Trudaine, heading the Bureau of Commerce, accepted these doctrines, and Turgot gave them the force of his eloquence and acknowledged probity. François Quesnay followed a slightly different physiocratic line. Son of a landed proprietor, he never lost his interest in land, though he was trained to be a physician. He made a fortune by his skill in medicine and surgery, and rose to be physician to Madame de Pompadour and the king in 1749. In his rooms at Versailles he gathered a coterie of heretics, Duclos, Diderot, Buffon, Helvétius, Turgot. There they discussed everything freely except the king, whom they dreamed of transforming into an enlightened despot as the agent of peaceful reform. Immersed in the age of reason, Quesnay felt that the time had come to apply reason to economics. Though he was a self-confident dogmatist in his works, he was in person a kindly soul, distinguished by integrity in an immoral milieu. In 1750 he met Gournay, and soon became more interested in economics than in medicine. Under careful pseudonyms, he contributed essays to the Encyclopédie of Diderot. His article Farms ascribed their desertion to high taxes and conscription. The article Grains, from 1757, noted that small farms were incapable of profitably using the most productive methods, and favored large plantations managed by entrepreneurs, an anticipation of the agricultural mammoths of our time. The government should improve roads, rivers, and canals, remove all tolls on transportation, and free the products of agriculture from all restraints of trade. In 1758, Quesnay published a tableau économique that became the basic manifesto of the Physiocrats. Though printed by the government press in the Palace of Versailles under the supervision of the king, it condemned luxury as a wasteful use of wealth that might have been employed to produce greater wealth. In Quesnay's view, only the products of the earth constituted wealth. He divided society into three classes: a classe productive of farmers, miners, and fishermen, a classe disponible, persons available for military or administrative offices, and a classe stérile, artisans who work up the products of the earth into useful objects, and tradesmen who bring the products to the consumer. Since taxes laid upon the second or third class ultimately, in Quesnay's view, fall upon the owners of land, the most scientific and convenient impost would be a single tax, impôt unique, upon the annual net profit of each parcel of land. Taxes should be collected directly by the state, never by private financiers, fermiers généraux. The government should be an absolute and hereditary monarchy. Quesnay's proposals now seem to be vitiated by their underestimation of labor, industry, commerce, and art, but to some of his contemporaries they appeared as an illuminating revelation. The most colorful of his followers, Victor Riquetti, Marquis de Mirabeau, thought that the tableau économique rivaled writing and money as among the noblest inventions of history. Born in 1715, dying in 1789, the Marquis precisely spanned the age of Voltaire. He inherited a comfortable estate, lived like a lord, wrote like a democrat, entitled his first book, L'Ami des Hommes, ou Traité de la Population, in 1756, and earned the name he had taken, Friend of Mankind. After publishing his chef-d'œuvre, he came under the influence of Quesnay. He revised his book accordingly and enlarged it into a 6-volume treatise that went through 40 editions and shared in preparing the mind of France for 1789. The Marquis was not as disturbed by human multiplication as Malthus was to be in 1798. He held that a nation is made great by a large population, and that this is made possible by men multiplying like rats in a barn if they have the means of subsistence, as we still see. He concluded that every encouragement should be given to those who grow food. The unequal distribution of wealth, he thought, discourages food production, for the estates of the rich take up land that could be fertile farms. Mirabeau's preface told the king that the peasants were the most productive class of all, those who see beneath them nothing but their nurse and yours, Mother Earth, who stoop unceasingly beneath the weight of the most toilsome labors, who bless you every day and ask nothing from you but peace and protection. It is with their sweat, and, you know it not, their very blood, that you gratify that heap of useless people who are ever telling you that the greatness of a prince consists in the value and number of favors that he divides among his courtiers. I have seen a tax-gathering bailiff cut off the hand of a poor woman who clung to her saucepan, the last utensil of the household, which she was defending from distraint. What would you have said, great prince? In Théorie de l'impôt, in 1760, the revolutionary Marquis attacked the tax-collecting farmers general as parasites preying upon the vitals of the nation. The angry financiers persuaded Louis XV to imprison him in the Château de Vincennes on December 16, 1760. Quesnay induced Madame de Pompadour to intercede. Louis released the Marquis on December 25th, but ordered him to remain on his estate at Le Bignon. Mirabeau made a virtue of necessity by studying agriculture at first hand, and in 1763 he issued Philosophie Rurale, the most comprehensive treatise on economics prior to Adam Smith. Grimm called it the Pentateuch of the Physiocratic sect. Altogether, this unique Marquis wrote 40 books right up to his dying year, all despite the trouble given him by his son, whom in desperation he sent to prison as a measure of safety for both. Like that son, he was violent and dissolute, married for money, charged his wife with adultery, let her return to her parents, and took a mistress. He denounced lettres de cachet as intolerable tyranny, and later prevailed upon the ministry to issue 50 of them to help him discipline his family. We find it hard to realize today the commotion raised by the publications of the Physiocrats and the ardor of their campaigns. Quesnay's disciples looked up to him as the Socrates of economics. They submitted their writings to him before going to print, and in many cases he contributed to their books. In 1767, Le Mercier de la Rivière, sometime governor of Martinique, issued what Adam Smith considered the most distinct and best-connected account of the doctrine, L'ordre naturel et essentiel des sociétés politiques. In economic relations, ran the argument, there are laws corresponding to those that Newton found in the universe. Economic ills arise from ignorance or violation of those laws. Do you wish a society to attain the highest degree of wealth, population, and power? Trust then its interests to freedom, and let this be universal. By means of this liberty, which is the essential element of industry, and the desire to enjoy, stimulated by competition and enlightened by experience and example, you are guaranteed that everyone will always act for his own greatest possible advantage, and consequently will contribute with all the power of his particular interest to the general good, both to the ruler and to every member of the society. Pierre Samuel Dupont summed up the gospel in Physiocratie in 1768, which gave the school its historic name. Dupont spread the theory also in 2 periodicals whose influence was felt all the way from Sweden to Tuscany. He served as Inspector General of Manufactures under Turgot, and fell with Turgot's fall in 1776. He helped to negotiate with England the treaty that recognized American independence in 1783. He was elected to the Assembly of Notables in 1787 and the Constituent Assembly in 1789. There, to distinguish him from another member called Dupont, he was called Dupont de Nemours, from the town that he represented. Having opposed the Jacobins, he was endangered by their rise to power. In 1799, he exiled himself to America. He returned to France in 1802, but in 1815 he made his final home in the United States, where he founded one of America's most famous families. On the face of it, the physiocratic doctrine appeared to favor feudalism, since feudal lords still owned, or drew feudal dues from, at least a third of the land of France. But they, who had paid hardly any taxes before 1756, were appalled at the notion that all taxes should fall upon the landowners. Nor could they accept the removal of feudal tolls on the transport of goods through their domains. The middle classes, which were thinking of new dignities, resented the idea that they were a sterile, unproductive part of the nation. And the philosophes, though mostly agreeing with the physiocrats about relying on the king as an agent of reform, could not accompany them in making peace with the Church. David Hume, who visited Quesnay in 1763, thought the physiocrats the most chimerical and arrogant set of men to be found nowadays since the destruction of the Sorbonne. Voltaire lampooned them in 1768 in L'Homme aux 40 écus, the man with 40 crowns. In 1770, Ferdinando Galliani, an Italian habitué of D'Holbach's synagogue of atheists, issued Dialogi sul commercio dei grani, which Diderot in that same year translated into French. Voltaire said that Plato and Molière must have joined in writing this excellent contribution to the already dismal science of economics. Galliani ridiculed with Parisian wit the physiocratic notion that only the land produces wealth. To free the trade in grains from all regulation would, he argued, ruin the farmers of France and could produce a famine at home while clever merchants exported French grain to other states. This is precisely what happened in 1768 and 1775. A story tells how Louis XV asked Quesnay what he would do if he were king. "Nothing," answered Quesnay. Who then would govern? The laws, by which the physiocrat meant the laws inherent in the nature of man and governing supply and demand. The king agreed to try them. On September 17, 1754, his ministry abolished all tolls and restraints on the sale and transport of grains, wheat, rye, and corn, within the kingdom. In 1764, this freedom was extended to the export of grains, except when these should reach a stated price. Left to the operation of supply and demand, the price of bread dropped for a time, but a bad harvest in 1765 raised it far beyond normal. The shortage of grains reached the famine stage in 1768-69. Peasants grubbed for food in pigsties and ate weeds and grass. In a parish of 2,200 souls, 1,800 begged for bread. The people complained that while they faced starvation, speculators were exporting grain. Critics charged the government with profiting from the operations of these monopoleurs in a pacte de famine, and this bitter variation on the pacte de famille of 1761 rang through subsequent years to accuse even the kindly Louis XVI of benefiting from the high price of bread. Some officials were apparently guilty, but Louis XV was not. He had commissioned certain dealers to buy grain in good years, store it, and put it on the market in years of scarcity. But when this was sold, it was at prices too high for the impoverished to pay. The government took tardy remedial measures. It imported grain and distributed it to the neediest provinces. The public clamored for restoration of state control over the trade in grain. The Parlements joined in the demand. It was at this juncture that Voltaire published his L'Homme aux 40 écus. The government yielded. On December 23, 1770, the edicts permitting free trade in grain were revoked. Despite this setback, physiocratic notions made their way at home and abroad. An edict of 1758 had established free trade in wool and woolen products. Adam Smith visited Quesnay in 1765, was attracted by his modesty and simplicity, and was confirmed in his own predilection for economic liberty. He judged the capital error of this system to lie in its representing the class of artificers manufacturers and merchants as altogether barren and unproductive, but he concluded that this system, with all its imperfections, is perhaps the nearest approximation to the truth that has yet been published on the subject of political economy. The ideas of the Physiocrats accorded well with the desire of England, already the greatest exporter among the nations, to reduce export and import dues. The doctrine that wealth would grow faster under freedom from governmental restrictions on production and distribution found sympathetic hearing in Sweden under Gustavus III, in Tuscany under Grand Duke Leopold, in Spain under Charles III. Jefferson's affection for a government that governed least was in part an echo of physiocratic principles. Henry George acknowledged the influence of the Physiocrats in his advocacy of a single tax falling upon realty. The philosophy of free enterprise and trade charmed the American business class and gave an added stimulus to the rapid development of industry and wealth in the United States. In France, the Physiocrats provided a theoretical basis for freeing the middle classes from feudal and legal impediments to domestic trade and political advancement. Before Quesnay died on December 16, 1774, he had the comfort of seeing one of his friends made Comptroller General of Finance, and had he lived 15 years more, he would have seen the triumph of many physiocratic ideas in the Revolution. 4. The Rise of Turgot, 1727 to 74. Was Turgot a physiocrat? His rich and diverse background repels every label. He came of an old family, une bonne race, Louis XV called it, which had through generations filled with distinction important posts. His father was a councillor of state and a prévôt des marchands, the highest administrative office in Paris. His older brother was maître des requêtes, secretary for petitions and claims, and a leading member of the Parlements of Paris. As a younger son, Anne Robert Jacques Turgot was intended for the priesthood. In the Collège Louis le Grand, in the Seminary of Saint-Sulpice, and in the Sorbonne, he passed all tests with credit, and at the age of 19 he became Abbé de Broucourt. He learned to read Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Spanish, Italian, German, and English, and to speak the last three of these languages fluently. In 1749 he was elected a prior of the Sorbonne, and in that capacity he delivered lectures, two of which made a stir beyond the ramparts of theology. In July 1750 he addressed the Sorbonne in Latin on the advantages that the establishment of Christianity has conferred upon the human race. It had rescued antiquity from superstition, had preserved many arts and sciences, and had presented to mankind the liberating conception of a law of justice transcending all human prejudices and interests. Could one hope for this from any other principle than religion? The Christian religion alone has brought to light the rights of humanity. There is an echo of philosophy in this piety. Apparently the young prior had read Montesquieu and Voltaire, with some effect upon his theology. In December 1750 he addressed the Sorbonne with a tableau philosophique des progrès successifs de l'esprit humain. This historic enunciation of the new religion of progress was a remarkable performance for a youth of 23. Anticipating Comte, perhaps following Vico, he divided the history of the human mind into three stages: theological, metaphysical, and scientific. Before man understood the causal connection of physical phenomena, nothing was so natural as to suppose they were produced by intelligent beings, invisible and resembling themselves. When philosophers recognized the absurdity of these fables about the gods, but had not yet gained an insight into natural history, they thought to explain the causes of phenomena by abstract expressions, such as essences and faculties. It was only at a later period that, by observing the reciprocal mechanical action of bodies, hypotheses were formed which could be developed by mathematics and verified by experience. Animals, said this brilliant youth, know no progress. They remain the same from generation to generation. But man, by having learned to accumulate and transmit knowledge, is able to improve the tools by which he deals with his environment and enriches his life. As long as this accumulation and transmission of knowledge and technology continues, progress is inevitable, though it may be interrupted by natural calamities and the vicissitudes of states. Progress is not uniform, nor is it universal. Some nations advance while others retreat. Art may stand still while science moves on, but the sum of the movement is forward. For good measure, Turgot predicted the American Revolution. Colonies are like fruit, which clings to the tree only until it is ripe. By becoming self-sufficient, they do what Carthage did, what America will sometime do. Inspired by the idea of progress, Turgot, while still in the Sorbonne, planned to write a history of civilization. Only his notes for some sections of the project survive. From these it appears that he had intended to include the history of language, religion, science, economics, sociology, and psychology, as well as the rise and fall of states. His father's death having left him an adequate income, he determined, late in 1750, to leave the ecclesiastical career. A fellow abbé protested and promised him rapid advancement, but Turgot replied, according to Dupont de Nemours, "I cannot condemn myself to wear a mask throughout my life." He had taken only minor orders and was free to enter a political career. In January 1752 he became substitute Attorney General, and in December councillor in the Parlements. In 1753 he bought the office of Maître des Requêtes, in which he won a reputation for industry and justice. In 1755-56 he accompanied Gournay on tours of inspection in the provinces. Now he learned economics by direct contact with farmers, merchants, and manufacturers. Through Gournay he met Quesnay, and through him Mirabeau Père, Dupont de Nemours, and Adam Smith. He never listed himself as of the Physiocratic school, but his money and his pen were main supporters of Dupont's magazine, Éphéméride. Meanwhile, in 1751, his mind and manners won him welcome in the salons of Madame Geoffrin, Madame de Graffigny, Madame du Deffand, and Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. There he met D'Alembert, Diderot, Helvétius, D'Holbach, and Grimm. One early result of these contacts was his publication in 1753 of 2 Lettres sur la Tolérance. To Diderot's Encyclopédie he contributed articles on existence, etymology, fairs, and markets. But when the enterprise was condemned by the government, he withdrew as a contributor. Traveling in Switzerland and France, he visited Voltaire in 1760, beginning a friendship that lasted till Voltaire's death. The sage of Ferney wrote to D'Alembert, "I have scarcely ever seen a man more lovable or better informed." The philosophe claimed him as their own and hoped through him to influence the king. In 1766 he wrote, for 2 Chinese students who were about to return to China, a 100-page outline of economics. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 1. In 1766 he wrote, for 2 Chinese students who were about to return to China, a 100-page outline of economics. Réflexions sur la formation et la distribution des richesses. Published in the Éphéméride between 1769 and 1770, it was acclaimed as one of the most concise and forceful expositions of physiocratic theory. Land, said Turgot, is the only source of wealth. All classes but cultivators of the soil live on the surplus that these produce beyond their own need. This surplus constitutes a wages fund from which the artisan class can be paid. Here follows an early formulation of what came to be known as the iron law of wages. The wages of the worker are limited to his subsistence by competition among the workmen. The mere worker, who has only his arms and his industry, has nothing except in so far as he succeeds in selling his toil to others. The employer pays him as little as he can, and as he has a choice among a great number of workers, he prefers the one who works for the least wage. The workers are therefore obliged to lower their price in competition with one another. In every kind of work it cannot fail to happen, and actually it does happen, that the wages of the worker are limited to what is necessary for his subsistence. Turgot went on to stress the importance of capital. Someone through his savings must supply the tools and materials of production before the worker can be employed, and he must keep the workers alive until the sale of the product replenishes his capital. As an enterprise is never sure of success, profits must be allowed to balance the risk of losing the capital. It is this continual advance and return of capital which constitutes the circulation of money, that useful and fruitful circulation which gives life to all the labors of the society, and is with great reason compared to the circulation of the blood in the animal body. This circulation must not be interfered with. Profits and interest, like wages, must be allowed to reach their natural level according to supply and demand. Capitalists, manufacturers, merchants, and working men should be free from taxation. This should fall only upon landowners, who will reimburse themselves by charging more for their products. No duty should be charged on the transport or sale of any article of consumption. In these Réflexions, Turgot laid down the theoretical basis of 19th-century capitalism, before the effective organization of labor. One of the kindest and most honest men of his time could see for the workers no better future than a subsistence wage. Yet the same man became a devoted public servant. In August 1761 he was appointed intendant, the king's supervisor, of the Généralité of Limoges, one of the poorest regions of France. He estimated that 48 to 50% of the income of the land went in taxes to the state and tithes to the church. The local peasants were sullen, the nobles uncouth. "I have the misfortune," he wrote to Voltaire, "of being an intendant. I say the misfortune, for in this age of quarrels and remonstrances there is happiness only in living the philosophic life among one's books and friends." Voltaire answered, "You will win the hearts and the purses of Limousin. I believe that an intendant is the only person who can be useful. Can he not have the highways repaired, the fields cultivated, the marshes drained, and can he not encourage manufactures?" Turgot did all that. He labored zealously in Limoges for 13 years, winning affection from the people and dislike from the nobility. He repeatedly, vainly, petitioned the Council of State to reduce the tax rate. He improved the allotment of taxes, remedied injustices, organized a civil service, freed the trade in grain, and built 450 miles of roads. They were part of that nationwide road-building program, begun by the French government in 1732, to which we owe the lovely tree-shaded highways of France today. Before Turgot, the roads had been built by corvée, the forced and unpaid labor of the peasantry. He abolished corvée in Limoges and paid for the labor by a general tax on all the laity. He persuaded the inhabitants to grow potatoes as human food instead of only for animals. His vigorous measures of relief in the famine periods of 1768 to 72 won universal admiration. On July 20th, 1774, a new king invited him to join the central government. All France rejoiced, and looked to him as the man who would save the crumbling state. 5. The Communists. While the Physiocrats were laying the theoretical basis of capitalism, Morelly, Mably, and Linguet were expounding socialism and communism. As the educated classes surrendered their hopes of heaven, they consoled themselves with earthly substitutes. The well-to-do, ignoring religious prohibitions, indulged themselves with wealth and power, women and wine and art. The commoners found solace in visions of a utopia in which the goods of the earth would be equally shared between simple and clever, weak and strong. There was no socialist movement in the 18th century, no such definite group as the Levellers in Cromwell's England or the communistic Jesuits of Paraguay. There were only individuals here and there adding their voices to a mounting cry that would become, in Gracchus Babeuf, a factor in the French Revolution. We recall that the priestly skeptic Jean Meslier, in his Testament of 1733, pleaded for a communistic society in which the national product would be equally shared, and men and women would mate and part as they pleased. Meanwhile, he suggested it would help if a few kings should be killed. 7 years before this proclamation came to print, Rousseau, in his second discourse of 1755, denounced private property as the source of all the evils of civilization. But even in that outburst he disclaimed any socialistic program, and by 1762 the heroes of his books were well equipped with property. In the same year, with Rousseau's Discourse on the Origin of Inequality, appeared the Code de la Nature of an obscure radical of whom, aside from his books, we know hardly anything but his last name, Morelly. We must not confuse him with André Morellet, whom we have seen as a contributor to the Encyclopédie. Morelly first roused the wits with a Traité des qualités d'un grand roi in 1751, which pictured a communistic king. In 1753 he gave his dream poetic form as Naufrage des îles flottantes, ou La Basiliade. Here the good king, perhaps after reading Rousseau's first discourse, leads his people back to a simple and natural life. The best and fullest exposition of the communistic ideal was Morelly's Code de la Nature, 1755-60. Many ascribed it to Diderot, and the Marquis d'Argenson pronounced it superior to Montesquieu's L'Esprit des Lois of 1748. Morelly thought, like Rousseau, that man is by nature good, that his social instincts incline him to good behavior, and that the laws corrupted him by establishing and protecting private property. He praised Christianity for inclining to communism, and mourned that the Church had sanctioned property. The institution of private property had generated vanity, fatuity, pride, ambition, villainy, hypocrisy, viciousness. Everything evil resolves itself into this subtle and pernicious element, the desire to possess. Then sophists conclude that the nature of man makes communism impossible, whereas in real sequence it was the violation of communism that perverted the natural virtues of man. If it were not for the greed, egoism, rivalries, and hatreds engendered by private property, men would live together in peaceful and cooperative brotherhood. The road to reconstruction must begin by clearing all obstacles to the free discussion of morals and politics, allowing full liberty to wise men to attack the errors and prejudices that maintain the spirit of property. Children should be taken from their parents at 6 years of age, and brought up communally by the state until they are 16 years old, when they should be returned to their parents. Meanwhile, the schools will have trained them to think in terms of the common good rather than personal acquisition. Private property should be permitted only in articles pertaining to the individual's intimate needs. All products will be collected in public storehouses to be distributed to all citizens for the needs of life. Every able-bodied individual must work. From 21 to 25 he must help on the farms. There is to be no leisure class, but everyone will be free to retire at 40, and the state will see that he is well cared for in old age. The nation will be divided into garden cities with a shopping center and a public square. Each community is to be governed by a council of fathers over 50 years old, and these councils will elect a supreme senate to rule and coordinate all. Perhaps Morelly underestimated the natural individualism of men, the strength of the acquisitive instinct, and the opposition that the hunger for freedom would offer to the tyranny required for the maintenance of an unnatural equality. Nevertheless, his influence was considerable. Babeuf declared that he had imbibed his communism from Morelly's Code de la Nature, and Charles Fourier probably took from the same source his plan, in 1808, for cooperative phalansteries, which in turn led to such communist experiments as Brook Farm in 1841. In Morelly's Code occurs the famous principle that came down to inspire and plague the Russian Revolution: from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The philosophe generally rejected Morelly's system as impracticable, and accepted private property as an unavoidable consequence of human nature. But in 1763 Morelly found a vigorous ally in Simon-Henri Linguet, a lawyer who attacked both law and property. Disbarred from practice, Linguet published, between 1777 and 1792, Annales Politiques, a journal in which he delivered a running fire upon social abuses. Law, he thought, had become an instrument for legalizing and maintaining possessions originally won by force or fraud. Laws are destined above all to safeguard property. Now, as one can take away much more from the man who has than from him who has not, they are obviously a guarantee accorded to the rich against the poor. It is difficult to believe, and yet it is clearly demonstrable, that the laws are in some respects a conspiracy against the majority of the human race. Consequently, there is an inevitable class war between the owners of property or capital and the workers who, in competition with one another, must sell their labor to propertied employers. Linguet scorned the claims of the Physiocrats that the liberation of the economy from state controls would automatically bring prosperity. On the contrary, it would accelerate the concentration of wealth. Prices would rise and wages would lag behind. The control of prices by the rich perpetuates the slavery of the wage earner even after slavery has been abolished by law. All that they, the former slaves, have gained is to be constantly tormented by the fear of starvation, a misfortune from which their predecessors in this lowest rank of humanity were at least exempt. Slaves were lodged and fed all the year round. But in an uncontrolled economy, the employer is free to throw his employees into beggary whenever he can make no profit from them. Then he makes begging a crime. There is no remedy against all this, Linguet thought, but a communist revolution. He did not recommend it for his time, since it would lead more likely to anarchy than to justice, but he felt that the conditions for such a revolt were rapidly taking form. Never has want been more universal, more murderous for the class which is condemned to it. Never, perhaps, amidst apparent prosperity, has Europe been nearer to a complete upheaval. We have reached, by a directly opposite route, precisely the point which Italy had reached when the slave war, led by Spartacus, inundated it with blood and carried fire and slaughter to the very gates of the mistress of the world. The revolution came in his time, despite his advice, and sent him to the guillotine in 1794. The Abbé Gabriel Bonneau de Mably kept his head by dying 4 years before the revolution. He came of a prominent family in Grenoble. One of his brothers was the Jean Bonneau de Mably, with whom Rousseau stayed in 1740. Another was the Condillac, who made a sensation of psychology. Still another famous relative, Cardinal de Tencin, tried to make a priest out of him, but Gabriel stopped short at minor orders, attended the salon of Madame de Tencin in Paris, and succumbed to philosophy. In 1748 he quarreled with the cardinal and withdrew into scholarly retirement. Thereafter the only events in his life were his books, all of them once renowned. His 7 years in Paris and Versailles gave him a knowledge of politics, of international relations, and of human nature. The result was a unique mixture of socialistic aspirations with pessimistic doubts. Mably insisted, contrary to Machiavelli, that the same moral standards that are applied to individuals should be applied to the conduct of states. But he recognized that this would require an enforceable system of international law. Like Voltaire and Morelly, he was a theist without Christianity, but he believed that morality cannot be maintained without a religion of supernatural punishments and rewards. For most persons are condemned to the permanent infancy of their reason. He preferred the Stoic ethics to those of Christ, and the Greek republics to modern monarchies. He agreed with Morelly in deriving the vices of man not from nature but from property. This is the fountainhead of all the ills that afflict society. The passion for enriching oneself has taken a growing place in the human heart, stifling all justice. And that passion is intensified as inequality of fortunes increases. Envy, covetousness, and class divisions poison the natural amity of mankind. The rich multiply their luxuries, the poor sink into humiliation and degradation. Of what good is political liberty if economic slavery persists? The freedom which every European thinks he enjoys is only the freedom to leave one master and give himself to another. How much happier and finer would men be if there were no mine and thine? Mably thought that the Indians were happier under Jesuit communism in Paraguay than the Frenchmen of his time, that the Swedes and the Swiss of that age, who had given up the quest for glory and money and were content with a moderate prosperity, were happier than the English who were conquering colonies and trade. In Sweden, he contended, character was held in greater honor than fame, and a modest contentment was valued above great wealth. Real freedom is possessed only by those who are not anxious to be rich. In the kind of society advocated by the Physiocrats, there would be no happiness, for men would always be agitated by the desire to equal in possessions those more affluent than themselves. So Mably concluded that communism is the only social order that will promote virtue and happiness. Establish community of goods, and nothing is thence easier than to establish equality of conditions, and to affirm on this double foundation the well-being of man. But how can such communism be established with men so corrupted as they now are? Here the skeptic in Mably raises his head and despondently admits that no human force today could re-establish equality without causing greater disorders than those one wished to avoid. Democracy is theoretically splendid, but in practice it fails through the ignorance and acquisitiveness of the masses. All that we can do is to hold up communism as an ideal toward which civilization should gradually and cautiously move, slowly changing the habits of modern man from competition to cooperation. Our goal should be not the increase of wealth, nor even the increase of happiness, but rather the growth of virtue, for only virtue brings happiness. The first step toward a better government would be the summoning of a States General, which should draw up a constitution giving supreme power to a legislative assembly. This was done in 1789-91. The acreage possessed by any one person should be limited. Large estates should be broken up to spread peasant proprietorship. There should be strict curbs on the inheritance of wealth, and useless arts like painting and sculpture should be banned. Many of these proposals were adopted in the French Revolution. Mably's collected works were published in 1789, again in 1792, again in 1793. And a book published soon after the Revolution listed Helvétius, Mably, Rousseau, Voltaire, and Franklin, in that order, as the principal inspirers of that event and the true saints of the new dispensation. 6. The King. Louis XV, so far as he knew them, smiled at these communists as negligible dreamers and passed amiably from bed to bed. The court continued its reckless gambling and extravagant display. The Prince de Soubise spent 200,000 livres to entertain the king for one day, and every progress of His Majesty to one of his country seats cost the taxpayers 100,000 livres. 100 dignitaries had their hôtels, or palaces, at Versailles or Paris, and 10,000 servants labored proudly to meet the wants and foibles of nobles, prelates, mistresses, and the royal family. Louis himself had 3,000 horses, 217 carriages, 150 pages garbed in velvet and gold, and 30 physicians to bleed and purge and poison him. The royal household in 1 year, 1751, spent 68 million livres, almost a quarter of the government's revenue. The people complained, but for the most part anonymously. Every year 100 pamphlets, posters, satirical songs displayed the king's unpopularity. Louis, said one brochure, If you were once the object of our love, it was because your vices were still unknown to us. In this kingdom, depopulated because of you, and given over as a prey to the mountebanks who rule with you, if there are Frenchmen left, it is to hate you." What had led to this transformation of Louis le Bien-Aimé into a despised and insulted king? He himself, aside from his extravagance, negligence, and adulteries, was not quite as bad as vengeful history has painted him. He was physically handsome, tall, strong, capable of hunting all afternoon and entertaining women at night. His educators had spoiled him. Villeroy had given him to understand that all France belonged to him by inheritance and divine right. The pride of sovereignty was moderated and confused by the shadow and tradition of Louis XIV. The young king was obsessed and made timid by a sense of his inability to meet that august standard of grandeur and will. He became incapable of resolution and gladly left decisions to his ministers. His boyhood reading and his tenacious memory gave him some acquaintance with history, and he acquired in time a considerable knowledge of European affairs. Through many years he kept his own secret diplomatic correspondence. He was languidly intelligent and judged well and mercilessly the character of the men and women about him. He could keep pace with the best minds in his court in conversation and wit. But apparently he accepted even the most absurd dogmas of the theology that Fleury had poured into his youth. Religion became an intermittent fever with him as he alternated between piety and adultery. He suffered from fear of death and hell, but gambled on absolution in articulo mortis. He halted the persecution of the Jansenists, and in retrospect we perceive that the philosophe, on and off, enjoyed considerable leeway in his reign. He was sometimes cruel, but more often humane. Pompadour and Du Barry learned to love him for himself as well as for the power he gave them. His coldness and taciturnity were part of his shyness and self-distrust. Behind that reserve lay elements of tenderness, which he expressed especially in his affection for his daughters. These loved him as a father who gave them everything except good example. Usually his manners were gracious, but at times he was callous and talked too calmly about the ailments or approaching death of his courtiers. He quite forgot to be a gentleman in his abrupt dismissals of d'Argenson, Maurepas, and Choiseul. But that too may have been the result of diffidence. He found it hard to say no to a man's face. Yet he could face danger bravely, as in the hunt or at Fontenoy. Dignified in public, he was pleasant and sociable with his intimate friends, preparing coffee for them with his own anointed hands. He observed the complex etiquette that Louis XIV had established for royalty, but he resented the formalism that it laid upon his life. Often he rose before the official levee and made his own fire so as not to awaken the servants. More often he lingered in bed till 11. At night, after having been put to bed with the official coucher, he might slip away to enjoy his mistress or even to visit, incognito, the town of Versailles. He avoided the artificialities of the court by hunting. On those days when he did not run off to the chase, the courtiers said, "The king is doing nothing today." He knew more about his hounds than about his ministers. He thought that his ministers could take care of matters better than he could, and when he was warned that France was moving toward bankruptcy and revolution, he comforted himself with the thought that things as they are will last through my time. Sexually, he was a monster of immorality. We can forgive him the mistress that he took when the queen was oppressed by his virility. We can understand his fascination with Pompadour and his sensitivity to the beauty and grace and bright vivacity of women. But there is little in royal history so despicable as his serial passage through the girls prepared for his bed in the Parc aux Cerfs. The coming of Du Barry was, by comparison, a return to normalcy. 7. Du Barry. She began in the Champagne village of Vaucouleurs about 1743 as Marie-Jeanne Bécu, daughter of Mademoiselle Anne Bécu, who, it appears, never revealed the father's identity. Such mysteries were quite frequent in the lower classes. In 1748, Anne moved to Paris and became a cook to Monsieur Dumonceau, who arranged to have Jeanne, aged 7, boarded in the convent of St. Anne. There the pretty girl remained for 9 years, and, it seems, not unhappily. She kept pleasant memories of this well-ordered nunnery, received instruction in reading, writing, and embroidery, and retained throughout her life a simple and unquestioning piety and a reverence for nuns and priests. The shelter that she gave to hunted priests in the Revolution shared in leading her to the guillotine. When she emerged from the convent, she took as her surname that of her mother's new mate, Monsieur Ronson. She was sent to a hairdresser to learn his art, but this included seduction, and Jeanne, irresistibly beautiful, knew not how to resist. Her mother transferred her to Madame de la Garde as a companion, but Madame's visitors paid too much attention to Jeanne, and she was soon dismissed. The millinery shop in which she became a salesgirl attracted an unusual number of male patrons. She became the kept woman of a succession of rakes. In 1763 she was taken up by Jean du Barry, a gambler who procured women for aristocratic roués. Under the elegant name of Jeanne de Vaubernier, she served this pimp for 5 years as hostess at his parties and added some refinement to her charms. Du Barry thought that he, too, like Madame Poisson, had discovered a morsel for the king. In 1766, good King Stanislas died in Lorraine, which thereby became a province of France. His daughter, Marie Leschinska, the modest, pious Queen of France, fell into a rapid decline after his death, for their mutual love had upheld her in her long servitude to a faithless husband in an alien environment. And on June 24, 1768, she passed away, mourned even by the king. He gave his daughters hope that he would take no more mistresses. But in July he saw Jeanne, who happened to be straying through the palace of Versailles as innocently as La Pompadour had driven in the Sénart hunting park 20 years before. He was struck by her voluptuous beauty, her gaiety and playfulness. Here was someone who could amuse him again and warm his cold and melancholy heart. He sent his valet Lebel for her. Comte du Barry readily agreed to part with her for a royal consideration. To appease appearances, Louis insisted that the girl should have a husband. The Comte married her in short time to his brother Guillaume, the real but impoverished Comte du Barry, who was brought from Lévignac in Gascony for the purpose. Jeanne bade him farewell immediately after the ceremony on September 1, 1768, and never saw him again. Guillaume was awarded a pension of 5,000 livres. He took a mistress of his own, carried her off to Lévignac, lived with her there for 25 years, and married her on learning that his wife had been guillotined. Jeanne, new named Comtesse du Barry, joined the king secretly at Compiègne, then publicly at Fontainebleau. The Duc de Richelieu asked Louis what he saw in this new toy. "Only this," his Majesty answered, "that she makes me forget that soon I shall be 60. The courtiers were horrified. They could readily understand a man's need of a mistress, but to take a woman whom several of them had known as a prostitute and elevate her to a place above marquises and duchesses. Choiseul had hoped to offer his sister to the king as maîtresse en titre. This rejected lady goaded her usually cautious brother into open hostility to the pretty upstart, and La Barry never forgave him. The new mistress was soon swimming in livres and gems. The king dowered her with a pension of 1,300,000 francs, plus an annuity of 150,000 more, levied on the city of Paris and the state of Burgundy. Jewelers hurried to supply her with rings, necklaces, bracelets, tiaras, and other sparkling adornments, for which they billed the king 2,000,000 francs in 4 years. Altogether, in those 4 years, she cost the treasury 6,375,000 livres. The people of Paris heard of her brilliance and mourned that a new Pompadour had come to swallow their taxes. On April 22, 1769, entering in a blaze of jewelry and on the arm of Richelieu, she was formally presented at court. The men admired her charms, the women received her as coldly as they dared. She bore these slights quietly and appeased some courtiers by the modesty of her behavior and the melodious laughter with which she regaled the king. Even to her enemies, except Choiseul, she showed no malice. She gained favor by bending his Majesty to issue pardons more frequently than before. Bit by bit she gathered around her titled men and women who used her intercession with the king. Like Pompadour, she took good care of her relatives. She bought property and title for her mother and secured pensions for her aunt and her cousins. She paid the debts of Jean du Barry, gave him a fortune, and bought for him a sumptuous villa at L'Île-Jourdain. She herself won from the king the Château of Louveciennes, which the Prince and Princess de Lamballe had occupied, on the edge of the royal park at Marly. She engaged the greatest architect of that generation, Jacques-Ange Gabriel, to remodel the chateau to her convenience, and the meticulous cabinet-maker Pierre Gautier to decorate it with furniture and objects of art to the value of 756,000 livres. She lacked the background of education and association that had made Pompadour a willing and discriminating patron of literature, philosophy, and art. But she collected a library of well-bound books, from Homer to pornography, from Pascal's pious Pensées to Fragonard's spicy illustrations. And in 1773 she sent her homage and portrait to Voltaire with a kiss for each cheek. He replied with a poem as clever as ever. "What, 2 kisses at the close of my life? What a passport you deign to send me! 2, it is 1 too many, adorable Egeria. I shall die with pleasure at the first." She asked Louis XV to let Voltaire return to Paris. He refused. She had to content herself with buying an assortment of watches from Ferney. In 1778, when the old master came to Paris to die, she was among the many who climbed the stairs in the Rue de Beaune to pay her respects to him. He was charmed, and ended by rising from his bed to escort her to the door. On the way down she met Jacques-Pierre Brissot, the future revolutionist. He was hoping to submit to Voltaire a manuscript on criminal law. He had sought entry the day before and had been refused. He was trying again. She led him back to Voltaire's door and arranged for his admittance. In his memoir he recalled her smile so full of warmth and kindness. She was unquestionably good-natured and generous. She bore without recrimination the enmity of the royal family and the refusal of Marie Antoinette to speak to her. Choiseul alone she could not forgive, and that was because he never ceased his efforts to drive her from the court. Soon he or she would have to go. 8. Choiseul. He came of an old Lorraine family, and was already in early life the Comte de Stainville. He earned distinction for his bravery in the War of the Austrian Succession. In 1750, aged 31, he replenished the fortunes of his family by marrying a wealthy heiress. His brilliant mind and gay wit soon won him prominence at court, but he interrupted his rise by opposing Pompadour. In 1752 he changed sides and gained her gratitude by revealing to her a plot to get her dismissed. She secured his appointment as ambassador to Rome, then to Vienna. In 1758 he was summoned to Paris to replace Bernis as Minister for Foreign Affairs, and was made a Duke and Peer of France. In 1761 he transferred his ministry to his brother César, but continued to direct foreign policy. He himself took the ministries of War and Marine. He became so powerful that at times he overruled and intimidated the king. He rebuilt both the army and the navy. He reduced speculation and corruption in military payments and supplies, restored discipline in the ranks, and replaced superannuated dignity with untitled competence in the officer corps. He developed French colonies in the West Indies and added Corsica to the French crown. He sympathized with the philosophes, defended the publication of the Encyclopédie, supported the expulsion of the Jesuits in 1764, and winked at the reorganization of the Huguenots in France. He protected Voltaire's security at Ferney, furthered his campaign for the Calas family, and won from Diderot an apostrophe of praise. "Great Choiseul, you watch sleeplessly over the fortunes of the fatherland." All in all, his policies rescued France in modest measure from the disaster brought upon her by the Austrian mésalliance. He reduced the subsidies that France habitually paid to Sweden, Switzerland, Denmark, and some German princes. He encouraged the efforts of Charles III to bring Spain into the 18th century, and sought to strengthen both France and Spain by the Pacte de Famille in 1761, between the Bourbon kings. The plan went awry, but Choiseul negotiated peace with England on much better terms than the military situation appeared to support. He foresaw the revolt of the English colonies in America and strengthened the French position in Saint-Domingue, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guiana, in the hope of establishing a new colonial domain that would compensate France for the loss of Canada. The two Napoleons adopted the same policy in 1803 and 1863. Against these achievements we must weigh his failure to stop the Russian penetration of Poland and his insistence upon leading France and Spain into renewed hostilities with England. Louis had had enough of war and gave an open mind to those who were working for Choiseul's fall. The clever minister charmed many by his courtesy to courtiers, his prodigal entertainment of friends, and his resourcefulness and industry in the service of France. But he intensified rivalries into enmities by open criticism and careless speech, and his unabated opposition to Du Barry gave his foes an intimate access to the king. The inexhaustible Richelieu supported Du Barry, and his nephew, the Duc d'Aiguillon, itched to replace Choiseul as head of the government. The royal family, resenting Choiseul's activity against the Jesuits, condescended to use the scorned mistress as a tool in deposing the impious minister. Louis repeatedly asked him to avoid war with England and with Du Barry. Choiseul continued secretly to plot war and openly to scorn the mistress. Finally, she joined all her forces against him. On December 24, 1770, the irritated king sent a curt message to Choiseul. "My cousin, my dissatisfaction with your services compels me to exile you to Chanteloupe, to which you shall take yourself within the next 24 hours. Most of the court, shocked by so abrupt a dismissal of one who had done great things for France, dared the royal ire by expressing their sympathy for the fallen minister. Many nobles rode off to Chanteloupe to solace Choiseul in his exile. It was a comfortable banishment, for the Duke's estate included one of the finest palaces and most spacious private parks in France, and it was placed in Touraine, not far from Paris. There Choiseul lived in state and elegance, for Du Barry induced the king to send him 300,000 livres at once and a pledge of 60,000 livres per year. The philosophe mourned his fall. "Tout est perdu," cried the diners chez D'Holbach, and Diderot described them as melting in tears. 9. The Revolt of the Parlements. Choiseul was succeeded by a triumvirate in which d'Aiguillon was foreign minister, René Nicolas de Maupeou was chancellor, and Abbé Joseph-Marie Thérèse was contrôleur des finances. Thérèse gave Du Barry all the funds that she demanded. Otherwise, however, he reduced expenditures heroically. He suspended amortization and lowered the rate of interest on governmental obligations. He devised new taxes, dues, and fees, and doubled the tolls on internal transport. Altogether, he saved 36 million livres and added 15 million to income. In effect, he delayed financial collapse by partial bankruptcy, but many men suffered through governmental defaults and added their voices to an unsettling discontent. Soon the deficit grew again and reached 40 million livres in the last year of the reign, 1774. What would today seem to be a modest national debt for a nation with fiscal stability was an added cause for anxiety to those who had lent money to the government and who now heard with less hostility the mounting cries for change. The culminating crisis in the final decade of Louis XV was the struggle of his ministers to preserve the absolute power of the king against the active rebellion of the Parlements. These, as we have seen, were not representative or legislative bodies like the British Parliament. They were judicial chambers serving as appellate courts in 13 cities of France. In addition, like the English Parliament versus Charles I, they claimed to defend against royal absolutism the fundamental law or established customs of their regions. And since the regent Philippe d'Orléans had confirmed their right of remonstrance against royal or ministerial edicts, they advanced to the claim that no such edict could become law unless they accepted and registered it. If the Parlement had been elected by the people or by an educated and propertied minority, as in Britain, they might have served as a transition to democracy, and in some measure they were a wholesome check upon the central government. Generally, therefore, the people supported them in their conflicts with the king. Actually, however, the Parlement, almost entirely composed of rich lawyers, were among the most conservative forces in France. As the nobility of the robe, these lawyers became as exclusive as the nobility of the sword. Parlement after Parlement decreed that new posts carrying nobility were to be restricted to families already noble. The Paris Parlement was the most conservative of all. It competed with the clergy in opposing freedom of thought or publication. It banned and sometimes burned the books of the philosophes. It had been won to Jansenism, which brought a Calvinist theology into the Catholic Church. Voltaire noted that the Jansenist Parlement of Toulouse tortured and killed Jean Calas, and that the Parlement of Paris approved the execution of Labarre, while the ministry of Choiseul reversed the Calas judgment and protected the encyclopedists. Christophe de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, aggravated the conflict between the Jansenists and the Orthodox Catholics by ordering the clergy under his jurisdiction to administer the sacraments only to persons who had confessed to a non-Jansenist priest. The Paris Parlement, with wide public approval, forbade the priests to obey this order. It accused the archbishop of fomenting a schism and seized some of his temporal possessions. The King's Council of State called this procedure illegally confiscatory and bade the Parlement withdraw from religious disputes. The Parlement refused. On the contrary, it drew up Grande Remonstrance on May 4, 1753, which in a degree foreshadowed the Revolution. They professed loyalty to the king, but told him that if subjects owe obedience to kings, these on their side owe obedience to the laws. The implication was that the Parlement, as guardian and interpreter of the law, would act as a supreme court over the king. On May 9th, the Council of State issued lettre de cachet banishing most members of the Paris Parlement from the capital. The provincial Parlement and the people of Paris rose to the support of the exiles. The Marquis d'Argenson noted in December that the Parisians are in a state of subdued excitement. The government, fearing a popular rising, ordered its soldiery to patrol the streets and protect the house of the archbishop. In March 1754, d'Argenson wrote, "Everything is preparing for civil war." Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld advised a face-saving compromise. The government recalled the exiles on September 7th, but ordered the Parlement and the clergy to refrain from further dispute. The order was not obeyed. The Archbishop of Paris continued his campaign against Jansenism, and so vigorously that Louis banished him to Conflans on December 3rd. The Parlement declared that the papal bull against Jansenism was not a rule of faith, and bade the clergy ignore it. The government vacillated, but finally, needing a loan from the clergy to prosecute the 7 Years' War, it ordered the Parlement to accept the papal bull on December 13, 1756. The violent debate turned many heads. On January 5, 1757, Robert-François Damiens attacked the king in a Versailles street and stabbed him with a large penknife. Then he stood by, awaiting arrest. Louis told his negligent bodyguard, "Secure him, but let no one do him any harm." The wound proved minor, and the assailant claimed, "I had no intention to kill the king. I might have done this had I been so inclined. I did it only that God might touch the king's heart and work on him to restore things to their former footing." In a letter from prison to the king, he repeated that the Archbishop of Paris is the cause of all the disturbance about the sacraments by having refused them. He had, he said, been aroused by the speeches he had heard in the Parlement. "If I had never entered a court of justice, I should never have gotten here." Those speeches had so excited him that he had sent for a physician to come and bleed him. None came. Had he been bled, he claimed he would not have attacked the king. The Grand Chambre of the Parlement tried, convicted, and sentenced him, and condemned his father, mother, and sister to perpetual banishment. Damiens suffered the tortures prescribed by law for regicides. His flesh was torn by red-hot pincers, he was splashed with boiling lead, he was torn apart by 4 horses, this on March 28, 1757. High-born ladies paid for points of vantage from which to see the operation. The king expressed disgust with the tortures and sent pensions to the banished family. The Attempt of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. The attempt won some sympathy for the king. Jews and Protestants joined in prayers for his speedy recovery. But when it was learned that the wound was, in Voltaire's phrase, only a pinprick, piqûre d'épingle, the tide of public support turned back to the Parlement. People began to discuss representative government versus absolute monarchy. They see in the Parlement, wrote d'Argenson, a remedy for the vexations they suffer. Revolt is smouldering. In June 1763, the Paris Parlement again affirmed that the verification of the laws by Parlement is one of those laws that cannot be violated without violating that law by which the kings themselves exist. The Parlement of Toulouse went further, declaring that the law required the free consent of the nation, but by nation it meant the Parlement. On July 23, 1763, an important judicial body, the Cour des Aides, under the presidency of the brave and honest Malesherbes, submitted to the king a report on national poverty and the incompetence and corruption in the administration of the national finances. It begged him to listen to the people themselves through the voice of their deputies in a convocation of the States General of the realm. Here was the first clear demand for that National Assembly which had not been called since 1614. In the crucial struggle that resulted in the expulsion of the Jesuits from France in 1764, the Paris Parlement seized the offensive and forced the hand of the king. In June and November, the Parlement of Rennes, Supreme Judicial Court of Brittany, dispatched strong remonstrances to Louis against the oppressive taxes levied by the Duc d'Aiguillon, then governor of the province. Receiving no satisfaction, it suspended its sittings, and most of its members resigned in May 1765. Its procureur général, Louis-René de la Chalotais, published an attack upon the central government. He, his son, and 3 councillors were arrested and charged with sedition. The king ordered the Rennes Parlement to try them. It refused, and all the Parlement of France, backed by public opinion, supported the refusal. On March 3, 1766, Louis appeared before the Parlement of Paris, warned it against conniving at sedition, and proclaimed his resolve to rule as an absolute monarch. "In my person alone resides the sovereign power. To me alone belongs the legislative power, unconditional and undivided. All public order emanates from me. My people and I are one, and the rights and interests of the nation, which some dare to make a body separate from the monarch, are necessarily united with mine, and rest in my hands alone." His vows, he added, had not been to the nation, as the Parlement asserted, but only to God. The Parlement of Paris continued to defend that of Rennes, but on March 20th it officially accepted, as inevitable maxims, the doctrine that the sovereignty belongs to the king alone. He is accountable only to God. The legislative power resides entirely in the person of the sovereign. Choiseul and others urged the king to make responsive concessions. La Chalotais and his fellow prisoners were released, but were exiled to Saintes, near La Rochelle. d'Aiguillon was recalled from Brittany and joined Choiseul's foes. The Parlement of Rennes resumed its sittings in July 1769. Voltaire entered the conflict by issuing in 1769 his Histoire du Parlement de Paris par Monsieur l'Abbé Bigue. He denied authorship of the book and wrote a letter criticizing it as a masterpiece of errors and awkwardness, a crime against the language. Even so, it was his. Though written in haste, it showed considerable historical research, but it lacked impartiality. It was a long arraignment of the Parlement as a reactionary institution that had at every turn opposed progressive measures. For example, the establishment of the French Academy, inoculation for smallpox, and free administration of justice. Voltaire accused the Parlement of class legislation, superstition, and religious intolerance. They had condemned the earliest printers in France. They had applauded the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. They had sentenced the Maréchal d'Ancre to be burned as a witch. They had been instituted, said Voltaire, for purely judicial functions and had no authority to legislate. If they took this authority, they would replace the autocracy of the king with an oligarchy of rich lawyers entrenched beyond any popular control. Voltaire had written this long brief during the ascendancy of Choiseul, whose liberal tendencies encouraged the belief that progress could most readily be made through a king enlightened by an enlightened minister. Diderot did not agree with Voltaire. He argued that, however reactionary the Parlement had been, their claim of the right to supervise legislation served as a desirable check on royal tyranny. The return of d'Aiguillon to Paris brought on a new crisis. The Parlement of Rennes accused the Duke of malfeasance. He submitted to a trial of these charges by the Parlement of Paris. When it became clear that he would be pronounced guilty, Madame du Barry appealed to the king to intervene. Chancellor Maupeou supported her, and on June 27, 1770, Louis announced that the hearings were revealing state secrets and must be terminated. He annulled the reciprocal complaints, pronounced both d'Aiguillon and La Chalotais innocent, and ordered all parties to the dispute to refrain from further agitation. Defying these commands as an arbitrary interference with the lawful course of justice, the Parlement declared that the testimony had seriously compromised the honor of d'Aiguillon, and recommended his abstention from all functions as a peer until he had been cleared by due process of law. On September 6th, the Parlement published an arrêté, or decision, that flung down the gage to the king. The multiplicity of the actions of an absolute power exercised everywhere against the spirit and letter of the constitutive laws of the monarchy is unequivocal proof of a premeditated project to change the form of government and to substitute for the always equal force of the laws the irregular actions of arbitrary power. Then the Parlement adjourned till December 3rd. Maupeou used the interval to prepare an uncompromising defense of royal power. On November 27th he issued, over the king's signature, a decree that, while admitting the right of remonstrance, forbade any rejection of an edict renewed after remonstrances had been heard. The Parlement replied by requesting the king to surrender the evil counsellors of the throne to the vengeance of the laws. On December 7th, Louis summoned the Parlement to Versailles, and in an official lit de justice bade them accept and register the November 27th decree. On returning to Paris, the magistrates decided to abstain from all functions of the Parlement until the November decree should be withdrawn. Louis ordered them to resume their sittings. The order was ignored. Choiseul tried to make peace at home to wage better war abroad. Louis dismissed him. Now Maupeou dominated the Council of State, while du Barry fluttered about the king. She showed him Van Dyck's portrait of England's Charles I and warned him of a like fate. Your Parliament, too, will cut off your head. On January 3, 1771, Louis again ordered the acceptance of the November edict. The Parlement replied that the edict violated the basic laws of France. On January 20th, between 1 and 4 o'clock in the morning, the musketeers of the king delivered to each magistrate a lettre de cachet, giving him a choice between obedience and exile from Paris. The great majority of them protested love of the king, but remained obdurate. Within the next 2 days, 165 members of the Paris Parlement were banished to divers parts of France. The people cheered them as they left their Palais de Justice. Maupeou now moved to supplant the Parlement with a new judicial organization. By a royal decree he set up in Paris a Supreme Court composed of the Council of State and some complacent jurists. And at Arras, Blois, Chalons, Clermont-Ferrand, Lyons, and Poitiers, he established Conseils supérieurs as appellate courts for the provinces. Some judiciary abuses were reformed, venality was interrupted, justice was henceforth to be administered without charge. Voltaire hailed the reforms and rashly predicted, "I am absolutely sure that the Chancellor will carry off a complete victory and that the people will love it." But the people could not contentedly accept the destruction of so ancient an institution as the Parlement. There is nothing so often condemned and so deeply loved as the past. The majority of the public scorned the new courts as added tools of royal autocracy. Diderot, though he had no delusions about the Parlement, mourned their passing as the end of constitutional government. In one moment we have jumped from the monarchical state to the most complete despotic state. 11 peers of the realm, and even some members of the royal family, expressed their disapproval of Maupeou's attempt to replace the Parlement. There was no visible commotion among the people, but the words liberté, droit, or laws, and légalité, which had lately been much heard in the Parlement, now ran from mouth to mouth. Satires on the lecher king took on new audacity and bitterness. Placards called upon the Duc d'Orléans to lead a revolution. Almost without willing it, the Parlement, despite their conservatism, were caught up in a ferment of revolutionary ideas. The discourses of Rousseau, the communism of Morelly, the proposals of Mably, the secret meetings of Freemasons, the Encyclopédie's exposure of abuses in the government and the church, the flock of pamphlets circulating through the capital and provinces. All these stood in violent opposition to the claim of absolute power and divine right by a do-nothing and sexually promiscuous king. Monsieur Tout le Monde, that is, public opinion, was on the move as a force in history. Until 1750, the brunt of criticism had fallen upon the Church, but thereafter, goaded by the suppression of the Encyclopédie, it fell increasingly upon the state. Wrote Horace Walpole from Paris in October 1765, "Laughing is out of fashion. Good folks, they have no time to laugh. There is God and the king to be pulled down first, and men and women, great and small, are devoutly engaged in the demolition. Do you know who the philosophes are, or what the term means here? In the first place, it comprehends almost everybody, and in the next means men who, vowing war against popery, aim, many of them, at a subversion of all religion, and still many more at the destruction of regal power." This, of course, was an exaggeration. Most of the philosophes, Diderot particularly excepted, were supporters of monarchy and fought shy of revolution. They attacked the nobility and all hereditary privilege. They pointed out 100 abuses and called for reform, but they shuddered at the thought of giving all power to the people. Nevertheless, Grimm wrote in his Correspondance for January 1768, "The general weariness with Christianity, which is manifested in all parts, and especially in Catholic states, the disquiet which is vaguely agitating the minds of men and leading them to attack religious and political abuses, all this is a phenomenon characteristic of our century, as the spirit of reform was of the 16th, and it foreshadows an imminent and inevitable revolution." 10. The King Departs. Louis XV, like Louis XIV, lacked the art of dying in due time. He knew that France was waiting for him to disappear, but he could not bear to think of death. The Austrian ambassador reported in 1773, "From time to time the king remarks concerning his age, health, and the frightful account that he must one day render to the Supreme Being." Louis was transiently touched by the retirement of his daughter Louise Marie to a Carmelite convent, allegedly to atone for her father's sins. There, we are told, she scrubbed floors and washed laundry. When he came to see her, she reproved him for his way of life, begged him to dismiss Du Barry, marry the Princesse de Lamballe, and make his peace with God. Several of his friends died in the final years of the reign. 2 of them, their hearts failing, fell dead at his feet. Yet he seemed to take a macabre pleasure in reminding aged courtiers of their approaching demise. "Souvre," he said to one of his generals, "you are growing old. Where do you wish to be buried?" "Sire," answered Souvre, "at the feet of your Majesty." We are told that the reply made the king gloomy and pensive. Madame du Hausset thought that a more melancholy man was never born. The king's death was a long-delayed revenge unwittingly taken by the sex that he had adored and debased. When his lust found even Du Barry inadequate, he took into his bed a girl so young as to be barely nubile. She carried the germs of smallpox and infected the king. On January 29, 1774, the disease began to mark him. His 3 daughters insisted on staying with him and nursing him, though they had acquired no immunity. They all contracted the disease but recovered. At night they left, and Du Barry took their place. But on May 5th, the king, wishing to receive the sacraments, gently dismissed her. "I realize now that I am seriously ill. The scandal of Metz must not be repeated. I owe myself to God and to my people. So we must part, go to the Duc d'Aiguillon's chateau at Rousseuil, and await further orders. Please believe that I shall always hold you in the most affectionate regard." On May 7th, the king, in a formal ceremony before the court, declared that he repented of having given scandal to his subjects, but he maintained that he owed no accounting of his conduct to anyone but God. At last he welcomed death. "Never in my life," he told his daughter Adélaïde, "have I felt happier." He passed away on May 10th, 1774, aged 64, having reigned 59 years. His corpse, which infected the air, was hurried to the royal vaults at Saint-Denis without pomp, and amid the sarcasms of the crowd that lined the route. Once more, as in 1715, France rejoiced at the death of her king. Chapter 4. The Art of Life. 1. Morality and Grace. "He who has not lived in the years around 1800, said Talleyrand, has not known the pleasure of life. Provided, of course, one belonged to the upper classes and had no prejudices in favor of morality. It is hard to define morality, for each age makes its own definition to suit its temper and sins. Frenchmen had through centuries relieved monogamy with adultery, as America relieves it with divorce. And in the Gallic view, judicious adultery does less hurt to the family, or at least to the children, than divorce. In any case, adultery flourished in 18th century France, and was generally condoned. When Diderot, in his Encyclopédie, wished to distinguish bind and attach, he gave as example, one is bound to one's wife, attached to one's mistress. 15 out of 20 of the noble lords about the court, according to a contemporary, are living with women to whom they are not married. To have won a mistress was as necessary to status as to have money. Love was frankly sensual. Boucher painted it en rose. Fragonard gave it lace and grace. Buffon said brutally, "There is nothing good in love but the flesh." Here and there the finer love appeared, even in Crébillon fils. And among the philosophes, Helvétius dared to be enamored of his wife, while d'Alembert remained faithful to Julie de Lespinasse through all the variations on her absorbing theme. Jean-Jacques Rousseau undertook in this age a one-man reform of morals. And shall we also credit the novels of Samuel Richardson? Some women put on virtue as a fashion, but some received gratefully the recollected gospel of premarital chastity and postmarital fidelity, as saving them from the indignity of serving as stepping-stones for philanderers. At least monogamy ceased to be a badge of shame. Roués married, rediscovered old pleasures in family life, better to plumb the depths of unity than be forever scratching the surface of variety. Many women who had begun as frivolous surfaces settled down when children came. Some nursed their children, even before Rousseau's exhortations, and often those children, growing up under maternal love, returned it with filial interest. The Maréchal de Luxembourg, after an adventurous youth, became a model wife, faithful to her husband while gently mothering Rousseau. When the Comte de Maurepas died in 1781, after serving both Louis XV and Louis XVI and suffering a long exile between his ministries, his wife recalled that they had spent 50 years together and not one day apart. We hear too much, we ourselves have spoken too much, of women who gained entrance into history by breaking marriage vows. We hear too little of those who could not be made unfaithful even by infidelity. Mademoiselle Crozat, betrothed at 12 to the future Duc de Choiseul, bore with patience his infatuation with his ambitious sister. She accompanied him in exile, and even the sophisticated Walpole honored her as a saint. The Duchesse de Richelieu continued to love her husband through all his adulteries, and was grateful that fate allowed her to die in his arms. Perversions, pornography, and prostitution continued. French law required the penalty of death for sodomy, and indeed 2 pederasts were burned in the Place de Grève in 1750. But usually the law ignored voluntary and private homosexual acts between adults. Economic morality was then as now. Note the passage in Rousseau's Émile, from 1762, about the adulteration of food and drinks. Political morality was then as now. There were many devoted public servants, Malesherbes, Turgot, Necker, but also many who secured their posts by money or connections, and reimbursed themselves in office beyond the letter of the law. Many idle nobles lived luxuriously on the blood of their peasants, but public and private charity abounded. All in all, the French of the 18th century were a kindly people, despite a code of sexual ethics that violated Christian norms by its candor. See, in the career of Rousseau, the number of people who came to his aid and comfort despite the difficulty of pleasing him. And often these sympathetic souls belonged to that aristocracy which he had reviled. Chivalry had declined in the relation of men to women, but it survived in the conduct of French officers to war captives of their class. The irritable and hostile Smollett, travelling in France in 1764, wrote, "I respect the French officers in particular for their gallantry and valor, and especially for that generous humanity which they experience to their enemies, even amidst the horrors of war." Goya pictured, but probably exaggerated, the cruelty of French soldiers to Spanish commoners in the Napoleonic Wars. Certainly the French could be callously cruel, presumably because they had been inured to brutality by war and the penal code. They were turbulent, given to knife-wielding college brawls, and to street riots as a substitute for elections. They were impetuous and plunged into good or evil with little loss of time and deliberation. They were chauvinists who could not understand why the rest of the world was so barbarous as to speak any other language but French. Madame Denis refused to learn the English word for bread. Why can't they all say pain? Perhaps more than any other people, they loved glory. Soon they would die by the thousands, crying, "Vive l'Empereur!" Of course, the French were supreme in manners. The customs of courtesy established under Louis XIV were tarnished by hypocrisy, cynicism, and superficiality. But essentially they survived and gave to life in the educated classes a grace which no society can rival today. "The French are so polite, so obliging," said Casanova, "that one feels drawn to them at once." But he adds that he could never trust them. They excelled in cleanliness. In the Frenchwoman this became one of the cardinal virtues, practiced till death. And it was a part of good manners to be neatly dressed. The men and women of the court sometimes sinned against good taste by extensive finery or extravagant coiffures. Men wore their hair in a queue, which Maréchal de Saxe deprecated as dangerous in war, giving a handle to the enemy, and they powdered their hair as assiduously as did their ladies. The women raised their hair to such elevation that they feared to dance lest they catch fire from chandeliers. A German visitor calculated that the chin of a French lady lay exactly midway between her feet and the top of her hair. Hairdressers made fortunes by changing hair fashions frequently. Cleanliness did not extend to the female hair, for this took hours to arrange, and all but the fanciest women kept the same hairdos for days without disturbing them with the comb. Some ladies carried grattoir of ivory, silver, or gold to scratch the head with piquant grace. Facial makeup was as complex as now. Leopold Mozart wrote to his wife from Paris in 1763, "You ask if Parisian ladies are beautiful. How can one say when they are painted like Nuremberg dolls, and so disfigured by this repulsive trick that the eyes of an honest German cannot tell a naturally beautiful woman when he sees her?" Women carried their cosmetics with them and renewed their complexions in public as brazenly as today. Madame de Monaco rouged herself before riding off to be guillotined. Corpses were made up, powdered, and rouged, as in our time. Feminine dress offered a challenging mixture of invitations and impediments. Low necklines, lacy bodices, hypnotizing gems, great spreading skirts, and high-heeled shoes, usually of linen or silk. Buffon, Rousseau, and others protested against corsets, but these remained de rigueur till the Revolution discarded them. The variety and gaiety of social life were among the attractions of Paris. The cafés Procope, La Régence, and Grado entertained intellectuals and rebels, men about town and women about men, while the luminaries of literature, music, and art shone in the salons. The lords of pedigree or wealth kept Versailles and Paris dancing with dinners, receptions, and balls. In the upper classes, the arts included eating and conversation. The French cuisine was the envy of Europe. French wit had now reached a refinement where it had worn all topics thin, and boredom clouded brilliance. The art of conversation declined in the second half of the 18th century. Declamation overheated it, speakers outran listeners, and wit was cheapened by its own profusion and its careless stings. Voltaire, who himself could sting, reminded Paris that wit without courtesy is crudity, and La Chalotais thought that the taste for cleverness has banished science and true learning from the salons. In the parks, which were neatly groomed and alive with statuary, people strolled at their ease or followed their children or their dogs, and gay blades pursued damsels skilled in vain retreat. The gardens of the Tuileries were probably more beautiful then than now. Here Madame Vigée-Lebrun. The Opera was close by in those days, bordering on the Palais Royal. In summer the performances ended at 8:30 o'clock, and all the elegant people came out, even before the end, to walk about the grounds. It was the fashion for women to carry very large nosegays, which, together with the scented powder in their hair, literally perfumed the air. I have known these gatherings before the Revolution to continue till 2 in the morning. There were musical performances by moonlight in the open. There was always a great crowd. 2. Music. France took music as part of its gaieté parisienne. She did not care to rival Germany in masses and solemn chorales. She almost ignored Mozart when he came to Paris, but she forgot to be chauvinistic when her ears were charmed by Italian melodies. She made fête galante out of her music. She specialized in forms fit for or recalling the dance: courantes, sarabands, gigues, gavottes, minuets. Her music, like her morals, her manners, and her arts, circled around woman, and often took names that recalled her image: l'enchanteresse, l'ingénue, Mimi, Carillon de Sivert. In France, as in Italy, opera buffa was more popular than opera seria before Gluck came in 1773. A troupe calling itself Opéra Comique had installed itself in Paris in 1714. In 1762 it merged with the Comédie Italienne. In 1780 this enlarged Opéra Comique moved to a permanent home in the Salle Favart. The man who made its fortune was François-André Philidor, who traveled through Europe as chess champion and composed 25 operas, nearly all of a humorous turn, like Sancho Panza and Tom Jones, but showing good taste and finished art. His operas are now forgotten, but Philidor's Defense and Philidor's Legacy are still remembered as classic moves in chess. Ballet was a favorite interlude in French opera. Here French grace found another outlet, and motion became poetry. Jean-Georges Noverre, ballet master at the Paris Opéra, wrote a once famous treatise on choreography, Lettres sur la danse et les ballets, from 1760. This prepared the way for Gluck's reforms by advocating a return to Greek ideals of the dance, with naturalness of movement, simplicity of costume, and emphasis on dramatic significance rather than on abstract configurations or virtuoso feats. Public concerts were now a part of life in all the major cities of France. In Paris, the Concert Spirituel, established in the Tuileries in 1725, set a high standard of instrumental music. While the Opéra Comique played Pergolesi's La Serva Padrona, the Concert performed his Stabat Mater, which was so well received that it was repeated annually till 1800. The Concert brought the compositions of Handel, Haydn, Mozart, Jomelli, Piccini, and the Bachs to French acceptance, and provided a platform for the leading virtuosos of the day. These visiting performers agreed in one thing, that France lagged behind Germany, Austria, and Italy in music. The philosophe joined in this judgment. "It is a pity," wrote Grimm, a German, "that people in this country understand so little of music." He accepted Mademoiselle Fell, who sang with a lovely throat. Grimm concurred with Rousseau and Diderot in asking for a return to nature in opera. These three led the Italian faction in that guerre des bouffons which had begun with the presentation of an opera buffa by an Italian company in Paris. We have noted elsewhere this debate between French and Italian musical styles. It was not yet over, for Diderot was still fighting the war of the buffoons in his Le Neveu de Rameau. and in his Troisième Entretien sur le Fils Naturel of 1757, he called for a Messiah to redeem French opera from pompous declamation and fanciful artifice. Let him come forward, who is to put true tragedy and true comedy upon the lyric, meaning operatic, stage. And he gave as example of a fit text the Iphigenia in Aulis of Euripides. Did Gluck, then in Vienna, hear that call? Voltaire repeated it prophetically in 1761. It is to be hoped that some genius may arise, strong enough to convert the nation from this abuse of artifice, and to impart to a stage production the dignity and ethic spirit that it now lacks. The tide of bad taste is rising, insensibly submerging the memory of what was once the glory of the nation. Yet again, I repeat, the opera must be set on a different footing, that it may no longer deserve the scorn with which it is regarded by all the nations of Europe. In 1773, Gluck arrived in Paris, and on April 19, 1774, he conducted there the French premiere of Iphigenie en Aulide. But that story must bide its time. 3. The theatre. France produced in this period no plays that have defied oblivion, perhaps excepting a few of those that Voltaire sent up from Les Délices or Ferney. But France gave the drama every encouragement of staging and acclaim. In 1773, Victor Louis raised at Bordeaux the finest theatre in the realm, with a pompous portico of Corinthian columns, classic balustrade, and sculptural embellishments. The Comédie Française, acknowledged by Garrick to be the best group of actors in Europe, was housed in the Théâtre Français, built in 1683 in the Rue des Fosses, Saint-Germain-des-Prés. 3 tiers of galleries in a narrow oblong that compelled declamation and set the oratorical style of acting in France. Hundreds of families staged private theatricals, from Voltaire at Ferney to the Queen at Trianon, where Marie Antoinette played Colette in Rousseau's Le Devin du Village. And the Prince de Ligne thought that more than 10 ladies of quality play and sing better than any in the playhouse. Little theatres sprouted everywhere in France. A Bernardine monastery, hidden in the woods of Bresse, built a small theatre for its monks, without, said one of them, the knowledge of bigots and small minds. Despite amateur competition, the stars of the Comédie Française shone brightly over France. We have seen how the people of Geneva and Ferney came out to see Lequin when he played for Voltaire at Châtelaine. His real name was Henri Louis Cain, C-A-I-N, as in Cain, but this was a cursed cognomen which he forgivably changed. Neither was his face his fortune. Mademoiselle Clairon took some time to warm to him even in a play. Voltaire had discovered his ability in an amateur performance, had coached him, and had found a place for him at the Théâtre Français. On September 14, 1750, Lequin made his debut as Titus in Voltaire's Brutus, and for a generation thereafter he took the male lead in Voltaire's plays. The irascible patriarch loved him to the end. But Voltaire's stage favorite, now that Adrienne Lecouvreur had passed away, was Mademoiselle Clairon. Legally, she was Claire Joseph Hippolyte Léry de Latude. Born without benefit of marriage in 1723, and not expected to survive, she lived to be 80, which is not always a blessing for the heroines of the stage. It was not thought worthwhile to educate her, but she stole her way into the Théâtre Français, was entranced by the scenery plus orations, and never quite overcame a tendency to make speeches, even in the ecstasy of love. She announced that she would be an actress. Her mother threatened to break her arms and legs if she persisted in so sinful a resolve. She persisted, and joined a travelling troupe. She soon acquired the morals that were customary in her new profession. Thanks to my talent, my good looks, and the ease with which I could be approached, I saw so many men at my feet that it would have been impossible for me, being endowed with a naturally tender heart, to be inaccessible to love. Back in Paris, she charmed Monsieur de la Popelinière. He enjoyed her, and then used his influence to get her a place at the Opéra. 4 months later, the Duchesse de Châteauroux, current mistress to the king, secured her admission to the Comédie Française. The company asked her to choose her first role, expecting her to follow custom and select a minor part. She proposed to play Phèdre. The company protested, but let her have her way. She carried off the adventure triumphantly. Henceforth she starred in tragic roles, in which her only rival was Mademoiselle Duménil. She gained a reputation for acquisitive promiscuity. She entertained a roster of nobles, made them pay well, hoarded her gains, and then yielded much of them to her favorite lover, the Chevalier de Jaucourt, who wrote articles on economics for the Encyclopédie. She paid a price, too, for the attentions of Marmontel, whom we shall soon meet as the author of Moral Tales. Consider the woman's side of it in her letter to him. "Is it possible that you did not know what troubles you caused me, unintentionally, but I had them all the same, and that those troubles have kept me in bed for 6 weeks in critical danger? I cannot believe that you were aware of this, else you would not have gone out in society while everybody knew what condition I was in." Nevertheless, she and Marmontel remained fast friends for 30 years. It was he whose criticisms and suggestions led her to make an important change in acting. Till 1748 she had followed the method usual at the Théâtre Français: forceful and emotional speech, grand gestures, trembling passion. Marmontel found this unnatural and distasteful. Amid her liaisons, Clairon had done much reading, and had become one of the best-educated women of her day. Her fame and esprit had won her admission to cultivated society. She perceived that the emptiest vessels were the most resonant. In 1752, an attack of syphilis compelled her to withdraw for a time from the stage. Recovering, she accepted an engagement to give 35 performances in Bordeaux. On her first night there, she tells us, she played Phèdre in the traditional manner, with all the noise, fury, and unreason which then were so applauded in Paris. She was applauded. But on the next night she played Agrippine in Racine's Britannicus in quiet voice and restrained gestures, leaving emotions pent up until the final scene. She received an ovation. Returning to Paris, she won the old audience to her new style. Diderot warmly approved. He had her in mind when he wrote The Paradox of the Actor, that a good actor is inwardly calm and self-possessed even in the most passionate moments of his roles. And he asked, what acting was ever more perfect than Clairon's? She liked to shock her admirers by telling them that she mentally reviewed her monthly bills while conveying to an audience a pathos that moved it to tears. Voltaire did not welcome the new method, but he effectively supported her, and she him, in reforming costume and furniture on the stage. Heretofore all actresses had played their roles, of any nation or age, in the dress of 18th-century Paris, with hoop-skirts and powdered hair. Clairon startled her audience by dressing her body and hair in the style of the time in the play, and when she played Idamé in Voltaire's Orphan of China, the costume and furniture were Chinese. In 1763, Clairon went to Geneva to consult Dr. Tronchin. Voltaire asked her to stay with him at Les Délices. "Madame Denis is ill, so am I. Monsieur Tronchin will come to our hospital to see the 3 of us." She came, and the old sage liked her so much that he lured her to Ferney for a longer visit and persuaded her to join him in several performances in his theatre. An old drawing shows him in his 70th year kneeling before her in a passionate avowal. She retired from the stage in 1766, having already at 43 lost her health and even the precision of her speech. Like Le Couvreur, she fell in love with a dashing young noble. She sold nearly all her possessions to rescue him from his creditors. He repaid her by giving his love and her livres to other women. Then, aged 49, she received from the 36-years-old Christian Friedrich Karl Alexander, Margrave of Ansbach and Bayreuth, an invitation to live with him at Ansbach as his mentor and mistress. She went in 1773, and for 13 years she kept her hold on him. He had imbibed in France some ideals of the Enlightenment. With her encouragement, he effected several reforms in his principality, abolishing torture and establishing religious liberty. Her final accomplishment was to persuade him to sleep every night with his wife. In time, Clairon grew bored and longed for Paris. The Margrave took her there occasionally. On one of those trips he adopted a new mistress and left Clairon in Paris handsomely endowed. She was now 63. She was welcomed in the salons, even by the virtuous Madame Necker. She gave lessons in elocution to the future Madame de Staël. She took on new lovers, including later the husband of Madame de Staël herself, who was glad to get rid of him. He set up the aging actress in comfort, but the revolution deflated her livres, and she lived in poverty until Napoleon re-inflated her pension in 1801. In that year, a citizen du Poirier offered her a last liaison. She discouraged him in a pitiful note that summarizes the tragedy of many an old actress. "It is likely that your memory still recalls me as brilliant, young, and surrounded with all my prestige. You must revise your ideas. I can scarcely see, I am hard of hearing, I have no more teeth, my face is all wrinkled, my dried-up skin barely covers my weak frame." He came, nevertheless, and they comforted each other by recalling their youth. She died in 1803 by falling out of bed. She had long outlived the classic tragic drama whose greatest 18th-century exponent, Voltaire, had acclaimed her as its supreme interpreter. The Paris audience, predominantly middle class, was surfeited with the rhyming speeches of princes, princesses, priests, and kings. Those majestic Alexandrines of Corneille and Racine, marching pompously on 6 feet, seemed now to be a symbol of aristocratic life. But were there none but nobles in history? Yes, of course, a Molière had shown those others, but that was in comedy. Were there not tragedies, profound trials, and noble feelings in the homes and hearts of people without pedigree? Diderot thought the time had come for dramas of the bourgeoisie. And whereas the nobility had shunned sentimentality and required emotion to wear a stately mask, the new drama, said Diderot, should liberate feeling and should not be ashamed to move audiences to handkerchiefs and tears. So he, and some others after him, wrote drames larmoyants, weeping plays. Moreover, several of the new playwrights not only portrayed and exalted middle-class life, they attacked the nobility, the clergy, at last even the government, its corruption, taxes, luxury, and waste. They did not merely denounce despotism and bigotry. Voltaire had done this well. They praised republics and democracy, and those passages were applauded with special warmth. The French stage joined 100 other forces in preparing revolution. 4. Marmontel. "Authors are everywhere," wrote Horace Walpole from Paris in 1765, "and they are worse than their own writings, which I don't mean as a compliment to either." Certainly the age could not compare in literature with the age of Molière and Racine, nor with that of Hugo, Flaubert, and Balzac. In this brief period between 1757 and 1774, we have, as memorable authors, only Rousseau and Marmontel, and the living embers of Voltaire's fire, and the secret unpublished ebullience of Diderot. Men and women gave themselves so intensely to conversation that their wits were spent before they took to ink. Aristocratic polish was out of print. Philosophy, economics, and politics held the stage. Content now dominated form. Even poetry tended to propaganda. Saint-Lambert's Les Saisons of 1769 imitated James Thomson, but denounced fanaticism and luxury unseasonably, and, like Lear, thought of winter in terms of icy blasts whistling about the hovels of the poor. Jean-François Marmontel owed his rise to his shrewdness, to women, and to Voltaire. Born in 1723, he wrote in his old age amiable Mémoires d'un Père in 1804, which offer us a tender picture of his childhood and youth. Though he became a skeptic and almost an idolater of Voltaire, he had nothing but good to say of the pious people who had brought him up, and of the kindly and devoted Jesuits who had educated him. He loved these so much that he took the tonsure, aspired to join their order, and taught in their colleges at Clermont and Toulouse. But like many another fledgling of the Jesuits, he flew off on the winds of enlightenment and lost at least his intellectual virginity. In 1743 he submitted verses to Voltaire, who so relished them that he sent Marmontel a set of his works corrected in his own hand. The young poet kept these as a sacred heirloom and gave up all notions of a priestly career. 2 years later Voltaire secured a place for him in Paris and free admission to the Théâtre Français. Indeed, in the hidden goodness of his parental childless heart, Voltaire sold Marmontel's poems and sent him the proceeds. In 1747, Marmontel's play Denis le Tyran, Dionysius, dedicated to Voltaire, was accepted and produced. It succeeded beyond his hopes. In one day I became famous and rich. Soon he was a minor lion in the salons. He feasted on dinners and paid with wit, and found a route to Clairon's bed. His second play, Aristomen, brought him more money, friends, and mistresses. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 5, Side 1. His second play, Aristomen, brought him more money, friends, and mistresses. At Madame de Toncin's gatherings he met Fontenelle, Montesquieu, Helvétius, Marivaux. At the table of Baron d'Holbach he heard Diderot, Rousseau, and Grimm. Guided by women, he made his way up in the world. Having praised Louis XV in clever verses, he was admitted to the court. Pompadour was charmed by his handsome face and blooming youth. She persuaded her brother to employ him as secretary, and in 1758 she made him editor of the official journal, Mercure de France. He wrote a libretto for Rameau and articles for the Encyclopédie. Madame Geoffrin liked him so well that she offered him a cozy apartment in her home, where he remained for 10 years as a paying guest. To the Mercure he contributed between 1753 and 60 a series of contes moraux, moral tales, which lifted that periodical into literature, ex uno judice omnes. Suleiman II, tiring of Turkish delights, asks for 3 European beauties. The first one resists for a month, yields for a week, and then is put aside. Another sings beautifully, but her conversation is soporific. Roxalana does not merely resist, she berates the Sultan as a lecher and a criminal. "Do you forget who I am and who you are?" he cries. "Roxalana, you are powerful, I am beautiful, so we are even." She is not surpassingly beautiful, but she has a retroussé nose, and this overwhelms Soliman. He tries every device to break down her resistance, but fails. He threatens to kill her. She proposes to spare him the trouble by killing herself. He insults her. She insults him more cuttingly. But also she tells him that he is handsome, and that he needs only her guidance to be as fine as a Frenchman. He is offended and pleased. Finally he marries her and makes her his queen. During the ceremony he asks himself, is it possible that a little turned-up nose should overthrow the laws of an empire? Marmontel's moral: it is little things that cause great events, and if we knew those secret trivia, we should completely revise history. Nearly everything prospered with Marmontel until he published in 1767 a novel, Bélisaire. It was excellent, but it advocated religious toleration and questioned the right of the sword to exterminate heresy, irreligion, and impiety, and to bring the whole world under the yoke of the true faith. The Sorbonne condemned the book as containing reprehensible doctrine. Marmontel appeared before the syndic of the Sorbonne and protested, "Come, sir, is it not the spirit of the age, not mine, that you are condemning?" The spirit of the age showed in his boldness and in the mildness of his punishment. 10 years earlier he would have been sent to the Bastille, and his book would have been suppressed. Actually, the sale of his novel proceeded famously, still bearing the permission and privilege of the king, and the government contented itself with recommending that he should keep silence on the matter. However, Madame Geoffrin was much disturbed when the Sorbonne's decree banning Bélisaire was not only read in the churches, but posted on her door. She gently suggested that Marmontel should find other lodgings. He landed on his feet as usual. In 1771 he was appointed royal historiographer with a good salary. In 1783 he became perpetual secretary of the French Academy. In 1786 he was professor of history at the Lycée. In 1792, aged 69 and sickened by the excesses of the Revolution, he retired to Évreux, then to Abbeville. There he composed his memoir, in which even the Sorbonne was forgiven. He spent his final years in uncomplaining poverty, grateful for having lived a full and zestful life. He died on the last day of 1799. 5. The Life of Art. 1. Sculpture. The king had a fine taste in art, so did the lords and ladies of his court and the millionaires who were now itching to control the state. It was an event in French history when the Sèvres factories, which Madame de Pompadour had established, began in 1769 to produce hard-paste porcelain. And though the Germans at Dresden and Meissen had done this 60 years earlier, the Sèvres products soon gained a European market. Great artists like Boucher, Caffieri, Pajou, Pigalle, Falconet, and Clodion were not above making designs for Sèvres porcelain. Meanwhile, faience and soft-paste porcelain of exquisite design continued to come from the potters of Sèvres, Saint-Cloud, Chantilly, Vincennes. Potters, metalworkers, cabinet-makers, and tapestry weavers combined their resources to adorn the rooms of royalty, nobility, and financiers. Clocks, like that which Boiseau designed and Gouttière cast in bronze, were a characteristic ornament of this age. Pierre Gouttière and Jacques Caffieri excelled in ormolu, literally ground gold, actually an alloy composed chiefly of copper and zinc, carved and chased and inlaid into furniture. The master cabinet-makers formed a proud and powerful guild whose members were required to stamp their work with their names as an emblem of responsibility. The best of them in France came from Germany. Jean-François Urbain and his pupil Jean-Henri Riesener. These two joined their skills in making for Louis XV in 1769 a magnificent Bureau du Roi, a rococo orgy of design, carving, inlay, and gilt, for which the king paid 63,000 livres. It was enjoyed by Napoleons I and III, and was surrendered to the Louvre in 1870. It is now valued at £50,000. In this age, which set such store by tactile values, sculpture was esteemed at almost its classic estimate, for its essence was form, and France was learning that form, not color, is the soul of art. Here again women outshone the gods, not in the natural imperfections of reality, but in the ideal shapes and drapery that sensitive sculptors could assemble and conceive. Sculpture embellished not only palaces and churches, but gardens and public parks. So the statues in the Jardin des Tuileries were among the most popular figures in Paris. And Bordeaux, Nancy, Rennes, and Reims emulated Paris in terracotta, marble, and bronze. Guillaume Cousteau II, only 1 year younger than the reign, now produced his finest work. In 1764, Frederick the Great commissioned him to make statues of Venus and Mars. In 1769, Cousteau sent them to Potsdam for the Palace of Sans-Souci. Also in 1769, he began the stately tomb of the Dauphin and the Dauphine, parents of Louis XVI, for the Cathedral of Sens. On this he labored till his death in 1777. In his last decades he saw the rise of as brilliant a quartet of sculptors as France has ever known: Pigalle, Falconet, Caffieri, and Pajou. Failing to win the Grand Prix that paid for an art education in Rome, Pigalle went there at his own expense, helped by Cousteau. Returning to Paris, he won admission to the Académie des Beaux-Arts with his first chef-d'œuvre, Mercury attaching his heel-pieces. Seeing it, the old sculptor Jean-Baptiste Lemoine cried out, "Je voudrais l'avoir fait." I wish I had done that. Louis XV liked it too, and sent it to his ally, Frederick II, in 1749. Somehow it found its way back to the Louvre, where we may contemplate the remarkable skill with which the young artist suggested the impatience of the Olympian herald to be up and off. Madame de Pompadour found Pigalle's work congenial and gave him many commissions. He made a bust of her, which is now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. And when her amour with the king subsided into friendship, he carved her likeness as Déesse de l'Amitié in 1753. He made a statue of Louis as plain citoyen for the Place Royale at Reims, and finished Bouchardon's Louis XV for what is now the Place de la Concorde. He portrayed Diderot in bronze as a man torn by conflicting philosophies. But he let himself go histrionic in the tomb that he carved for the remains of the Maréchal de Saxe in the church of St. Thomas at Strasbourg, the amorous warrior striding to death as to a victory. The most talked-of statue in this period was that which the intelligentsia of Europe chose Pigalle to make of Voltaire. Madame Necker suggested it at one of her soirees on April 17, 1770. All of her 17 guests, who included d'Alembert, Morellet, Raynal, Grimm, and Marmontel, welcomed the proposal, and the public was invited to subscribe to the cost. Some objections were raised, for it was unusual to raise statues to any living persons except royalty, and none had been made of Corneille or Racine before their death. Nevertheless, subscriptions poured in, even from half the sovereigns of Europe. Frederick sent in 200 louis d'or to commemorate his old friend and foe. Rousseau asked permission to contribute. Voltaire objected. D'Alembert persuaded him to consent. Fréron, Palissot, and other anti-philosophes offered their tribute, but were refused. The philosophes proved slower than their opponents to forgive. As for Voltaire himself, he warned Madame Necker that he was no fit subject for statuary. "I am 76 years old, and I have scarcely recovered from a severe malady which treated my body and soul very badly for 6 weeks. Monsieur Pigalle, it is said, is to come and model my countenance. But, madam, it would be necessary that I should have a countenance, and the place where it was can hardly be divined. My eyes are sunk 3 inches, my cheeks are of old parchment, badly stuck upon bones that hold to nothing. The few teeth I had are all gone. What I say to you is not coquetry, it is pure truth. A poor man has never been sculptured in that condition. Monsieur Pigalle would believe that he was being played with, and for my part I should have so much self-love that I should never dare to appear in his presence. I would advise him, if he wished to put an end to this strange affair, to take his model, with slight alterations, from the little figure in Sèvres porcelain." Pigalle doubled the problem by proposing to make a nude statue of the famous imp, but he was dissuaded. He went to Ferney in June, and for 8 days the bashful philosopher sat for him, on and off, but so restlessly, dictating to a secretary, making grimaces, blowing peas at various objects in the room, that the sculptor came close to a nervous breakdown. Returning to Paris with a mold, he labored on the task for 2 months and revealed the result on September 4th. Half the elite came to marvel and smile. It is now in the vestibule of the library of the Institute. Pigalle's only rival for sculptural primacy in this period was Étienne Maurice Falconet, and Diderot tells us a pretty story of their enmity. 2 years younger, Falconet avoided direct competition at first by making figures in porcelain. Especially delightful was the Pygmalion, which Duroux modeled after Falconet's design, showing the Greek sculptor's astonishment as his marble Galatea bends to speak to him. That figure could symbolize a half-forgotten truth. Unless a work of art speaks to us, it is not art. When Pigalle was shown this bit of clay transformed into enduring significance, he uttered the traditional compliment of one great artist to another. "I wish I had done that." But Falconet, seeing Pigalle's Louis XV citoyen, did not entirely return the compliment. "Monsieur Pigalle," he said, "I do not like you, and I believe you return my feeling. I have seen your citoyen. It was possible to create such a work since you have done it, but I do not believe that art can go one line beyond it. This does not prevent us from remaining as we were." Falconet was soured by 40 years of trials before full recognition came to him. He retired into himself, lived in Diogenic simplicity, quarreled readily, belittled his own work, and expressed contempt for fame, living or posthumous. Fame came at last with his Baigneuse of 1757, a pretty bather trying the water's temperature with her toes. Now Madame de Pompadour warmed to him. For her he carved Amour menaçant, Cupid threatening to loose an arrow infected with love. For a time Falconet became the Boucher and Fragonard of sculpture, turning out such charming titillations as Venus and Cupid, Venus disrobing before Paris. He excelled in designing candelabra, small fountains, and figurines. He carved in marble the clock of the Three Graces, now in the Louvre, and he pleased Pompadour by representing her as music. In 1766 he accepted Catherine II's invitation to Russia. In St. Petersburg he carved his masterpiece, Peter the Great on a Prancing Horse. He shared with Diderot and Grimm the favor of the Empress, labored for her through 12 years, quarreled with her and her ministers, left in a huff and returned to Paris. In 1783 he suffered a paralytic stroke. During the 8 years that remained to him, he kept to his room, confirmed in his gloomy view of life. Jean-Jacques Caffieri could be more cheerful, having been nursed into success by his father, Jacques, one of the leading bronze workers of the preceding age. He gained early entry into the Academy of Fine Arts with his figure of an old man, clad only in whiskers, and entitled Le Fleuve, the river. The Comédie Française engaged him to adorn its halls with busts of the French dramatists. He delighted everyone with his idealized representations of Corneille, Molière, and Voltaire. His masterpiece is a bust of the playwright Jean de Rotrou, which he made from an engraving preserved in the family. It is D'Artagnan in middle age, flowing hair, flashing eyes, pugnacious nose, bristling moustache. This is one of the finest busts in sculpture's history. Jealous of the Comédie, the company of the Opéra persuaded Caffieri to portray their heroes too. He made busts of Lully and Rameau, but these have disappeared. A lovely portrait of a young girl remains, perhaps a member of the Opéra Ballet, a charming reconciliation of modest eyes and proud breasts. Madame du Barry's favorite sculptor was Augustin Pajou. After the customary novitiate in Rome, he achieved early prosperity with royal commissions and orders from abroad. He made a dozen portraits of the new mistress. The one in the Louvre has a classic costume wondrously carved. At the king's request, he portrayed Buffon for the Jardin du Roi. Then he commemorated Descartes, Turenne, Pascal, and Bossuet. His finest work survives in the reliefs with which he adorned the lower tier of boxes at the Opera House in Versailles. He lived long enough to work for Louis XVI, to mourn that king's execution, and to watch Napoleon bestride the continent. 2. Architecture. Was there any memorable building in the France of these 18 years? Not much. The churches were already too spacious for the remaining faithful, and the palaces were arousing the jealousy of the famine-stricken multitude. The renewal of interest in Roman architecture by the excavations at Herculaneum in 1738 and Pompeii from 1748 to 1763 was nourishing a revival of classical styles. Lines of simplicity and dignity, facade of columns and pediment, and sometimes a spacious dome. Jacques-François Blondel, professor at the Académie Royale de l'Architecture, was all for such classic forms, and his successor, Julien David Leroy, issued in 1754 a treatise, Les plus beaux monuments de la Grèce, which accelerated the intoxication. Anne-Claude de Tubière, Comte de Caylus, after much travelling in Italy, Greece, and the Near East, published from 1752 to 1767 7 epical volumes, Recueil d'Antiquité Égyptienne, Étrusque, Grecque, Romaine, et Gauloise, carefully illustrated from some of his own drawings. The whole world of French art, even of French manners, was powerfully influenced by this book toward rejecting the irregularities of Baroque and the frivolities of Rococo, to seek again the purer lines of classic styles. So in 1763, Grimm told his clientele, "For some years past we have been making keen inquiry for antique monuments and forms. The predilection for them has become so universal that now everything is to be done à la grecque, from architecture to millinery. Our ladies have their hair dressed à la grecque. Our fine gentlemen would think themselves dishonored if they did not hold in their hands a little box à la grecque." And Diderot, the apostle of bourgeois romanticism, suddenly surrendered to the new wave in 1765 on reading a translation of Winckelmann's History of Ancient Art. "It seems to me," he wrote, "that we must study the antique in order that we may learn to see nature." That sentence itself was a revolution. In 1757, Jacques Germain Soufflot began to build the church of Sainte-Geneviève, which Louis XV, when ill at Metz, had vowed to raise to the patron saint of Paris as soon as he should recover. The king himself laid the first stone, and the erection of this edifice became the great architectural event of the second half of the 18th century in France. Soufflot designed it in the form of a Roman temple, with a portico of sculptured pediment and Corinthian columns, and 4 wings meeting in a Greek cross in a central choir under a triple dome. Controversy marked almost every stage of the construction. Harassed and disheartened by attacks upon his design, Soufflot died in 1780, leaving the structure incomplete. The 4 piers designed by him to support the dome proved too weak, and Charles-Étienne Cuvillier replaced them by a much more beautiful circle of columns. This chef-d'œuvre of the classical revival was secularized by the Revolution. It was renamed the Panthéon, in memory of Marcus Agrippa's masterpiece at Rome, as the burial place of all the gods of the new order, even of Voltaire, Rousseau, and Marat. It ceased to be a Christian church and became a pagan tomb. It symbolized in its architecture and its fate the progressive triumph of paganism over Christianity. The classic style won another victory in the first Church of the Madeleine, or Magdalene, begun in 1764. Colonnades and flat-ceiled aisles took the place of arches and vaults, and a dome covered the choir. Napoleon swept it away unfinished to make way for the still more classical Madeleine that occupies the site today. This reversion to grave classic modes, after the rebellious exuberance of Baroque under Louis XIV and the playful elegance of Rococo under Louis XV, was part of the transition, under Louis XV himself, to le style Louis XVI, the style of building, furniture, and ornament that was to take the name of the guillotined king. Art disciplined itself from incalculable curves and superfluous decoration to the sober simplicity of straight lines and structural form. It was as if the decline of Christianity had taken the heart out of the Gothic exaltation and had left art no recourse but to a stoic reserve shorn of gods and clinging to the earth. The greatest of French builders in this generation was Jacques-Ange Gabriel, whose ancestry had put architecture in his blood. Commissioned by Louis XV in 1752 to rebuild an old castle at Compiègne, he graced the entrance with a Greek portico of Doric columns, dentil cornice, and unembellished balustrade. He followed similar designs in rebuilding the right wing of the palace at Versailles in 1770. To the same palace he added, between 1753 and 70, an exquisite opera house. The flushed columns, the delicately carved cornices, and handsome balustrade make this one of the loveliest interiors in France. Tired of court publicity and formality, Louis appealed to Gabriel to build him a petite maison hidden in the woods. Gabriel chose a site a mile from the palace and raised there in French Renaissance style the Petit Trianon, between 1762 and 68. Here Pompadour had hoped to enjoy privacy and ease. Du Barry romped there for a while. Then Marie Antoinette made it her favorite retreat as the royal shepherdess in those happy, careless days when the sun still shone upon Versailles. 3. Greuze. In the intimacy of aristocratic homes, paintings were a favorite decoration. Statues were cold and colorless. They pleased the eye and mind rather than heart and soul. Paintings could reflect the flux of moods and tastes, and they could transport the spirit to open spaces, shady trees, or distant scenes while the body remained immured. So Claude-Joseph Vernet pictured so many ships riding in French waters that Louis XV, in a famous quip, thought it unnecessary to build more. The French government hired Vernet to visit the ports and make paintings of the vessels anchored there. He did, and made France proud of her fleets. Diderot secured one of Vernet's seascapes and landscapes, and prized it so highly that he prayed to an extemporized god, "I abandon all to thee, take all back, yes, all except Vernet." And there was Hubert Robert, who was called Robert des Ruines, because he equipped nearly all his landscapes with Roman ruins, like the Pont du Gard at Nîmes. Nevertheless, Madame Vigée-Lebrun assures us he was very much in demand in Paris salons, though he was ruinously fond of eating. And there was François Hubert Drouet, who preserved for us with sensitive portraiture the loveliness of the Marquise de Soreau and the innocent childhood of the future Charles X and his sister Marie Adelaide. But let us look more intimately at Greuze and Fragonard. Jean-Baptiste Greuze was the Rousseau and Diderot of the brush, who rosied his colors with sentiment and made himself the Apelles of the bourgeoisie. Sentiment is far happier than sophistication, and not as shallow. We must forgive Greuze for seeing and painting the pleasant sides of life, for loving the gay gambol of children, the fragile innocence of pretty girls, and the modest contentment of middle-class homes. Without Greuze and Chardin, we might have supposed that all France was decadent and corrupt, that Du Barry was its model, that Venus and Mars were its only gods. But it was the nobles who were decadent, it was Louis XV who was corrupt, and it was the aristocracy and the monarchy that fell in the Revolution. The masses of the people, excepting the rural and city mobs, retained the virtues that save a nation, and Greuze portrayed them. Diderot hailed Chardin and Greuze, not Boucher and Fragonard, as the voice and health of France. We have the usual stories about the artist's youth. He wanted to draw. His father forbade it as a cover for idleness. The boy crept from his bed at night to draw pictures. The father, coming upon one, relented and sent him to study with an artist in Lyons. Jean-Baptiste was not long satisfied with what he could learn there. He made his way to Paris. He worked for some time in the poverty that tests young talent. He had good reason later to show the better side of men, for, like most of us, he found much kindness mingled with the busy inattentiveness of the world. About 1754, an art collector, Lalive de Julie, bought Greuze's Père de Famille. Diderot used the same title for his second play in 1758, and encouraged him to persevere. The art instructor of the royal family, seeing a picture by Greuze, recommended him as a candidate for the Academy. But every candidate was expected to present within 6 months a painting of some scene in history. Such histories were not in Greuze's line. He let his candidacy drop and accepted the offer of Abbé Gougenot to finance his trip to Rome in 1755. He was now 30 and must long since have felt the magnetism of woman. Is not half of art a byproduct of that irresistible force? He experienced it in Rome to the point of agony. He was engaged to teach drawing to Laetitia, daughter of a duke. She was in the full bloom of youth. What could he do but fall in love? And he was handsome, with curly hair and a cheerful ruddy face. Fragonard, his fellow student, called him an amorous cherub. See in the Louvre his self-portrait in old age, and imagine him at 30. Inevitably, Laetitia, with blood that could not count ducats, played Eloise to his Abélard, surgery omitted. He took no advantage of her. She proposed marriage. He longed for her, but realized that the marriage of a poor artist with the heiress of a duke would soon be a tragedy for the girl, and uncertain of his self-control, he resolved not to see her again. She fell ill. He visited and comforted her, but returned to his resolution. We are assured that for 3 months he lay in bed with fever and frequent delirium. In 1756 he returned to Paris, quite untouched by classic art or the neoclassical revival. A few days after my arrival in Paris, he tells us, I happened to be passing, I know not by what fatality, down the Rue Saint-Jacques, when I noticed Mademoiselle Babouty at her counter. Gabrielle Babouty worked in a bookshop. Diderot had bought her books and loved her well, his words, some years before. Now, 1756-57, she was over 30 years old, Greuze's account, and feared spinsterhood. She found Jean-Baptiste not affluent but delectable. After he had paid her a few visits, she asked him, Monsieur Greuze, would you marry me if I were willing? Like any decent Frenchman, he replied, Mademoiselle, would not any man be too happy to spend his life with such a charming woman as you are? He thought no more of it, but she let the neighborhood understand that he was her betrothed. He had not the heart to contradict her. He married her, and for 7 years they were reasonably happy. She had a luscious beauty, and willingly served as his model in many poses that revealed nothing but suggested all. She gave him in those years 3 children. 2 survived and inspired his art. The world knows him for his pictures of children. We must not expect here the supreme excellence of a Velázquez's Don Baltasar Carlos, or Van Dyck's James II as a boy, and we are sometimes repelled in Greuze's girls by an exaggerated and weepy sentiment, as in the Berlin Portrait of a Maiden. But why should we reject the curls and rosy cheeks and wistful, trustful eyes of innocence, or the unrouged simplicity of a young peasant girl? There is no pose in the boy with a lesson book. It is any lad weary of a task seemingly irrelevant to life. Of 133 extant pictures by Greuze, 36 are of girls. Johann Georg Wille, a German engraver living in Paris, bought as many as he could of these childhood idealizations and held them more precious than the finest paintings of the period. Greuze repaid the compliment by portraying the unprepossessing Saxon as an exemplar of virility. As these girls grow up in Greuze's art, they become more artificial. La Laitière, the milkmaid, is all dressed up as if for a ball, and the lass of La Cruche Cassée, the broken pitcher, has no excuse except beauty for exposing a nipple on her way from the well. But in a portrait of Sophie Arnoux, the feathered hat, saucy pose, and carmine lips seem all in character. Greuze was a minor Chardin touched with Boucher, a man honestly admiring virtue and middle-class life, but dressing it up now and then with a sensuous lure that Chardin would have shunned. When Greuze forgot the flesh of his women, he could achieve an idol of bourgeois domesticity, as in The Village Bride. Exhibited in the final week of the 1761 Salon, it won the highest honors and became the talk of Paris. Diderot extolled it for its émotion douce, and the Théâtre des Italiens paid it the unprecedented compliment of representing it in a living picture on the stage. Connoisseurs found flaws in it: ill-managed light, discordant colors, imperfect drawing and execution. Aristocrats laughed at its sentiment. But the Paris public, which had swilled adultery to the dregs and was in this very year weeping over Rousseau's Julie, was in a mood to respect the moral admonitions that were almost audibly coming from the father of the bride to the promised spouse. Every middle-class matron knew the feelings of the mother as she surrendered her daughter to the trials and hazards of marriage, and any peasant would have felt at home in that cottage where a hen and her chicks pecked for corn on the floor, or drank in safety from the bowl at the father's feet. The Marquis de Marigny bought the picture at once, and the king later paid 16,650 livres for it to prevent its being sold abroad. It is now in one of the less frequented rooms of the Louvre, spoiled by the deterioration of its too superficial colors, and passed by in the reaction of realism and cynicism against optimistic sentiment. Nearly all the artists of Paris felt that Greuze had lowered art by making it preach through romances instead of revealing truth and character with penetration and impartiality. Diderot defended him as the first of our artists who gave morals to art and arranged his pictures to tell a story. He mounted to exclamation points over the tender tragedies that Greuze depicted. "Délicieux! Délicieux!" he cried over the young girl weeping for her dead bird. He himself was campaigning for middle-class subjects and feelings in drama. He saw in Greuze a precious ally, and praised him even above Chardin. Greuze took him too seriously. He stereotyped himself as the apostle of virtue and sentiment. He sent to Paris journals long expositions of the moral lessons in the pictures that he was producing. Finally, he wore out his welcome with the art public, even while sentiment was the rising mood of the age. During all the 12 years since the acceptance of his candidacy for the Academy, he had neglected to submit to it the historical picture required for full membership. In the judgment of the Academy, a genre picture, describing domestic or everyday life, called for a less mature talent than the imaginative reconstruction and competent representation of some historical scene. Hence it accepted genre painters only as agré, literally agreeable, but not yet eligible to academic honors or professorships. In 1767, the Academy announced that Greuze's pictures would no longer be exhibited in the biennial salon until he had submitted an historical picture. On July 29, 1769, Greuze sent in a painting of Septimius Severus reproaching his son Caracalla for attempting to assassinate him. The picture was shown to the members of the Academy. After an hour, the director informed him that he had been accepted, but added, "Monsieur, you have been received into the Academy, but it is as a painter of genre. The Academy took into consideration the excellence of your previous productions. It has closed its eyes to the present work, which is unworthy both of it and of you." Shocked, Greuze defended his picture, but one of the members demonstrated the faults in the drawing. Greuze appealed to the public in a letter to the Avant-Courrier on September 25, 1769. His explanation failed to impress connoisseurs, and even Diderot admitted the justice of the criticism. Diderot suggested that the inadequacy of the painting was due to the disturbance of the artist's mind by the collapse of his marriage. He charged that Gabrielle Babouti had degenerated into an arrogant vixen, exhausting her husband's funds by her extravagance, wearing him down with vexations, and destroying his pride by her repeated infidelities. Greuze himself submitted to the Commissioner of Police on December 11, 1785, a deposition charging his wife with persistently receiving her lovers into his home and over his protests. In a later letter he accused her of stealing large sums from him and of attempting to batter in my head with a chamber pot. He secured a legal separation, took their 2 daughters with him, and left her half his fortune and an annuity of 1,350 livres. His character deteriorated under these blows. He became resentful of any criticism and lost all modesty in the exaltation of his pictures. The public, however, agreed with his self-estimate. It flocked to his studio and made him rich with purchases of his paintings and of the prints derived from them. He invested his earnings in government bonds, assignats. The Revolution left these bonds worthless, and Greuze found himself a poor man, while the absorption of France in class violence, political ecstasy, and the neoclassical reaction destroyed the market for his pictures of domestic felicity and peace. The new government rescued him moderately in 1792 with a pension of 1,537 livres, but he soon outran this and appealed for an advance. A woman of the streets named Antigone came to live with him and care for his failing health. When he died in 1805, nearly all the world had forgotten him, and only 2 artists attended his corpse to the grave. 4. Fragonard. Jean-Honoré Fragonard survived better than Greuze the trials of success, for he surpassed Greuze in both sensuality and technique. His elegant art is the final exaltation of the woman of 18th-century France. Born at Grasse in Provence in 1732, he carried the perfumes and flowers of his birthplace into his art, along with the romantic love of the troubadours, to which he added Parisian gaiety and philosophic doubt. Brought to Paris at 15, he asked Boucher to take him as a pupil. Boucher told him as kindly as possible that he took only advanced students. Fragonard went to work for Chardin. In his off hours, he copied masterpieces wherever he could find them. Some of these copies he showed to Boucher, who, much impressed, now accepted him as a pupil and enlisted his youthful imagination in making designs for tapestry. The lad improved so rapidly that Boucher urged him to compete for the Prix de Rome. Fragonard submitted an historical painting, Jeroboam sacrificing to the idols. It was a remarkable product for a boy of 20, magnificent Roman columns, flowing robes, old heads bearded, turbaned, or bald. Fragonard had learned so soon that there is more character in an old face than in one that has not yet been carved by sensation and response. The Academy awarded him the prize. He studied 3 years in the studio of Carl van Loo, and then in 1765 went off in ecstasy to Rome. At first he was discouraged by the masterpieces abounding there. The energy of Michelangelo terrified me. I experienced an emotion which I could not express. And on seeing the beauties of Raphael, I was moved to tears, and the pencil fell from my hands. In the end I remained in a state of indolence which I lacked the strength to overcome. Then I concentrated upon the study of such painters as permitted me to hope that I might some day rival them. It was thus that Borroccio, Pietro da Cortona, Solimena, and Tiepolo attracted and held my attention. Instead of copying old masters, he drew plans or sketches of palaces, arches, churches, landscapes, vineyards, anything. For already he had acquired that skill with the pencil which was to make him one of the most facile and finished draftsmen of an age rich in that basic art. Few drawings catch more of nature's life than the green trees of the Villa d'Este, as seen by Fragonard at Tivoli. On his return to Paris, he set himself to satisfy the Academy with the history as an indispensable morceau de réception. Like Greuze, he found historical subjects uncongenial. Present Paris, with its entrancing women, drew him more powerfully than the past. The influence of Boucher was still warm in his mood. After much delay, he submitted Le Grand Pêtre Coressus se sacrifie pour sauver Caliroe. Let us not stop to inquire who this priest and maiden were. The Academy found them vivid and well drawn, and granted Fragonard associate membership. Diderot raved. I do not believe that any other artist in Europe could have conceived this painting. Louis XV bought it as a design for tapestry. But Fragonard was finished with historical subjects. Indeed, after 1767, he refused to exhibit in the Salon. He worked almost wholly on private commissions, where he could indulge his own taste, freed from academic restraints. Long before the French Romantics, he rebelled against the brown sauce of the Renaissance, and moved out gaily into less charted seas. Not quite uncharted. Watteau had opened the way with his radiantly robed women, starting out with easy conscience for Venus's Isle. Boucher had followed with romping senses. Greuze had mated sensuality and innocence. Fragonard combined them all, delicate raiment blowing in the breeze, dainty tarts offering unimpeded sweets, stately ladies hypnotizing men with the rustle of a dress or the fragility of a blouse, or with some rhythmic grace or melting smile, and children, plump and rosy and tousle-haired, who had never yet discovered death. In his drawings and miniatures he pictured almost every aspect of child life, babes caressing their mothers, girls fondling their dolls, boys mounting a donkey or playing with a dog. Fragonard's Gallic amorousness responded congenially to the requests of aging courtiers and tired mistresses for pictures celebrating and stirring the flesh. He ranged through the pagan mythology for goddesses whose rosy bodies were immune to time. Now it was Venus, not the Virgin, who was raised in triumphant assumption to the skies. He stole half the ritual of religion for the ceremonies of love. The kiss is a prayer, the vow of love is a sacred pledge, the sacrifice of the rose is the ultimate offering. Among 4 pictures painted by Fragonard for Madame du Barry's chateau at Louveciennes, one had a title that might have covered half the artist's work. Love that Sets the World on Fire. He fingered the Gerusalemme Liberata to find the scene where nymphs flaunted their charms before the chaste Rinaldo. He became the Boucher of the bed, revealing women in half or all their nudity, as in La Dormeuse, the Sleeping Beauty, La Chemise Enlevée, the blouse removed, or La Bacchante Endormie. Then, realizing that nudity can be disillusioning, he returned from revelation to suggestion, and painted his most famous picture, Les Hasards de l'Escarpolette, the hazards of the swing. The lover gazes in delight at the mysteries of lingerie revealed as his lady swings higher and higher, kicking one slipper with laughing abandon into the air. Finally, Fragonard could be Greuze and even Chardin. He pictured modest women, as in L'Étude, La Lecture, and Les Baisers Maternels. And in Mademoiselle Colombe, he discovered that women have souls. In 1769, aged 37, he submitted to marriage. When Mademoiselle Gérard came up from Grasse to study art in Paris, she had only to name her birthplace to win admission to Fragonard's studio. She was not beautiful, but she was a woman in full bloom. And Fragot, as he called himself, decided, like Madame Bovary, that there could not be much more boredom in monogamy than in adultery. He found new pleasure in working together with her on such pictures as The Child's First Steps, and joining his signature with hers. When she bore their first child, she asked might she bring her 14-year-old sister up from Grasse to help her with the infant in the house. He agreed, and for years this ménage lived in precarious peace. Now he rivaled Greuze in portraying domestic life and Boucher in conveying the tranquility of rural scenes. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. Now he rivaled Greuze in portraying domestic life and Boucher in conveying the tranquility of rural scenes. He painted some religious pictures and made portraits of his friends. He was more constant as a friend than as a lover, remaining always fond of Greuze and Robert and David, despite their success. When the Revolution came, he dedicated a patriotic picture, La Bonne Mère, to the nation. His savings were mostly annulled by inflation and governmental defaults, but David, favorite artist of the new era, secured his appointment to some minor sinecure. It was about this time that he painted the remarkable self-portrait that hangs in the Louvre. Strong and burly head, white hair cropped close, eyes still calm with confidence. The terror frightened and disgusted him, and he fled to his native Grasse, where he received shelter in the home of his friend Maubert. He decorated the walls with panels collectively known as Roman d'amour et de la jeunesse, a story of love and youth. These he had intended for Madame du Barry, but she, no longer affluent, had refused them. Now they are among the treasures of the Frick Gallery in New York. One summer day, returning hot and perspiring from a walk in Paris, he stopped at a café and ate an ice. He was seized almost immediately by a cerebral congestion and died with blessed suddenness on August 22, 1806. Grasse raised a pretty monument to him with a naked urchin at his feet, and behind him a young woman swirling her skirts in a joyous dance. An artist must pay a price for symbolizing an age. His fame fades with its passions, and can return only when the pathos of distance ennobles him, or some turn in the tide brings a past mode into present taste. Fragonard prospered because his art, desnuda or vestida, pleased his time, soothing and gracing decay. But the stern code of a revolution fighting for its life against all the rest of Europe needed other gods than Venus to inspire it, and found them in the stoic heroes of Republican Rome. The reign of woman ended, the rule of the warrior returned. Greco-Roman models, re-deified by Winckelmann, served a new generation of artists, and the neoclassical style swept away Baroque and Rococo in a tidal wave of ancient forms. 6. The Great Salons. 1. Madame Geoffrin. The reign of woman ended, but only after the zenith of the salons. That unique institution reached its climax with Madame Geoffrin, and subsided in a fever of romance with Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. It would revive after the Revolution with Mesdames de Staël and Récamier, but never again with the zest and fullness of the time when political celebrities met on Saturdays at Madame du Deffon's, artists met on Mondays, and philosophers and poets on Wednesdays at Madame Geoffrin's, philosophers and scientists on Tuesdays at Madame Helvétius's, and on Sundays and Thursdays at Baron d'Holbach's, and literary and political lions on Tuesdays at Madame Necker's, and any of these might meet any night at Julie de Lespinasse's. Besides these, there were many minor salons, chez Mesdames de Luxembourg, de la Vallière, de Fourcalquier, de Talmont, de Broglie, de Bussy, de Crussol, de Choiseul, de Camby, de Mirepoix, de Beauvau, d'Anville, de Guillon, d'Oudetot, de Marché, Dupin, and d'Épinay. It was not beauty that distinguished these Junos of the salons. Nearly all of them were middle-aged or older. It was that complex of intelligence, tact, grace, influence, and unobtrusive money that enabled a hostess to assemble women of charm and men of mind, who could make a gathering or causerie sparkle with wit or wisdom without setting it on fire with passion or prejudice. Such a salon was no place for flirtations, or for erotic themes or double entendre. Every man there might have a mistress, every woman a lover, but this was politely veiled in the civilized give and take of courtesies and ideas. Platonic friendships could find acceptance there, as with Du Deffand and Horace Walpole, or with Lespinasse and d'Alembert. As the Revolution neared, the salons tended to lose their dispassionate elevation and become centers of revolt. Madame Geoffrin's salon won the highest repute because she was the most skillful of lion-tamers among the salonières, allowing more freedom of discussion, and knew how, without appearing oppressive, to keep liberty from passing the bounds of good manners or good taste. She was one of the few women who rose from the middle class to maintain a distinguished salon. Her father, valet de chambre to the Dauphine Marie-Anne, had married the daughter of a banker. Their first child, born in 1699, was Marie-Thérèse, who became Madame Geoffrin. The mother, a woman of culture with some talent for painting, laid great plans for her daughter's development, but died in 1700, giving birth to a son. The two children were sent to live with their grandmother in the Rue Saint-Honoré. Half a century later, in reply to Catherine II's request for a brief autobiography, Madame Geoffrin explained her lack of erudition. My grandmother had very little education, but her mind was so observant, so clever, so quick, that it always served her instead of knowledge. She spoke so agreeably of the things she knew nothing of, that no one desired she should know them better. She was so satisfied with her lot that she regarded education as superfluous for a woman. I have managed so well, she said, that I have never felt the need of it. If my granddaughter is a fool, knowledge will make her self-confident and unbearable. If she has wit and sense, she will do as I did. She will make up the deficiency by her tact and perception. Therefore, in my childhood, she taught me simply how to read, but she made me read a great deal. She taught me to think and made me reason. She taught me to know men and made me say what I thought of them, and she told me how she herself judged them. She could not endure the elegancies that dancing masters teach. She only desired me to have the grace which nature gives to a well-formed person. Religion, Grandma felt, was more important than education, so the two orphans were taken to Mass every day. Grandma attended also to Marie's marriage. A wealthy businessman, François Geoffrin, aged 48, offered to marry the 13-year-old girl. Grandma thought it a good match, and Marie was too well brought up to object. She insisted, however, on taking her brother with her to join Monsieur Geoffrin in the comfortable home, also in the Rue Saint-Honoré, which she was to keep to the end of her life. In 1715 she gave birth to a daughter, and in 1717 to a son, who died at the age of 10. In that same fashionable street, Madame de Tencin opened a famous salon. She invited Madame Geoffrin to attend. Monsieur Geoffrin objected. La Tencin's past had made some noise, and her favorite guests were such dangerous freethinkers as Fontenelle, Montesquieu, Marivaux, Prévost, Helvétius, and Marmontel. Madame Geoffrin went nevertheless. She was fascinated by these untrammeled minds. How tiresome, by comparison, were the merchants who came to visit her aging husband. He was 65 now, and she was Balzac's femme de 30 ans. She, too, began to entertain. He objected, she overruled him. Finally, he consented to preside at her dinners, usually silent and always polite. When he died in 1749, aged 84, her diners hardly noticed his absence. One who returned from a journey inquired what had become of the old gentleman who had sat so unobtrusively at the head of the table. Madame Geoffrin answered softly, "It was my husband. He is dead." Madame de Tencin also completed her course in 1749, to the dismay of her accustomed guests. We must record again the remark of the 92-year-old Fontenelle. Such a good woman. She had been a veritable synthesis of sins. What a worry! Where shall I dine on Tuesdays now? But he brightened up. Well, on Tuesdays now I must dine at Madame Geoffrin's. She was glad to have him, for he had been a philosophe before Montesquieu and Voltaire. He had memories stretching back to Mazarin. He had 7 years left in him, and could bear teasing without taking offense, being hard of hearing. Most of the celebrities who had shown at Toncin's table followed his example, and soon the Geoffrin Wednesday midday dinners brought together at one time or another Montesquieu, Diderot, D'Holbach, Grimm, Morellet, Raynal, Saint-Lambert, and the witty little Neapolitan, Abbé Ferdinando Galliani, secretary to the Neapolitan ambassador in Paris. After her husband's death, and despite her daughter's scandalized opposition, Madame Geoffrin allowed Diderot, d'Alembert, and Marmontel to set the line and tone of discussion at her Wednesday dinners. She was a patriot and a Christian, but she admired the courage and vivacity of the philosophe. When the Encyclopédie was organized, she contributed over 500,000 livres to its costs. Her home became known as the Salon of the Encyclopédie, and when Palissot satirized the rebels in his comedy Les Philosophes of 1760, he made fun of her as Cydalise, the fairy godmother of the coterie. Thereafter she asked her Lyons to roar more courteously, and checked wild eloquence with a deflating compliment. "Ah, there's something good." At last she withdrew her standing invitation to Diderot, but she sent him a suite of new furniture and an uncomfortably gorgeous dressing gown. She discovered that artists, philosophers, and men of affairs did not mix well. The philosophers liked to talk, the statesmen expected discretion and good manners, the artists were a tempestuous tribe, and only artists could understand them. So Madame, who collected art and had caught some aesthetic glow from the Comte de Caylus, invited the leading artists and connoisseurs of Paris to special dinners on Monday evenings. Boucher came, Latour, Vernet, Chardin, Van Loo, Cochin, Drouet, Robert, Oudry, Natier, Soufflot, Caylus, Bouchardon, Greuze. Marmontel was the only philosophe admitted, for he lived in Madame Geoffrin's house. The amiable hostess not only entertained these guests, she bought their works, posed for their portraits of her, and paid them well. Chardin pictured her best, as a stout and kindly matron in a lace bonnet. After the death of Van Loo, she bought 2 of his pictures for 4,000 livres. She sold them to a Russian prince for 50,000 livres, and sent the profit to the widow. To round out her hospitality, Madame Geoffrin gave petit souper for her women friends. But no woman was invited to the Monday dinners, and Mademoiselle de Lespinasse, perhaps as d'Alembert's alter ego, was one of the few women who came to the Wednesday soirees. Madame was somewhat possessive, and besides, she found that female presences distracted her Lyons from philosophy and art. Her policy of segregation seemed justified by the high repute her assemblies gained for interesting and significant discussions. Foreigners in Paris angled for invitations. To be able to say when they returned home that they had attended Madame Geoffrin's salon was a distinction second only to being received by the king. Hume, Walpole, and Franklin were among her grateful guests. Ambassadors to Versailles, even the lordly Count von Kaunitz, made it a point to present themselves at the famous house in the Rue Saint-Honoré. In 1758, Prince Cantemir, the Russian ambassador, brought with him the Princess of Anhalt-Zerbst, who told of the accomplishments of her daughter. 4 years later, this daughter became Catherine II, and for many years thereafter the Empress of all the Russias carried on a charming correspondence with the bourgeois salonière. A handsome and brilliant Swede who attended some of Madame's dinners went home to be Gustavus III. A still handsomer youth, Stanislas Poniatowski, was a frequent visitor, almost a devotee of Madame Geoffrin, who sometimes paid his debts. Soon he was calling her Maman, and when he became King of Poland in 1764, he invited her to visit Warsaw as his guest. Though now 64 years old, she accepted. She made a triumphal stay in Vienna on the way. "I am better known here," she wrote, "than a couple of yards from my own house." For a while, in the royal palace at Warsaw in 1766, she played at mothering and advising the king. The letters that she sent to Paris were passed from hand to hand there, like the letters of Voltaire from Ferney. Those who had not read Madame Geoffrin's letters, Grimm wrote, were not fit to go into good society. When she came back to Paris and resumed her dinners, 100 celebrities rejoiced. Piron and Delille wrote poems celebrating her return. The trip had been arduous, riding in a coach through half the length of Europe and back. Madame Geoffrin was never again as alert and sprightly as before. She who had once expressed her disbelief in life after death, and had reduced religion to charity, now renewed her observance of Catholic worship. Marmontel described her peculiar piety. To be in favor with heaven without being out of favor with her society, she used to indulge in a kind of clandestine devotion. She went to Mass as secretly as others go to an intrigue. She had an apartment in a nunnery and a pew in the Church of the Capuchins, with as much mystery as the gallant women of that day had their petite maison for their amours. In 1776, the Catholic Church announced a jubilee in which all who visited certain churches at stated times would receive dispensations and indulgences. On March 11th, Madame Geoffrin attended a long service in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. Soon after reaching home, she fell in an apoplectic fit. The philosophes were angry that her illness should have followed an act of worship. The mordant Abbé Morellet remarked, "She has confirmed by her own example the maxim which she frequently repeated, 'One dies only through an act of stupidity.'" The daughter, Marquise de la Ferté-Imbaud, took possession of her sick mother and warned the philosophe away. Madame never saw d'Alembert or Morellet again. However, she arranged that the pensions she had given them should be increased after her death. She lingered on for another year, paralyzed and dependent, but distributing charity to the end. 2. Madame du Deffand. There was only one salon in Europe that could rival Geoffrin's in fame and votaries. We have studied elsewhere the career and character of Marie de Vichy-Chamron, how as a girl she dismayed nuns and priests with her free-thinking, how she wed the Marquise du Deffand, left him, and solaced her solitude with a salon from 1739 on, at first in the Rue de Beaune, then in 1747 in the convent of St. Joseph in the Rue of Saint-Dominique. Her new sight frightened away all but one of the philosophes who had previously come to enjoy her wine and wit. D'Alembert remained, being the least pugnacious of the tribe. For the rest, her habitués were men and women of the aristocracy, who tended to snub la Geoffrin as bourgeoisie. When the Marquise became blind at the age of 57, in 1754, her friends still came to her dinners, but during the rest of the week she felt loneliness with a rising despondency, until she persuaded her niece to stay with her and serve as assistant hostess at her soirees. Julie de Lespinasse was the illegitimate daughter of the Comtesse d'Albon and Gaspard de Vichy, brother of Madame du Deffand. The Comtesse acknowledged her, brought her up with her other children, gave her an exceptionally good education, and sought to have her legitimized. But one of the daughters objected, and it was never done. In 1739, this half-sister married Gaspard de Vichy and went to live with him in the Château de Chamron in Burgundy. In 1748, the Comtesse died, leaving an annuity of 300 livres for Julie, then 16. Madame de Vichy took Julie to Chamron, but treated her as an illegitimate orphan who served as governess for the children. When Madame du Deffand visited Chamron, she was struck by the excellent mind and manners of Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. She won the girl's confidence and learned that she was so unhappy in her present position that she had decided to enter a convent. The Marquise proposed that Julie come and live with her in Paris. Objections were raised by the family in fear that du Deffand would arrange Julie's legitimation, thus entitling her to a share in the Albon estate. The Marquise promised that she would not so offend her relatives. Meanwhile, Julie entered a convent, in October 1752, not as a novice but as a boarder. The Marquise renewed her proposal. After a year of hesitation, Julie agreed. On February 13, 1754, the Marquise sent her a strange letter, which must be remembered in judging the sequel. "I shall introduce you as a young lady from my province who intended to go into a convent, and will say that I offered you a lodging until you should find one which would suit you. You will be treated with politeness, and even with compliment, and you can count upon me that your self-respect will never be offended. However, there is another point which I must explain to you. The least artifice, even the most trifling little art, if you were to put it into your conduct, would be intolerable to me. I am naturally distrustful, and all those in whom I detect slyness become suspect to me until I lose all confidence in them. I have two intimate friends, Formant and d'Alembert. I love them passionately, but less for their agreeable charms and their friendship than for their absolute truthfulness. Therefore you must, my queen, resolve to live with me with the utmost truth and sincerity. You may think that I preach, but I assure you that I never do so except in regard to sincerity. On that point I am without mercy." In April 1754, Julie came to live with Madame du Deffand, first above a carriage shed, then in a room over the Marquise's apartment in the convent of St. Joseph. Perhaps at Madame's suggestion, the Duc d'Orléans settled upon her a pension of 692 livres. She helped the blind hostess to receive and place her guests at the salon assemblies. She brightened the proceedings with her pleasant manners, her quick intelligence, her fresh and modest youth. She was no beauty, but her bright black eyes and rich brown hair made an arresting combination. Half the men who came there fell half in love with her, even Madame's old faithful chevalier Charles Jean-François Hainaut, president of the Cour des Enquêtes, who was 70, always ailing, always rubicund with a flow of wine. Julie took their compliments with proper discount, but even so the Marquise, doubly sensitive in her blindness, must have felt that some worship had passed from her throne. Perhaps another element entered. The older woman had begun to love the younger one with an affection that would not share. Both were vessels of passion, despite the fact that the Marquise had one of the most penetrating minds of the time. It was inevitable that Julie should fall in love. First, we assume, with a young Irishman of whom we know only the name of Taff. Once admitted to the salon, he came almost every day, and it was soon obvious to the Marquise that he had come to see not her, but Mademoiselle. She was alarmed to see that Julie received his advances favorably. She warned Julie against compromising herself. The proud girl resented the motherly advice. Fearing to lose her and anxious to protect her against an impetuous attachment that promised no permanence, the Marquise commanded Julie to keep to her room when Taff called. Julie obeyed, but was so excited by the quarrel that she took opium to calm her nerves. Many persons in the 18th century used opium as a sedative. Mademoiselle de Lespinasse increased her doses with each new romance. She learned to forget Taff, but her next love entered history, for it fell upon the man whom Madame du Deffand had taken to herself with a maternal but possessive attachment. Jean-Laurent d'Alembert was in 1754 at the peak of his renown as mathematician, physicist, astronomer, and collaborator in that encyclopédie that was the talk of all intellectual Paris. Voltaire, in a modest moment, called him the foremost writer of the century. Yet he had none of Voltaire's advantages. He was of illegitimate birth. His mother, Madame de Tencin, had disowned him, and he had not seen his father since childhood. He lived like a simple bourgeois in the home of the glazier Rousseau. He was handsome, neat, courteous, sometimes gay. He could talk with almost any specialist on any subject, but he could also hide his learning behind a facade of stories, mimicry, and wit. Otherwise he made few compromises with the world. He preferred his independence to the favor of kings and queens, and when Madame du Deffand campaigned to get him into the French Academy, he refused to assure himself of Hainaut's vote by praising Hainaut's Abrège chronologique de l'histoire de France of 1744. There was a strain of satire in him that made his wit bite now and then. He could be impatient, sometimes violently choleric against opponents. He never found out what to say or do when alone with women, yet his shyness attracted them, as if by challenging the efficacy of their charms. When Madame du Deffand first met him in 1743, she was struck by the range and clearness of his mind. She was then 46, he 26. She adopted him as her wild cat, chat sauvage. Invited him not only to her salon, but to private dinners tete-a-tete. She vowed her willingness to sleep for 22 hours of the 24, so long as we passed the remaining 2 hours together. It was after 11 years of this warm friendship that Julie came into their lives. There was a natural bond between the natural son and the natural daughter. D'Alembert noted it in retrospect. Both of us lacked parents and family, and having suffered abandonment, misfortune, and unhappiness from our birth, nature seemed to have sent us into the world to find each other, to be to each other all that each had missed. to stand together like two willows, bent by the storm but not uprooted, because in their weakness they have intertwined their branches. He felt this elective affinity almost at first sight. "Time and custom stale all things," he wrote to her in 1771, "but they are powerless to touch my affection for you, an affection which you inspired 17 years ago." Yet he waited 9 years before declaring his love, and then he did it by indirection. He wrote to her from Potsdam in 1763 that in refusing Frederick's invitation to become president of the Berlin Academy of Sciences, he had had 1,000 reasons, one of which you haven't the wits to guess. A strange lapse of intelligence in d'Alembert, for was there ever a woman who did not know when a man was in love with her? Madame du Deffand felt the growing warmth between her prized guest and her guarded niece. She noticed, too, that Julie was becoming the center of discussion and interest in the salon. For a while she uttered no reproach, but in a letter to Voltaire in 1760, she made some bitter remarks on d'Alembert. She allowed a friend to read to her guests, before d'Alembert had arrived, Voltaire's reply, referring to these remarks. D'Alembert came in soon after the reading had begun, and heard the telltale passage. He laughed with the others, but he was hurt. The Marquise tried to make amends, but the wound remained. When he visited Frederick in 1763, his letters were almost daily to Mademoiselle de l'Espinasse, seldom to Madame. After his return to Paris, he fell into the habit of visiting Julie in her apartment before they came down to the salon, and sometimes Turgot or Chastellux or Marmontel accompanied him in these intimate visits. The aging hostess felt that she was being betrayed by those whom she had helped and loved. Now she looked upon Julie as her enemy, and she revealed her feelings in a dozen irritating ways. Cold tone, petty demands, occasional reminders of Julie's dependence. Julie grew daily more impatient with this blind and vaporous old woman, and with the obligation to be always on hand or nearby to attend to the Marquise at any hour. Every day increased her unhappiness, for each day had its sting. "All pain strikes deep," she later wrote, "but pleasure is a bird of quick passage." In a final outburst, Madame accused her of deceiving her in her own home and at her expense. Julie replied that she could no longer live with one who so considered her, and on a day early in May 1764 she left to seek other lodgings. The Marquise made the breach irreparable by insisting that d'Alembert should choose between them. D'Alembert left and never returned. For a time the old salon seemed mortally wounded by these amputations. Most of the habitués continued to come to the Marquise, but several of them, the Maréchal de Luxembourg, the Duchesse de Châtillon, the Comtesse de Boufflers, Turgot, Chastellux, even Hainaut, went to Julie to express their sympathy and continued interest. The salon was reduced to old and faithful friends, and newcomers who sought distinction and good food. Madame described the change in 1768. 12 people were here yesterday, and I admired the different kinds and degrees of futility. We were all perfect fools, each in his kind. We were singularly wearisome. All 12 departed at 1 o'clock, but none left a regret behind. Pont de Vale is my only friend, and he bores me to death 3/4 of the time. She had never, since her light went out, had any love for life, but now that her dearest friends were gone, she sank into a hopeless and cynical despair. Like Job, she cursed the day of her birth. "Of all my sorrows, my blindness and age are the least. There is only one misfortune, and that is to be born." She laughed equally at the dreams of romantics and philosophers, not only at Rousseau's Héloïse and Savoyard Vicar, but at Voltaire's long campaign for truth. "And you, Monsieur de Voltaire, the declared lover of truth, tell me in good faith, have you found it? You combat and destroy errors, but what do you put in their place?" She was a skeptic, but she preferred genial doubters like Montaigne and Saint-Evremont to aggressive rebels like Voltaire and Diderot. She thought herself finished with life, but life had not yet finished with her. Her salon had a fitful resurrection during the ministry of Choiseul, when the leading men in the government gathered around the old Marquise, and the friendship of the kindly Duchesse de Choiseul brought some brightness to darkened days. And in 1765, Horace Walpole began to come to her gatherings, and gradually she developed for him an affection that became her last desperate hold upon life. We hope to meet her again in that final and amazing avatar. 3. Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. Julie chose as her new home a 3-story house at the meeting of the Rue de Bellechasse and the Rue Saint-Dominique, only 100 yards from the Marquise's conventual home. She was not reduced to poverty. Besides several small pensions, she had received pensions of 2,600 livres out of the king's revenues in 1758 and 1763, apparently at the urging of Choiseul. And now Madame Geoffrin, at d'Alembert's suggestion, dowered her with separate annuities of 2,000 livres and 1,000 crowns. The Maréchal de Luxembourg gave her a complete suite of furniture. Soon after settling in these new quarters, Julie came down with a severe case of smallpox. "Mademoiselle de Lespinasse is dangerously ill," wrote David Hume to Madame de Boufflers, "and I am glad to see that d'Alembert has come out of his philosophy at such a moment." Indeed, the philosopher walked a long distance every morning to watch at her bed till late at night, and then walked back to his own room at Madame Rousseau's. Julie recovered, but was left permanently weak and nervous, her complexion coarsened and blotched. We can imagine what this meant to a woman 32 years old and still unmarried. She was cured just in time to care for d'Alembert, who took to his bed in the spring of 1765 with a stomach ailment that brought him near death. Marmontel was shocked to find him living in a little room, ill-lit, ill-aired, with a very narrow bed like a coffin. Another friend, the financier Vatelet, offered d'Alembert the use of a commodious home near the temple. The philosopher now sadly consented to leave the woman who had housed and fed him since his childhood. "Oh, wondrous day!" exclaimed Duclos. "D'Alembert is weaned." To his new quarters Julie commuted daily, repaying his recent care of her with her own unstinted devotion. When he was well enough to move, she begged him to occupy some rooms on the upper floor of her house. He came in the fall of 1765 and paid her a moderate rental. He did not forget Madame Rousseau. He visited her frequently, shared some of his income with her, and never ceased apologizing for their separation. "Poor foster mother, fonder of me than of your own children." For a while, Paris assumed that Julie was his mistress. Appearances warranted the assumption. D'Alembert took his meals with her, wrote letters for her, managed her business affairs, invested her savings, collected her income. Publicly, they were always together. No host dreamed of inviting one without the other. Nevertheless, it gradually dawned, even upon the gossipers, that Julie was neither mistress nor wife nor lover to d'Alembert, but only a sister and friend. She seems never to have realized that his love for her, though he could not put it into words, was complete. Mesdames Geoffrin and Necker, both of exemplary morals, accepted the relationship as platonic. The aging salonière invited both of them to both of her gatherings. It was a severe test of Madame Geoffrin's motherly kindness that she made no known protest when Mademoiselle de Lespinasse developed a salon of her own. Julie and d'Alembert had made so many friends that within a few months her drawing-room was filled almost daily, from 5 to 9 o'clock, with chosen visitors, women as well as men, nearly all of fame or rank. D'Alembert led the conversation, Julie added all the charms of womanhood, all the warmth of hospitality. No dinner or supper was offered, but the salon gained the reputation of being the most stimulating in Paris. Here came Turgot and Loménie de Brienne, soon to be high in the government, aristocrats like Chastellux and Condorcet, prelates like de Boismont and Boisgelin, skeptics like Hume and Morellet, authors like Mably, Condillac, Marmontel, and Saint-Lambert. At first they came to see and hear d'Alembert, then to enjoy the sympathetic skill with which Julie drew out each guest to shine in his or her special excellence. No topics were barred here. The most delicate problems of religion, philosophy, or politics were discussed. But Julie, trained in this art by Madame Geoffrin, knew how to calm the excited and return dispute to discussion. The desire not to offend the frail hostess was the unwritten law that generated order in this liberty. At the close of Louis XV's reign, the salon of Mademoiselle de l'Espinasse, in Sainte-Beuve's judgment, was the most in vogue, the most eagerly frequented, at an epoch that counted so many that were brilliant. No other salon offered such a double lure. Julie, though pockmarked and fatherless, was becoming the second love of a dozen distinguished men, and d'Alembert was at the height of his powers. Grimm reported, "His conversation offered all that would instruct and divert the mind. He lent himself with as much facility as good will to whatever subject would please most generally, bringing to it an almost inexhaustible fund of ideas, anecdotes, and curious memories. There was no topic, however dry or frivolous in itself, that he had not the secret of making interesting. All his humorous sayings had a delicate and profound originality." And here David Hume, writing to Horace Walpole, "D'Alembert is a very agreeable companion, and of irreproachable morals. By refusing offers from the Tsarina and the King of Prussia, he has shown himself above personal gain and vain ambition. He has 5 pensions, one from the King of Prussia, one from the King of France, one as a member of the Academy of Sciences, one as a member of the French Academy, and one from his own family. The whole amount is not above 6,000 livres a year. On half of this he lives decently. The other half he gives to poor people with whom he is connected. In a word, I scarce know a man who, with some few exceptions, is a better model of a virtuous and philosophical character." Julie was at opposite poles to d'Alembert in everything but facility and elegance of speech. But whereas the encyclopediste was one of the last heroes of the Enlightenment, seeking reason and measure in thought and action, Julie, after Rousseau, was the first clear voice of the Romantic movement in France, a creature, Marmontel described her, of the liveliest fancy, the most ardent spirit, the most inflammable imagination which has existed since Sappho. None of the Romantics, in flesh or print, no Héloïse of Rousseau, nor Rousseau himself, no Clarissa of Richardson, or Manon of Prévost, exceeded her in keenness and sensibility, or in the ardor of her inner life. D'Alembert was objective, or tried to be. Julie was subjective to the pitch of a sometimes selfish self-absorption. Yet she suffered with those that she saw suffer. She went out of her way to comfort the sick or aggrieved, and she labored feverishly to get Chastellux and La Harpe elected to the Academy. But when she fell in love, she forgot everything and everybody else. In the first case, Madame du Deffand; in the second and third, d'Alembert himself. In 1766, a young noble, Marqués José de Mora y Gonzaga, son of the Spanish ambassador, entered the salon. He was 22, Julie was 34. He had been married at 12 to a girl of 11, who died in 1764. Julie soon felt the charm of his youth, possibly of his fortune. Their mutual attraction ripened rapidly to a pledge of marriage. Hearing of this, his father ordered him to military duty in Spain. Mora went, but soon resigned his commission. In January 1771 he began to spit blood. He went to Valencia, hoping for relief. Not cured, he rushed up to Paris and Julie. They spent many happy days together, to the amusement of her little court and the secret suffering of d'Alembert. In 1772 the ambassador was recalled to Spain, and insisted on his son coming with him. Neither parent would consent to his marrying Julie. Mora broke away from them and started north to rejoin her, but he died of tuberculosis at Bordeaux, May 27, 1774. On that day he wrote to her, "I was on my way to you, and I must die. What a horrible doom! But you have loved me, and the thought of you still gives me happiness. I die for you." 2 rings were removed from his fingers. One contained a strand of Julie's hair, the other was engraved with the words, "All things pass, but love endures." The magnanimous d'Alembert wrote of Mora, "I regret on my own account that sensitive, virtuous, and high-minded man, the most perfect being that I have ever known. I shall ever remember those priceless moments when a soul so pure, so noble, so strong, and so sweet loved to mingle with mine." Julie's heart was torn by the news of Mora's death, and all the more because she had in the meantime given her love to another man. In September 1772, she met Comte Jacques-Antoine de Guibert, 29, who had made a notable record in the 7 Years' War. Moreover, his comprehensive study of tactics was acclaimed as a masterpiece by generals and intellectuals. Napoleon was to carry a copy of it, annotated by his own hand, through all his campaigns, and its preliminary discourse denouncing all monarchies formulated 20 years before the Revolution, the basic principles of 1789. We can judge the admiration that poured upon Guibert from a topic selected for discussion in a leading salon. Is the mother, the sister, or the mistress of Monsieur de Guibert to be most envied? He had, of course, a mistress, Jeanne de Montsauge, the latest and longest of his amours. Julie, in a bitter moment, judged him harshly. The levity, even hardness, with which he treats women comes from the small consideration in which he holds them. He thinks them flirtatious, vain, weak, false, and frivolous. Those whom he judges most favorably he believes romantic, and though obliged to recognize good qualities in some, he does not on that account value them more highly, but holds that they have fewer vices rather than more virtues. However, he was handsome, his manners were perfect, his speech combined substance with feeling, and erudition with clarity. His conversation, said Madame de Staël, was the most varied, the most animated, and the richest that ever I knew. Julie considered herself fortunate in the preference that Guibert showed for her gatherings. Fascinated by each other's fame, they developed what on his side became an incidental conquest, on her side a mortal passion. It was this consuming love that gave her letters to Guibert a place in French literature and among the most revealing documents of the time. There, even more than in Rousseau's Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse of 1761, the proto-romantic movement in France finds its living expression. Her earliest extant letter to Guibert, May 15, 1773, shows her already in his toils, but she was torn with remorse over the violation of her pledge of fidelity to Morat. So she wrote to Guibert, who was leaving for Strasbourg. Ah, mon Dieu, by what charm, by what fatality have you come to distract me? Why did I not die in September? I could have died then without the reproaches that I now make to myself. Alas, I feel it, I could still die for him. There is no interest of mine that I would not sacrifice to him. Oh, he will pardon me. I had suffered so much. My body and soul were so exhausted by the long continuance of sorrow. The news I received of him threw me into a frenzy. It was then that I first saw you, then that you received my soul, then that you brought pleasure into it. I know not which was sweetest, to feel it or to owe it to you. 8 days later she took down all her defenses. If I were young, pretty, and very charming, I should not fail to see much art in your conduct to me. But as I am nothing of all that, I find a kindness and an honor in it which have won you right over my soul forever. At times she wrote with all the abandon of Héloïse to Abélard. You alone in the universe can possess and occupy my being. My heart, my soul, can henceforth be filled by you alone. Not once has my door been opened today that my heart did not beat. There were moments when I dreaded to hear your name, then again I was broken-hearted not to hear it. So many contradictions, so many conflicting emotions are true, and 3 words explain them. I love you. The conflict of the 2 loves increased the nervous agitation that perhaps had come from the starvation of her hopes for womanly fulfillment, and from a growing tendency to consumption. She wrote to Guibert on June 6, 1773, Though your soul is agitated, it is not like mine, which passes ceaselessly from convulsion to depression. I take poison, opium, to calm myself. You see that I cannot guide myself. Enlighten me, strengthen me. I will believe you. You shall be my support. Guibert returned to Paris in October, severed his relations with Madame de Montsauge, and offered his love to Julie. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Guibert returned to Paris in October, severed his relations with Madame de Montsauge, and offered his love to Julie. She accepted gratefully and yielded to him physically, in the antechamber of her box at the Opera, on February 10, 1774. She claimed later that this, when she was 42, was her first lapse from what she called honor and virtue, but she did not reproach herself. "Do you remember the condition in which you put me, and in which you believed you left me? Well, I wish to tell you that, returning quickly to myself, I rose again, and I saw myself not one hair's breadth lower than before. And what will astonish you, perhaps, is that of all the impulses that have drawn me to you, the last is the only one for which I have no remorse. In that abandonment, that last degree of abnegation of myself and of all personal interests, I prove to you that there is but one misfortune on earth that seems to me unbearable, to offend you and to lose you. That fear would make me give my life." For a time she experienced transports of happiness. "I have thought of you constantly," she wrote to him, for they kept their liaison secret and dwelt apart. "I am so engrossed in you that I understand the feeling of the devotee for his God." Guibert inevitably tired of a love that poured itself out so profusely, leaving no challenge to his power. Soon he was paying attention to the Comtesse de Boufflers, and resuming his affair with Madame de Montsauge, in May 1774. Julie reproached him. He replied coldly. Then on June 2nd she learned that Morat had died on his way to her, blessing her name. She sank into a delirium of remorse and tried to poison herself. Guibert prevented her. Now her letters to him were mostly about Morat and how superior the young Spanish nobleman had been to every other man she had ever known. Guibert saw her less frequently, Montsauge more. Hoping to remain at least one of his mistresses, Julie planned marriages for him. He rejected her choices, and on June 1st, 1775, he married Mademoiselle de Choiseul, 17 and rich. Julie wrote him letters of hatred and disdain, ending with protestations of undying love. Through all the fever of her passion, she was able to conceal the nature of it from d'Alembert, who thought the absence, then death, of Morat was its cause. He welcomed Guibert to her salon, developed a sincere friendship for him, and personally mailed the sealed letters which she wrote to her lover. But he noted that she had lost interest in him, that at times she resented his presence. And indeed, she wrote to Guibert, "Did it not seem too ungrateful, I would say that Monsieur d'Alembert's departure would give me a sort of pleasure. His presence weighs upon my soul. He makes me ill at ease with myself. I feel too unworthy of his friendship and his goodness." When she was dead, he wrote to her Maynies, "For what reason, which I can neither imagine nor suspect, did that feeling, once so tender for me, change suddenly to estrangement and aversion? What had I done to displease you? Why did you not complain to me if you had anything to complain of? Or, my dear Julie, had you done me some wrong of which I was ignorant, and which it would have been so sweet to pardon had I known of it? 20 times have I been on the point of throwing myself into your arms and asking you to tell me what was my crime, but I feared that those arms would repulse me. For 9 months I sought the moment to tell you what I suffered and felt, but during those months I always found you too feeble to bear the tender reproaches I had to make to you. The only moment when I could have shown you, uncovered, my dejected and discouraged heart was that dreadful moment a few hours before your death, when you asked me in so heart-rending a manner to forgive you. But then you had no longer the strength to either speak to me or hear me. And thus I lost, without recovery, the moment of my life which would have been to me the most precious, that of telling you once more how dear you were to me, how much I shared your woes, and how deeply I desired to end my woes with you. I would give all the moments that remain to me to live for that one instant which I can never have again, that instant when, by showing you all the tenderness of my heart, I might perhaps have recovered yours." The collapse of Julie's dream helped tuberculosis to kill her. Dr. Bourdieu, whom we have met in Diderot's Dream of d'Alembert, was called in and pronounced her condition hopeless. From April 1776 she never left her bed. Guibert came to see her every morning and evening, and d'Alembert left her bedside only to sleep. The salon had been discontinued, but Condorcet came, and Suard, and the good Madame Geoffrin, herself dying. On the last days, Julie would not let Guibert come, for she did not wish to let him see how convulsions had disfigured her face. But she sent him frequent notes, and now he too protested. "I have always loved you. I have loved you from the first moment that we met. You are dearer to me than anything else in the world." This and d'Alembert's silent fidelity and the solicitude of her friends were her only solace in her suffering. She made her will, of which she appointed d'Alembert executor, and she entrusted to him all her papers and effects. Her brother, the Marquis de Vichy, came up from Burgundy and urged her to make her peace with the Church. To the Comte d'Albon he wrote, "I am happy to say that I persuaded her to take the sacraments in spite of, in the face of, the entire encyclopédie." She sent a last word to Guibert. "My friend, I love you. Farewell." She thanked d'Alembert for his long devotion and begged him to forgive her ingratitude. She died that night in the early hours of May 23rd, 1776. She was buried that same day from the church of Saint-Sulpice, and as she had desired in her will, like the poor. Chapter 5. Voltaire, Patriarch, 1758 to 78. 1. The Good Lord. In October 1758, Voltaire bought an ancient estate at Ferney, in the pays, or county, of Gex, which bordered on Switzerland. Soon thereafter he added, by a life purchase, the neighboring seigneury of Tournai. Now he became legally a lord, and in legal matters he signed himself Comte de Tournai. He displayed his coat of arms over his portal and on his silver plate. He had lived at Les Délices in Geneva since 1755, and had played with pleasure and acclaim the role of a millionaire philosopher who entertained handsomely. But d'Alembert's encyclopédie article on Geneva, revealing the private heresies of its clergymen, subjected Voltaire to charges that he had betrayed them to his friend. He ceased to be persona grata on Swiss soil, and looked about him for another residence. Ferney was in France, but only 3 miles from Geneva. There he could thumb his nose at the Calvinist leaders, and if the Catholic leaders in Paris, 250 miles away, should renew their campaign for his arrest, he could in an hour be across the frontier. Meanwhile, from 1758 to 1770, his friend the Duc de Choiseul was heading the French ministry. Perhaps to guard against confiscation through a veering of the political wind, he bought Ferney in the name of his niece, Madame Denis, merely stipulating with her that she should recognize him as master of the estate as long as he lived. Till 1764, Les Délices remained his principal home. He took his time remodeling the house at Ferney, and finally moved into it in that year. The new mansion was of stone, was largely designed by Voltaire, and contained 14 bedrooms. The seigneur had prepared for his court. "It is not a palace," he wrote, "but a commodious country house, with lands adjacent that produce much hay, wheat, straw, and oats. I have some oaks as straight as pines, which touch the sky." Tournai added an old chateau, a farm, a barn, stables, fields, and woods. Altogether his stables sheltered horses, oxen, and 50 cows. His barns were spacious enough to store the produce of his lands and yet leave room for wine presses, poultry yards, and a sheepfold. 400 beehives kept the plantation humming, and the trees gave wood to warm the master's bones against the winter winds. He bought and planted young trees and grew many more from seedlings in his hothouses. He extended the gardens and grounds around his home till they measured 3 miles in circuit. They included fruit trees, grapevines, and a great variety of flowers. All these structures, plants, and fields, and their 30 caretakers, he supervised in person. Now again, as when he entered Les Délices, he was so content that he forgot to die. He wrote to Madame du Deffand, "I owe my life and health to the course I have taken. If I dared, I would believe myself wise. So happy am I. Over the 30 or more servants and guests who lived in the chateau, Madame Denis ruled with an uneven hand. She was good-natured, but she had a temper, and loved money just a little bit more than she loved anything else. She called her uncle stingy. He denied it. In any case, he transferred to her little by little the greater part of his fortune. He had loved her as a child, then as a woman. Now he was glad to have her as his Mistress d'Hôtel. She acted in the plays that he staged, and so well that he compared her to Clairon. This praise went to her head. She took to writing dramas herself, and Voltaire was hard put to dissuade her from exposing them to public view. She was bored by country life and longed for Paris. It was partly to amuse her that Voltaire invited and tolerated so long a succession of guests. She did not care for his secretary, Wagnier, but she was fond of Père Adam, the old Jesuit whom Voltaire welcomed to his household as a genial foe at chess, and whom he surprised one day at the feet of servant Barbara. Once, perhaps by letting La Harpe depart with one of the master's manuscripts, Denis so angered Voltaire that he sent her off to Paris, with an annuity of 20,000 francs. After 18 months he broke down and begged her to return. Ferney became a goal of pilgrimage for those who could afford travel and had savored enlightenment. Here came minor rulers like the Duke of Württemberg and the Elector Palatine, lords like the Prince de Ligne and the Dukes de Richelieu and Villars, notables like Charles James Fox, gleaners like Burney and Boswell, rakes like Casanova, and 1,000 lesser souls. He lied lamely when the uninvited came. "Tell them I am very sick. Tell them that I am dead." But no one believed. "My God," he wrote to the Marquis de Villette, "deliver me from my friends. I will take care of my enemies myself." He had hardly settled down at Ferney when Boswell appeared on December 24th, 1764, still warm with his visits to Rousseau. Voltaire sent down word that he was still in bed and could not be disturbed. This was but a slight discouragement to the eager Scot. He stayed on doggedly till Voltaire came forth. They conversed briefly, then Voltaire retired to his study. On the following day, from an inn in Geneva, Boswell wrote to Madame Denis, "I must beg your interest, madam, in obtaining for me a very great favor from Monsieur de Voltaire. I intend to have the honor to return to Ferney Wednesday or Thursday. The gates of this sober city shut at a most absurd hour, so that one is obliged to post away after dinner before the illustrious landlord has had time to shine upon his guests. Is it possible, madam, that I may be allowed to lodge one night under the roof of Monsieur de Voltaire? I am a hardy and vigorous Scot. You may mount me to the highest and coldest garret. I shall not even refuse to sleep upon 2 chairs in the bedchamber of your maid." Voltaire bade his niece tell the Scot to come. There would be a bed for him. He came on December 27th, spoke with Voltaire while Voltaire was playing chess, was charmed by the master's English conversation and curses, and then was very genteelly lodged in a handsome room. On the morrow he undertook to convert Voltaire to orthodox Christianity. Soon Voltaire, almost fainting, had to beg a respite. A day later Boswell discussed his landlord's religion with Père Adam, who told him, "I pray for Monsieur de Voltaire every day. It is a pity that he is not a Christian. He has many Christian virtues. He has the most beautiful soul. He is benevolent, he is charitable, but he is very strongly prejudiced against the Christian religion." To entertain his guests, Voltaire provided food, wisdom, wit, and drama. Near his home he built a small theater. Gibbon, seeing it in 1763, described it as very neat and well contrived, situated just by his chapel, which is far inferior to it. The philosopher laughed at Rousseau and the Genevan ministers, who condemned the stage as the devil's rostrum. He trained not only Madame Denis, but his servants and guests to take parts in his and other plays. He himself pranced across the boards in principal roles, and professional actors were readily persuaded to perform for the most famous writer in the world. Visitors found his appearance almost as fascinating as his conversation. The Prince de Ligne described him as muffled up in a flower-patterned dressing-gown, an immense wig topped with a bonnet of black velvet, jacket of fine cotton reaching to his knees, red breeches, grey stockings, shoes of white cloth. His eyes were brilliant and filled with fire, according to Wagner, and the same devoted secretary reported that his master often washed his eyes with pure, cool water and never used spectacles. In the later years of his life, tired of shaving, he pulled out his beard with pincers. He had a singular love for cleanliness and neatness, Wagner continues, and was himself scrupulously clean. He made frequent use of cosmetics, perfumes, and pomades. His keen sense of smell suffered from any offensive odor. He was unbelievably thin, with just enough flesh to cover his bones. Dr. Burney, after visiting him in 1770, wrote, "It is not easy to conceive it possible for life to subsist in a form so nearly composed of skin and bone. He supposed I was anxious to form an idea of one walking after death." He described himself as ridiculous for not being dead. He was sick half his life. He had an especially sensitive epidermis. He complained frequently of various itches, perhaps from nervousness or excessive cleanliness. He suffered at times from strangury, slow and painful urination. In this regard he and Rousseau, so often at odds, were brothers under the skin. He drank coffee at every turn, 50 times a day, according to Frederick the Great. 3 times a day, said Wagner. He laughed at doctors and noted that Louis XV had outlived 40 of his physicians. And who ever heard of a centenarian doctor? But he himself used many medicines. He agreed with Molière's candidate for the M.D. that the best remedy in any serious illness is Clysterium donare. He purged himself thrice a week with a cassia solution or with a soapy enema. The best medicine, he thought, was preventive, and the best preventive was to clean the internal organs and the external integument. Despite his years, ailments, and visitors, he worked with the energy that comes to a man who does not carry surplus flesh. Wagner reckoned that his master slept not more than 5 or 6 hours a day. He worked far into the night, and sometimes he roused Father Adam from bed to help him hunt a Greek word. He held action to be a good remedy for philosophy and suicide. Still better, action outdoors. Voltaire literally cultivated his garden. Sometimes he plowed or sowed with his own hands. Madame du Deffand detected in his letters the pleasure with which he saw his cabbages grow. He hoped that posterity would remember him at least for the thousands of trees that he had planted. He reclaimed wastelands and drained swamps. He set up a breeding stable, brought in 10 mares, and welcomed the Marquis de Voyer's offer of a stallion. "My seraglio is ready," he wrote. "Nothing is wanting but the Sultan. So much has been written of late years on population that I wish at least to people the land of Gex with horses, since I am little able to have the honor of increasing my own species." To the physiologist Haller he wrote, "The best thing we can do on this earth is to cultivate it. All other experiments in physics are by comparison children's play. Honor to those who sow the earth, woe to the miserable man, crowned or helmeted or tonsured, who troubles it." Not having enough land to give agricultural employment to all the population around him, he organized in Ferney and Tournai shops for watchmaking and the weaving of stockings, for which his mulberry trees grew silk. He gave employment to all who asked for it until he had 800 persons working for him. He built 100 houses for his workers, lent them money at 4%, and helped them find markets for their products. Soon crowned heads were buying the watches of Ferney, and titled ladies, seduced by his letters, wore stockings, some of which he claimed to have woven with his own hand. Catherine II bought Ferney watches to the value of 39,000 livres and offered to help him find outlets in Asia. Within 3 years, the watches, clocks, and jewelry made in Ferney went in regular shipments to Holland, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Algeria, Turkey, Russia, China, and America. As a result of the new industries, Ferney grew from a village of 40 peasants to a population of 1,200 during Voltaire's stay. "Give me a fair chance," he wrote to Richelieu, "and I am the man to build a city." Catholics and Protestants lived in peace on the lands of the infidel. His relations with his vassals were those of a bon seigneur. He treated them all with conscience and courtesy. He talked with his peasants, said the Prince de Ligne, as if they were ambassadors. He exempted them from the taxes on salt and tobacco in 1775. He fought in vain but persistently to have all the peasants of the Pays de Gex freed from serfdom. When the region was threatened with famine, he imported wheat from Sicily and sold it far below what it had cost him. While carrying on his war against l'infâme, against superstition, obscurantism, and persecution, he spent much of his time in practical administration. He excused himself for not leaving Ferney to visit his friends. "I have 800 people to guide and sustain. I cannot absent myself without having everything relapse into chaos." His success as an administrator astonished all who saw the results. "He showed clear judgment and very good sense," said one of his severest critics. Those whom he governed learned to love him. On one occasion, they threw laurel leaves into his coach as he passed. The young people were especially fond of him, for he opened his chateau to them every Sunday for dancing and refreshments. He urged them on and rejoiced in their joy. He was very happy, reported Madame de Galatin, and did not perceive that he was 82 years old. He perceived it, but was content. "Je deviens patriarche," he wrote. "I am becoming a patriarch." 2. The Scepter of the Pen. Meanwhile, he continued to write, to send forth an incredible quantity, variety, and quality of histories, treatises, dramas, stories, poems, articles, pamphlets, letters, and critical reviews to an international audience that waited eagerly for his every word. In the 1 year 1768 he wrote L'Homme aux 40 écus, La Princesse de Babylone, one of his best tales, Épître à Boileau, Profession de foi d'un théiste, Le Pyrrhonisme de l'Histoire, 2 comic opera librettos, and a play. Almost every day he composed some fugitive verse, short, light, graceful epigrams in rhyme. In this department he has no equal in all literature, not even in the composite excellence of the Greek anthology. His writings on religion and philosophy have occupied us elsewhere. We look only briefly at the plays that he wrote at Ferney, Tancred, Nanine, L'Écossaise, Socrate, Saul, Irene. They are the least alive of his progeny, though they were the talk of Paris in his day. Tancred, presented at the Théâtre Français, September 3, 1759, won universal applause, even from Voltaire's bitter enemy Fréron. Mademoiselle Clairon as Déborah and Lequin as Tancred reached in this drama the peak of their art. The stage had been cleared of spectators and allowed a spacious and striking decor. The medieval and chivalric subject was a welcome deviation from classic themes. Indeed, the disciple of Boileau here wrote a romantic play. Nanine revealed that Voltaire, like Diderot, had been influenced by Richardson. Rousseau himself praised it. Socrate contained a treasurable line. "It is the triumph of reason to live well with those who have none." Hailed in his time as the equal of Corneille and Racine, Voltaire studied them endlessly and long hesitated as to which of the two he preferred. Finally, he voted for Racine. He boldly placed both above Sophocles and Euripides, and he ranked Molière in his best pieces superior to the pure but cold Terence and to the buffoon Aristophanes. He was aroused when he learned that Marie Corneille, grand-niece of the dramatist, was living in poverty near Évreux. He offered to adopt her and provide for her education, and when he learned that she was pious, he assured her that every opportunity would be given to practice her religion. She came to him in December 1760. He adopted her, taught her to write good French, corrected her pronunciation, and went to Mass with her. To raise a dowry for her, he proposed to the French Academy that it should commission him to edit the works of Corneille. It agreed. He began at once to reread the plays of his predecessor, to supply introductions and notes, and being a good businessman, he advertised the project and solicited subscriptions. Louis XV, Tsarina Elizaveta, Frederick of Prussia, each subscribed for 200 copies, Madame de Pompadour and Choiseul for 50, and additional subscriptions came from Chesterfield and other foreign notables. The result was that Marie Corneille had many suitors. She married twice and became in 1768 the mother of Charlotte Corday. Voltaire was the greatest historian as well as the greatest poet and dramatist of his time. In 1757, the Empress Elisabetta asked him to write a biography of her father, Peter the Great. She invited Voltaire to St. Petersburg and promised him a world of honors. He replied that he was too old to undertake such travel, but that he would write the history if her minister, Count Shuvaloff, would send him documents illustrating Peter's career and the changes produced by the Tsar's reforms. He had in his youth seen Peter at Paris in 1716. He considered him a great man, but still a barbarian, and to avoid going too perilously into his faults, he decided to write not a biography, but a history of Russia in that memorable reign, a much more difficult task. He undertook considerable researches, labored on the work from 1757 to 1763, and published it between 1759 and 1763 as Histoire de la Russie sous Pierre le Grand. It was a creditable performance for its time and remained the best treatment of the subject before the 19th century. But honest Michelet found it a bore. The Tsarina saw parts of it. She sent Voltaire some big diamonds on account, but they were stolen en route, and the Tsarina died before the book was complete. On and off, while the 7 Years' War raged around him, he undertook to bring up to date his Histoire Générale, or Essai sur les Mœurs, by adding, between 1755 and 63, a Précis du siècle de Louis XV. It was a delicate operation, for he was still formally under the ban of the French government. We must forgive him if he glided cautiously over the faults of the reigning king. Even so, it was an excellent narrative, simple and clear. In telling the story of Prince Charles Edward Stuart, Bonnie Prince Charlie, he almost rivaled his own Charles XII. True to his conception of history as being best when recording the advances of the human mind, he added a concluding discourse on the progress of the understanding in the age of Louis XV, and noted what seemed to him to be signs of growth. A whole order, the Jesuits, abolished by the secular power, the discipline of other orders reformed by this power, the divisions between the jurisdiction of magistrates and bishops plainly reveal how much prejudice has been dissipated, how far the knowledge of government is extended, and to what degree our minds are enlightened. The seeds of this knowledge were sown in the last century. In the present they are everywhere springing, even in the remotest provinces. Pure science has illuminated the useful arts, and these have already begun to heal the wounds of the state caused by 2 fatal wars. The knowledge of nature and the discrediting of ancient fables, once honored as history, sound metaphysics freed from the absurdities of the schools. These are products of this age, and human reason is greatly improved. Having paid his debt to history, Voltaire returned to philosophy and to his campaign against the Catholic Church. He issued in rapid succession those little books which we have already examined as light artillery in the war against l'infâme. The Ignorant Philosopher, Important Examination of Milord Bolingbroke, L'Ingénu, or The Huron, Histoire de Génie, and La Raison par Alphabet. Amid all these labors he carried on the most remarkable correspondence ever maintained by one man. When Casanova visited him in 1760, Voltaire showed him a collection of some 50,000 letters that he had received to that year. There were to be thereafter almost as many more. As the recipient paid the postage, Voltaire sometimes spent 100 livres for the mail that he received in one day. 1,000 admirers, 1,000 enemies, 100 young authors, 100 amateur philosophers sent him gifts, bouquets, insults, curses, queries, and manuscripts. It was not unusual for an anxious inquirer to beg him to say by return post whether there was a God, or whether man had an immortal soul. Finally, he inserted a warning in the Mercure de France. Several persons having complained of not receiving acknowledgment of packages sent to Ferney, Tournai, or Les Délices, notice is given that, on account of the immense number of those packages, it has become necessary to decline receiving all that do not come from persons with whom the proprietor had the honor to be acquainted. In the definitive edition of Theodore Besterman, Voltaire's correspondence fills 98 volumes. Brunetière thought it the most living portion of his entire work. And in truth, there is not a dull page in the whole immensity. For in these letters we can still hear the most brilliant conversationalist of his time talk with all the intimacy of a friend. Never before or since has a writer caught on his running pen, currente calamo, so much courtesy, vivacity, charm, and grace. It is a feast not only of wit and eloquence, but of warm friendship, humane feeling, and incisive thought. Beside them, the letters of Madame de Sévigné, delightful though they are, seem to flutter casually over the surface of trivial and transitory things. Doubtless there was something of convention in the flourishes of Voltaire's epistolary style, but he seems to mean it when he writes to d'Alembert, "I embrace you with all my strength, and I regret that it must be at so great a distance." To which d'Alembert replied, "Farewell, my dear and illustrious friend. I embrace you tenderly, and am more than ever tuus in animo, yours in spirit." And here Voltaire to Madame du Deffand, "Adieu, Madame. Of all the truths that I seek, that which seems to be surest is that you have a soul which is congenial to me, and to which I shall be tenderly attached during the little time that remains to me." His letters to his acquaintances in Paris were prized by the recipients, and were passed from hand to hand as nuggets of news and gems of style. For it was in his letters that Voltaire's style reached its fullest brilliance. It was not at its best in his histories, where a smooth and flowing narrative is more desirable than eloquence or wit. It ran to pompous declamation in his plays, but in his letters he could let the diamond point of his pen flash into epigram, or illuminate a topic with incomparable precision and brevity. He added the learning of Bayle to the elegance of Fontenelle, and took a touch of irony from the Lettres Provinciales of Pascal. He contradicted himself in his 70 years of writing, but he was never obscure. We can hardly believe that he was a philosopher, he is so clear. He goes directly to the point, to the vital spot of an idea. He is sparing of adjectives and similes, lest he complicate the thought, and almost every other sentence is a flash of light. Sometimes there are too many flashes, too many strokes of wit. Now and then the reader tires of the sparkle and loses some darts of Voltaire's agile mind. He realized that this excess of brilliance was a fault, like gems in a robe. The French language, he modestly confessed, was carried to the highest point of perfection in the age of Louis XIV. Half the notables of the time were among his correspondents, not only all the philosophes and all the major authors of France and England, but cardinals, popes, kings, and queens. Christian VII apologized to him for not installing all Voltairean reforms at once in Denmark. Stanislas Poniatowski of Poland mourned that he had been precipitated into royalty just as he was on the way to Ferney. Gustavus III of Sweden thanked Voltaire for occasionally casting a glance at the cold north, and prayed that God may prolong your days so precious to humanity. Frederick the Great scolded him for cruelty to Maupertuis and for insolence to kings. But a month later he wrote, "Health and prosperity to the most malign and most seductive man of genius who has ever been or ever will be in this world." And on May 12, 1760, he added, "For my part, I shall go there," Hades, "and tell Virgil that a Frenchman has surpassed him in his own art. I shall say as much to Sophocles and Euripides. I shall speak to Thucydides of your histories, to Quintus Curtius of your Charles XII. And perhaps I shall be stoned by these jealous dead because a single man has united all their different merits in himself." On September 19, 1774, Frederick continued his lauds. "After your death there will be no one to replace you. It will be the end of good letters in France." A mistake, of course. There is never an end of good literature in France. And finally, on July 24, 1775, Frederick lowered his scepter before Voltaire's pen. "For my part, I am consoled by having lived in the age of Voltaire. That suffices me." Catherine the Great wrote to Voltaire as one crowned head to another, indeed as a pupil to a teacher. She had read him with delight for 16 years before cleaving her way to the throne of Russia. Then, in October 1763, she began their correspondence by replying in the first person to a letter in verse which he had sent to a member of her diplomatic corps. Voltaire called her the Semiramis of the North, glided gracefully over her crimes, and became her apologist to France. She begged to be spared his compliments. He extended them. She prized his partisanship, for she knew that it was largely through him, and then through Grimm and Diderot, that she obtained a good press in France. French philosophy became a tool of Russian diplomacy. Voltaire recommended Assyrian-style scythe-armed chariots to Catherine for use against the Turks. She had to explain that the uncooperative Turks would not attack in sufficiently close formation to be conveniently mowed down. He forgot his hatred of war in his enthusiasm for the possibility that Catherine's armies would liberate Greece from the Turks. He called upon Français, Breton, Italien to support this new crusade, and he mourned when Semiramis stopped short of his goal. Byron took up his cause. Many Frenchmen berated Voltaire for his flirtations with royalty. They felt that he lowered himself in fluttering about thrones and mouthing compliments. And doubtless this fluttering sometimes went to him. By Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. Living in Berlin and then in Geneva, he could study monarchy and democracy in their living operation. Like the other philosophes, he was prejudiced by the fact that several monarchs, Frederick II, Peter III, Catherine II, and some ministers, Choiseul, Aranda, Tanucci, Pombal, had listened to appeals for reforms or had given pensions to philosophers. In an age when the Russian peasant was so primitive, when the masses everywhere were largely illiterate and too tired to think, it seemed absurd to propose popular rule. Actually, the democracies in Switzerland and Holland were oligarchies. It was the populace that loved the old myths and ceremonies of religion, and stood as a massive army in the path of intellectual freedom and development. Only one force was strong enough to resist the Catholic Church in France, as it had successfully resisted the Protestant churches in England, Holland, and Germany, and that was the state. Only through the existing monarchical governments in France, Germany, and Russia could the philosophes hope to win their struggle against superstition, bigotry, persecution, and an infantile theology. They could not expect support from the Parlements, for these rivaled the Church and exceeded the king in obscurantism, censorship, and intolerance. On the other hand, consider what Henry the Navigator had done for Portugal, what Henry IV had done for France, or Peter the Great for Russia, or Frederick the Great for Prussia. Almost nothing great has ever been done in the world except by the genius and firmness of a single man combating the prejudices of the multitude. So the philosophe prayed for enlightened kings. Virtue on the throne, Voltaire wrote in Merope, is the fairest work of heaven. Voltaire's politics stemmed partly from a suspicion that many people would be incapable of digesting education even if it were offered them. He referred to the thinking portion of the human race, that is, the 100,000th part. He feared the mental immaturity and emotional excitability of the people at large. When the populace takes to reasoning, all is lost. And so, until his mellower years, he had little sympathy with democracy. When Casanova asked him, "Would you see the people possessed of sovereignty?" he answered, "God forbid." And to Frederick, "When I begged you to be the restorer of the fine arts of Greece, my request did not go so far as to beg you to re-establish the Athenian democracy. I do not like government by the rabble." He agreed with Rousseau that democracy seems to agree only with small countries, but he added further limitations. Only with those happily situated, whose liberty is assured by their situation, and whom it is to the interest of their neighbors to preserve. He admired the Dutch and Swiss republics, but there too he had some doubts. If you remember that the Dutch ate on a grill the heart of the two brothers de Witt, if you recall that the Republican John Calvin, after having written that we should persecute no man, even such as denied the Trinity, had a Spaniard who thought otherwise than he about the Trinity burned alive by green, slow-burning faggots, then in truth you will conclude that there is no more virtue in republics than in monarchies. After all these anti-democratic pronouncements, we find him actively supporting the Genevan middle class against the patricians in 1763, and the unfranchised natifs of Geneva against both the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie in 1766. Let us defer this story to its locale. Indeed, Voltaire seemed to become more radical as he aged. In 1768 he sent forth his L'Homme aux 40 écus, the man with 40 crowns. It went through 10 printings in its first year, but was burned by the Parlement of Paris, which sent the printer to the galleys. This severity was due not to the ridicule which the story lavished upon the Physiocrats, but to its vivid picture of peasants reduced to destitution by taxation, and of monks living in idleness and luxury on properties tilled by serfs. In another pamphlet in 1768, called L'A.B.C., which Voltaire was at great pains to disavow, he made Monsieur B. say, "I could adjust quite easily to a democratic government. All those who have possessions in the same territory have the same right to maintain order in that territory. I like to see free men make the laws under which they live. It pleases me that my mason, my carpenter, my blacksmith, who have helped me to build my lodging, my neighbor the farmer, my friend the manufacturer, will raise themselves above their trade, and know the public interest better than the most insolent Turkish official. In a democracy, no laborer, no artisan, need fear either molestation or contempt. To be free, to have only equals, is the natural life of man. All other ways of life are unworthy artifices, bad comedies in which one man plays the part of master, the other that of slave, one that of parasite, the other that of procurer." In or soon after 1769, aged 75, in a new edition of the Dictionnaire philosophique, Voltaire gave a bitter description of governmental tyrannies and abuses in France, and praised England by comparison. The English Constitution has in fact arrived at that point of excellence whereby all men are restored to those natural rights of which, in nearly all monarchies, they are deprived. These rights are entire liberty of person and property, freedom of the press, the right of being tried in all criminal cases by a jury of independent men, the right of being tried only according to the strict letter of the law, and the right of every man to profess, unmolested, what religion he chooses, while he renounces offices which only the members of the established church may hold. These are invaluable privileges. To be secure, on lying down, that you will rise in possession of the same property with which you retired to rest, that you will not be torn from the arms of your wife and your children in the dead of night, to be thrown into a dungeon or be buried in exile in a desert, that you will have the power to publish all your thoughts. These privileges belong to everyone who sets foot on English soil. We cannot but believe that states not established upon such principles will experience revolutions. Like so many observers, he foresaw revolution in France. On April 2nd, 1764, he wrote to the Marquis de Chauvelin, "Everywhere I see the seeds of an inevitable revolution, which, however, I shall not have the pleasure to witness. The French come late to everything, but finally they do come. Enlightenment has been so widely spread that it will burst out at the first opportunity, and then there will be quite a pretty explosion. The young are fortunate. They will see great things." And yet, when he recalled that he was living in France by sufferance of a king whom he had offended by taking up residence in Potsdam, when he saw Pompadour and Choiseul and Malesherbes and Turgot turning the French government toward religious toleration and political reform, and perhaps because he longed for permission to return to Paris, he took generally a more patriotic tone and deprecated violent revolution. When the poor strongly feel their poverty, wars follow such as those of the popular party against the Senate at Rome, and those of the peasantry in Germany, England, and France. All these wars ended sooner or later in the subjection of the people, because the great have money, and money in a state commands everything. So, instead of an upheaval from below, where ability to destroy would not be followed by ability to rebuild, and the simple many would soon again be subject to a clever few, Voltaire preferred to work for a non-violent revolution through enlightenment, passing from thinkers to rulers, ministers and magistrates, to merchants and manufacturers, to artisans and peasants. Reason must first be established in the minds of leaders, then gradually it descends and at length rules the people, who are unaware of its existence, but who, perceiving the moderation of their superiors, learn to imitate them. In the long run, he thought, the only real liberation is education, the only real freedom is intelligence. The more enlightened men are, the more they will be free. The only real revolutions are those that change the mind and heart, and the only real revolutionists are the sage and the saint. 4. The Reformer. Instead of agitating for a radical political revolution, Voltaire labored for moderate piecemeal reform within the existing structure of French society. And within this self-denying circle he achieved more than any other man of his time. His most basic appeal was for a thorough revision of French law, which had not been revised since 1670. In 1765 he read, in Italian, the epical Trattato dei delitti e delle pene of the Milanese jurist Beccaria, who in turn had been inspired by the Philosophe. In 1766 Voltaire issued a commentaire sur le livre des délits et des peines, frankly acknowledging Beccaria's lead, and he continued to attack the injustices and barbarities of French law till 1777, when, aged 82, he published Prix de la Justice et de l'Humanité. He demanded, to begin with, the subordination of ecclesiastical to civil law, a check on the power of the clergy to require degrading penances or to enforce idleness on so many holy days. He asked for a mitigation of the penalties for sacrilege, and a repeal of the law insulting the body and confiscating the property of suicides. He insisted on distinguishing sin from crime and ending the notion that the punishment of crime should pretend to avenge an insulted God. No ecclesiastical law should be of any force until it has received the express sanction of the government. Everything relating to marriages depends solely upon the magistrates, and priests should be confined to the august function of blessing the union. Lending money at interest is purely an object of civil law. All ecclesiastics, in all cases whatsoever, should be under the perfect control of the government, because they are subjects of the state. No priest should possess authority to deprive a citizen of even the smallest of privileges under pretense that that citizen is a sinner. The magistrates, cultivators, and priests should alike contribute to the expenses of the state. He compared the law of France to the city of Paris, a product of piecemeal building, of chance and circumstance, a chaos of contradictions. A traveler in France, said Voltaire, changed his laws almost as often as he changed his post-horses. All the laws of the various provinces should be unified and brought into general harmony. Every law should be clear, precise, and as far as possible immune to legalistic chicanery. All citizens should be equal in the eyes of the law. Capital punishment should be abolished as barbarous and wasteful. It is surely barbarous to punish forgery, theft, smuggling, or arson with death. If theft is punishable with death, the thief will have no reason for avoiding murder. So in Italy, many highway robberies are accompanied by assassination. If you hang on the public gallows, as happened at Lyons in 1772, the servant girl who stole a dozen napkins from her mistress, she will be unable to add a dozen children to the number of your citizens. There is no proportion between a dozen napkins and a human life. To confiscate the property of a man condemned to death is plain robbery of the innocent by the state. If Voltaire sometimes argued from a merely utilitarian standpoint, it was because he knew that such arguments would outweigh, with most lawmakers, any humanitarian appeal. But on the subject of judicial torture, his humanitarian spirit spoke out forcefully. Judges were allowed by French law to apply torture to elicit confessions before a trial if suspicious clues suggested guilt. Voltaire sought to shame France by referring to Catherine II's edict abolishing torture in supposedly barbarous Russia. The French, who are considered, I know not why, to be a very humane people, are astonished that the English, who have had the inhumanity to take all Canada from us, have renounced the pleasure of using torture. Some judges, he charged, were bullies who acted like prosecutors instead of judges, apparently on the assumption that the accused was guilty until proved innocent. He protested against keeping the accused in foul jails, sometimes in chains and for months, before bringing him to trial. He noted that a person accused of a major crime was forbidden to communicate with anyone, even with a lawyer. He related again and again the treatment of the Calas and the Sirvins, as illustrating the hasty condemnation of innocent persons. He argued that the evidence of only 2 persons, even if eyewitnesses, should no longer be held sufficient to convict a man of murder. He adduced cases of false witness, and urged that capital punishment be abolished if only to prevent the execution of 1 innocent in 1,000 instances. Death sentences could in France be passed by a majority of 2 among the judges. Jean Calas had been sentenced to death by a vote of 8 to 5. Voltaire demanded that a death sentence require an overwhelming majority, preferably unanimity. What an absurd horror, to play with the life and death of a citizen in a game of 6 to 4, or 5 to 3, or 4 to 2, or 3 to 1. By and large, the reforms suggested by Voltaire were a compromise between his middle-class heritage, his hatred of the Church, his experience and investments as a businessman and a landholder, and his sincere sentiments as a humanitarian. His demands were moderate, but they were in many cases effective. He campaigned for freedom of the press, and it was immensely extended, if only by governmental winking, before he died. He asked for an end to religious persecution, and in 1787 it was practically ended in France. He proposed that Protestants be permitted to build churches and transmit or inherit property, and enjoy the full protection of the laws. This was done before the Revolution. He asked that marriages between persons of different religions be legalized. They were. He denounced the sale of offices, the taxes on necessaries, the restrictions on internal trade, the survival of serfdom and mortmain. He advised the state to recapture from the Church the administration of wills and the education of youth. And in all these matters his voice had influence on events. He led the campaign to exclude spectators from the stage of the Théâtre Français. It was done in 1759. He recommended that taxes fall upon all classes, and in proportion to their wealth. This had to wait for the Revolution. He wanted a revision of French law. It was done in the Code Napoleon in 1807. The most permanent achievement of the warrior statesman, who determined the legal structure of France till our own time, was made possible by jurists and philosophers. 5. Voltaire himself. How shall we sum him up, this most amazing man of the 18th century? We need no longer speak of his mind. It has revealed itself in 100 pages of these volumes. No one has ever challenged him in quickness and clarity of thought, in sharpness and abundance of wit. He defined wit with fond care. What is called wit is sometimes a startling comparison, sometimes a delicate allusion, or it may be a play upon words. You use a word in one sense, knowing that your interlocutor will, at first, understand it in another. Or it is a sly way of bringing into juxtaposition ideas not usually considered in association. It is the art of finding a link between 2 dissimilars, or a difference between 2 similars. It is the art of saying half of what you mean and leaving the rest to the imagination. And I would tell you much more about it if I had more of it myself. No one had more, and perhaps, as we have said, he had too much. His sense of humor sometimes passed out of control. Too often it was coarse, and occasionally it verged on buffoonery. The quickness of his perceptions, correlations, and comparisons left him no pause for consistency, and the swift succession of his ideas did not always allow him to penetrate a subject to its humanly attainable depths. Perhaps he disposed too readily of the masses as canaille. We would not expect him to foresee the time when universal education would be necessary to a technologically progressive economy. He had no patience with the geological theories of Buffon or the biological speculations of Diderot. He recognized his limits and had his moments of modesty. "You think that I express myself clearly enough," he told a friend. "I am like the little brooks. They are transparent because they are not deep." He wrote to Daquin in 1766, "Since I was 12 years old, I divined the enormous quantity of things for which I have no talent. I know that my organs are not arranged to go very far in mathematics. I have shown that I have no inclination for music. Rely upon the esteem of an old philosopher who has the folly to think himself a very good farmer, but has not that of thinking that he has all the talents." It would be unfair to ask of a man who dealt with so many matters that he should have exhausted all available data on every topic before tossing it on the point of his pen. He was not all scholar. He was a warrior, a man of letters, who made letters a form of action, a weapon of transformation. Yet we can see from his library of 6,210 volumes and their marginal comments that he studied eagerly and painstakingly an astonishing variety of subjects, and that in politics, history, philosophy, theology, and biblical criticism he was a very learned man. The range of his curiosity and his interests was immense. So were the wealth of his ideas and the retentiveness of his memory. He took no tradition for granted, but examined everything for himself. He had a proper skepticism which did not hesitate to oppose common sense to the absurdities of science as well as the legends of the popular faith. An unprejudiced scholar called him a thinker who amassed more accurate information about the world in all its aspects than any man since Aristotle. Never elsewhere has one mind transposed into literature and action so extensive a mass of materials from such a diversity of fields. We have to picture him as the strangest amalgam of emotional instability with mental vision and power. His nerves kept him always on the jump. He could not sit still except when absorbed in literary composition. When the lady with only one buttock asked, "Which is worse, to be ravished 100 times by Negro pirates, to have one's rump gashed, to be cut to pieces, to row in the galleys, or to sit still and do nothing?" Candide answered thoughtfully, "That is a great question." Voltaire had days of happiness, but he seldom knew peace of mind or body. He had to be busy, active, buying, selling, planting, writing, acting, reciting. He feared boredom worse than death, and in a bored moment he maligned life as either ennui or whipped cream. We could draw an ugly picture of him if we described his appearance without noting his eyes, or listed his faults and follies without his virtues and his charm. He was a bourgeois gentilhomme who felt he had as much right to a title as his dilatory debtors. He rivaled the lordliest seigneur in grace of manners and speech, but he was capable of haggling over small sums, and bombarded Président de Brosse with vituperative missiles over 14 cords of wood, which he insisted on accepting as a gift and not a sale. He loved money as the root of his security. Madame Denis accused him of parsimony in no measured terms. "The love of money torments you. You are in heart the lowest of men. I shall hide as well as I can the vices of your heart." But when she wrote this in 1754, she was living extravagantly in Paris on funds that were a serious drain on his purse, and for the rest of her years with him she lived in state at Ferney. Before and after becoming a millionaire, he cultivated the socially or politically powerful with a flattery that sometimes came close to sycophancy. In an Épître au Cardinal de Bois, he called that vessel of vices a greater man than Cardinal Richelieu. When he was seeking admission to the French Academy and needed ecclesiastical support, he assured the influential Père de la Tour that he wished to live and die in the Holy Catholic Church. His printed lies would make a book. Many were not printed, some were unprintable. He held this procedure justifiable in war. He felt that the 7 Years' War was merely the sport of kings compared with his 30 Years' War against the Church, and a government that could jail a man for telling the truth could not justly complain if he lied. On September 19, 1764, at the top of his war, he wrote to d'Alembert, "As soon as the slightest danger comes up, kindly notify me so that I may disown my writings in the public press with my habitual candor and innocence." He denied almost all his works except the Henriade and the poem on the Battle of Fontenoy. One must show the truth to posterity with boldness, and to his contemporaries with circumspection. It is very hard to reconcile these two duties. It goes without saying that he was vain. Vanity is the spur of development and the secret of authorship. Usually Voltaire kept his vanity under control. He frequently revised his writings, according to suggestions and criticism offered in good spirit. He was generous in praise of authors who did not compete with him, Marmontel, L'Harpe, Beaumarchais. But he could be childishly jealous of competitors, as in his slyly critical Éloge de Crébillon. Diderot thought he had a grudge against every pedestal. His jealousy led him to scurrilous abuse of Rousseau. He called him the clockmaker's boy, a Judas who betrayed philosophy, a mad dog who bites everybody, a madman born of a chance mating of Diogenes' dog with that of Erasistratus. He thought the first half of Julie ou La Nouvelle Héloïse had been composed in a brothel and the second in a madhouse. He predicted that Émile would be forgotten after a month's time. He felt that Rousseau had turned his back upon that French civilization which, with all its sins and crimes, was precious to Voltaire as the very wine of history. Being nerves and bones with little flesh, Voltaire was even more sensitive than Rousseau. And as we must feel our pains more keenly than our pleasures, so he took commendation in his stride, but was reduced to despair by an adverse critique. He was seldom wise enough to restrain his pen. He answered every opponent, however small. Hume described him as one who never forgives and never thinks an enemy beneath his notice. Against persistent foes like Desfontaines and Fréron, he fought without restraint or truce. He used every device of satire, ridicule, and vituperation, even crafty distortion of the truth. His rancor shocked old friends and made new enemies. "I know how to hate," he said, "because I know how to love. By my stars, I am a bit inclined to malice." So he successfully moved all his cohorts to defeat de Brosses's candidacy for the Academy in 1770. He summed up the matter in a mixture of D'Artagnan and Rabelais. "As for my puny self, I make war up to the last moment. Jansenists, Molinists, Frérons, Pompignons, to the right and to the left, and preachers and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I receive 100 thrusts and give back 200, and I laugh. God be praised, I look upon the whole world as a farce which sometimes becomes tragedy. All is the same at the end of the day, and all is still the same at the end of days." In his anti-Semitism, he turned upon an entire people the resentment generated by his encounters with a few individuals. From the standpoint of those memories, Voltaire interpreted the history of the Jews, noting their faults meticulously and seldom giving them the benefit of a doubt. He could not forgive the Jews for having begotten Christianity. "When I see Christians cursing Jews, methinks I see children beating their fathers." He saw in the Old Testament hardly anything but a record of murder, lechery, and wholesale assassination. The book of Proverbs seemed to him a collection of trivial, sordid, incoherent maxims, without taste, without selection, and without design. And the Song of Songs was to him an inept rhapsody. However, he praised the Jews for their ancient disbelief in immortality, for refraining from proselytism, and for relative tolerance. The Sadducees denied the existence of angels, but suffered no persecution for heresy. Did his virtues outweigh his vices? Yes, and even if we do not place in the scale his intellectual with his moral qualities. Against his parsimony we must place his generosity, against his love of money his cheerful acceptance of losses and his readiness to share his gains. Here Coligny, who as his secretary for many years must have known his faults. Nothing is more baseless than the reproach of avarice made against him. Stinginess never had a place in his home. I have never known a man whom his domestics could more easily rob. He was a miser only of his time. He had, with regard to money, the same principles as for time. It was necessary, he said, to economize in order to be liberal. His letters reveal some of the many gifts he distributed, usually without revealing his name, and not only to friends and acquaintances, but even to persons whom he had never seen. He allowed the booksellers to keep the profit from his books. We have seen him helping Mademoiselle Corneille. We shall see him helping Mademoiselle Varicourt. We have seen him helping Vauvenargues and Marmontel. He did the same to La Harpe, who failed as a dramatist before developing into the most influential critic in France. Voltaire asked that half of his own governmental pension of 2,000 francs be given to La Harpe without letting him know who was the donor. "Everyone knows," wrote Marmontel, "with what kindness he received all young men who showed any talent for poetry." If Voltaire, conscious of his puny size, had little physical courage, allowing himself to be caned by Captain Beauregard in 1722, he had astonishing moral courage, attacking the most powerful institution in history, the Roman Catholic Church. If he was bitter in controversy, he was quick to forgive opponents who sought reconciliation. His fury vanished with the first appeal. He lavished affection upon all who asked for it, and was loyal to his friends. When, after 24 years of association, he parted from Wagner, he cried like a child. As to his sexual morality, it was above the level of his time with Madame du Châtelet, below that level with his niece. He was tolerant of sexual irregularity, but rose in fine fury against injustice, fanaticism, persecution, hypocrisy, and the cruelties of the penal law. He defined morality as doing good to mankind. For the rest, he laughed at prohibitions and enjoyed wine, woman, and song in philosophical moderation. In a little story called Baba Beck, he disposed of asceticism with characteristic pungency. Omni asks the Brahmin if there is any chance of his eventually reaching the 19th heaven. "It depends," replied the Brahmin, "on what kind of life you lead. I try to be a good citizen, a good husband, a good father, a good friend. I sometimes lend money without interest to the rich. I give to the poor. I preserve peace among my neighbors." "But," asked the Brahmin, "do you occasionally stick nails into your behind?" "Never, Reverend Father." "I am sorry," the Brahmin replied. "You will certainly never attain to the 19th heaven." Voltaire's crowning and redeeming virtue was his humanity. He stirred the conscience of Europe with his campaigns for the Calas and the Servins. He denounced war as the great illusion. The victorious nation never profits from the spoils of the conquered. It pays for everything. It suffers as much when its armies are successful as when they are defeated. Whoever wins, humanity loses. He pleaded with men of diverse needs and states to remember that they were brothers, and that plea was heard with gratitude in the depths of Africa. Nor was he subject to Rousseau's charge that those who preached love of mankind spread their love so widely that they had little left for their neighbor. All who knew him remembered his kindness and courtesy to the lowliest persons around him. He respected every ego, knowing its sensitivity from knowing his own. His hospitality survived the excessive calls upon it. "How moved I was," wrote Madame de Graffigny, "to find you always as perfectly good as you are great, and to see you doing all about you the good that you would have liked to do to all humanity." He could be irascible and break out in a temper, but "you could never imagine," wrote another visitor, "how lovable this man is in his heart." As the fame of his help to persecuted persons spread through Europe, and reports circulated through France of his private charities and beneficence, a new image of Voltaire took form in the public mind. He was no longer Antichrist, no longer the warrior against a faith beloved by the poor. He was the savior of the Calas, the good seigneur of Ferney, the defender of 100 victims of intolerant creeds and unjust laws. Genevan clergymen expressed their wonder whether, at the Last Judgment, their faith would balance the works of this impious man. Educated men and women forgave his impiety, his quarrels, his vanity, even his malice. They saw him grow out of hostility into benevolence, and they thought of him now as the venerable patriarch of French letters, the glory of France before the literate world. This was the man whom even the populace would acclaim when he came to Paris to die. Chapter 6. Rousseau Romantic, 1756–62. 1. In the Hermitage, 1756–57. Rousseau had moved into Madame d'Épinay's cottage on April 9, 1756, along with his common-law wife, Thérèse Levasseur, and her mother. For a while he was happy, loving the song and chatter of the birds, the rustling and fragrance of the trees, the peace of solitary walks in the woods. On his walks he carried pencil and notebook to catch ideas in their flight. But he was not made for peace. His sensitivity doubled every trouble and invented more. Thérèse was a faithful housewife, but she could not be a companion for his mind. The man who thinks, he wrote in Émile, should not ally himself with a wife who cannot share his thoughts. Poor Thérèse had small use for ideas and little for written words. She gave him her body and soul. She bore with his tantrums and probably replied in kind. She allowed him to skirt the edge of adultery with Mame Dudtot, and was herself, so far as we know, humbly faithful, except for an episode vouched for only by Boswell. But how could this simple woman respond to the range and wild diversity of a mind that was to unsettle half the continent? Hear Rousseau's own explanation. What will the reader think when I tell him that from the first moment in which I saw her until that wherein I write, I have never felt the least love for her, that I never desired to possess her, and that the physical wants which were satisfied with her person were to me solely those of the sex, and by no means proceeded from the individual? The first of my wants, the greatest, strongest, and most insatiable, was wholly in my heart, the want of an intimate, meaning spiritual, connection, as intimate as could possibly be. This singular want was such that the closest corporal union was not sufficient. 2 souls would have been necessary. Thérèse might have made counter-complaints, for Rousseau had by this time ceased to perform his conjugal duties. In 1754 he had stated to a Geneva physician, "I have been subject for a long time to the cruelest sufferings, owing to the incurable disorder of retention of the urine, caused by a congestion in the urethra, which blocks the canal to such an extent that even the catheters of the famed Dr. Durant cannot be introduced there." He claimed to have ceased all sexual intercourse with Thérèse after 1755. Until then, he added, I had been good. From that moment I became virtuous, or at least infatuated with virtue. The presence of his mother-in-law made the triangle painfully acute. He maintained her and his wife as well as he could with the income from his copying of music and the sale of his writings. However, Madame Levasseur had other daughters who required marriage portions, and they were always in need. Grimm, Diderot, and D'Holbach made up, for the 2 women, an annuity of 400 livres, pledging them to hide this from Rousseau lest his pride be hurt. The mother, according to Rousseau, kept most of the money for herself and her other daughters, and contracted debts in Thérèse's name. Thérèse paid these debts and long concealed the annuity. Finally Rousseau found it out and flared into anger at his friends for so humiliating him. They fed his wrath by urging him to move from the hermitage before the winter set in. The cottage, they argued, was not adapted for cold weather, and even if his wife could bear it, would the mother survive? Diderot, in his play Le Fils Naturel, had written, "The good man lives in society, only the bad man lives alone." Rousseau took this as applying to himself. Now began a long quarrel in which reconciliations were only armistices. Rousseau felt that Grimm and Diderot, envious of the peace he had found in the woods, were trying to lure him back to a corrupt city. In a letter to his benefactress, Madame d'Épinay, then in Paris, he revealed his character with candor and insight. "I want my friends to be my friends and not my masters, to advise me but not to try to rule me, to have every claim upon my heart but none upon my liberty. I consider it extraordinary the way people interfere, in friendship's name, in my affairs, without telling me of theirs. Their great eagerness to do me 1,000 services wearies me. There is a touch of patronage about it that wearies me. Besides, anyone else could do as much. As a recluse I am more sensitive than other men. Suppose I fall out with one who lives amid the throng. He thinks of the matter for a moment, then 101 distractions will make him forget it for the rest of the day. But nothing takes my thoughts off it. Sleepless, I think of it all night long. Walking by myself, I think of it from sunrise to sunset. My heart has not an instant's respite, and a friend's unkindness will cause me to suffer in a single day years of grief. As an invalid, I have a right to the indulgence due from his fellow men to the little weaknesses and temper of a sick man. I am poor, and my poverty, or so it seems to me, entitles me to some consideration. So do not be surprised if I hate Paris yet more and more. Nothing for me from Paris except your letters. Never shall I be seen there again. If you care to state your views on this subject, and as vigorously as you like, you have a right to do so. They will be taken in good part, and will be useless. She answered him vigorously enough. Oh, leave these petty complaints to the empty-hearted and empty-headed. Meanwhile, she made frequent inquiries about his health and comfort, shopped for him, and sent him small gifts. One day, when it froze to an extreme degree, in opening a packet of several things I had asked her to buy for me, I found a little under-petticoat of English flannel, which she told me she had worn, and desired I should make of it an under-waistcoat. This more than friendly care appeared to me so tender, as if she had stripped herself to clothe me, that in my emotion I repeatedly kissed both the note and the petticoat while shedding tears. Thérèse thought me mad. During his first year at the Hermitage, he compiled a Dictionnaire de Musique, and summarized in his own language the 23 volumes of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre on war and peace, education and political reform. In the summer of 1756, he received from the author a copy of Voltaire's poem on the earthquake that had killed 15,000 persons and wounded 15,000 more at Lisbon on All Saints' Day, November 1st, 1755. Voltaire, like half the world, wondered why a presumably beneficent providence had chosen for this indiscriminate slaughter the capital of a country completely Catholic, and at an hour, 9:40 a.m., when all pious people were worshipping in church. In a mood of utter pessimism, Voltaire painted a picture of life and nature as being heartlessly neutral between evil and good. A passage in the Confessions gives us Rousseau's reaction to this powerful poem. Struck by seeing this poor man, overwhelmed, if I may so speak, with prosperity and honor, bitterly exclaiming against the miseries of this life, and finding everything to be wrong, I formed the mad project of making him turn his attention to himself, and of proving to him that everything was right. Voltaire, while he appeared to believe in God, never really believed in anything but the devil, since his pretended deity was a malicious being who, according to him, has no pleasure but in evil. The glaring absurdity of this doctrine is particularly disgusting from a man enjoying the greatest prosperity, who from the bosom of happiness endeavors by the frightful and cruel image of all the calamities from which he is exempt to reduce his fellow creatures to despair. I, who had a better right than he to calculate and weigh all the evils of human life, impartially examined them and proved to him that of all possible evils there was not one to be attributed to Providence, and which had not its source rather in the abusive use man made of his faculties than in nature. So, on August 18, 1756, Rousseau sent to Voltaire a 25-page Lettre sur la Providence. It began with a handsome acknowledgment. Your latest poems, monsieur, have come to me in my solitude, and though all my friends know the love I have for your writings, I do not know who could have sent me this book unless it be yourself. I have found in it both pleasure and instruction, and have recognized the hand of the master. I am bound to thank you at once for the volume and for your work. He urged Voltaire not to blame Providence for the misfortunes of mankind. Most evils are due to our own folly, sin, or crime. Note that nature did not assemble 20,000 houses of 6 or 7 stories, and that if the inhabitants of that great city had been more evenly dispersed and more lightly lodged, the damage would have been much less, perhaps nothing. All would have fled at the first tremor, and we should have seen them on the morrow 20 leagues away, as gay as if nothing had happened. Voltaire had written that few persons would want to be reborn to the same conditions. Rousseau replied that this is true only of rich people surfeited with pleasures, bored with life, and shorn of faith, or of literary men sedentary, unhealthy, reflective, and discontent. It is not true of simple people like the French middle class or the Swiss villagers. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 10, Rousseau and Revolution, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 7, Side 1. Voltaire had written that few persons would want to be reborn to the same conditions. Rousseau replied that this is true only of rich people surfeited with pleasures, bored with life, and shorn of faith, or of literary men sedentary, unhealthy, reflective, and discontent. It is not true of simple people like the French middle class or the Swiss villagers. It is only an abuse of life that makes life a problem to us. Moreover, the evil of the part may be the good of the whole. The death of the individual makes possible the rejuvenated life of the species. Providence is universal, not particular. It watches over the whole, but leaves specific events to secondary causes and natural laws. Early death, such as came to Lisbon's children, may be a boon. In any case, it is unimportant if there is a God, since he will recompense all for unmerited suffering. And the question of God's existence is beyond solution by reason. We may choose between belief and unbelief, and why reject an inspiring and consolatory faith? As for himself, I have suffered too much in this life not to hope for another. All the subtleties of metaphysics will not make me doubt for a moment a beneficent providence and the immortality of the soul. I feel this, I believe it, I wish it. I will defend these beliefs to my last breath. The letter ended amiably. Rousseau expressed his agreement with Voltaire on religious toleration and assured him, "I would rather be a Christian after your fashion than in the style of the Sorbonne." He begged Voltaire to compose, with all the force and charm of his verse, a catechism for the citizen, which would inculcate a code of morals to guide men through the confusion of the age. Voltaire wrote a polite acknowledgment and invited Rousseau to be his guest at Les Délices. He made no formal attempt to refute Rousseau's arguments, but replied to them indirectly with Candide in 1759. 2. In Love. The winter of 1756-57 was heavy with events for Rousseau. At some time during those months, he began to write the most famous novel of the 18th century, Julie ou la Nouvelle Héloïse. He conceived it first as a study in friendship and love. Cousins, Julie and Claire, both love Saint-Preux, but when he seduces Julie, Claire remains the loyal friend of both. Ashamed to write merely a romance, Rousseau proposed to raise the story to philosophy by having Julie become religious and live in exemplary monogamy with Volmar, a gentleman agnostic who has succumbed to Voltaire and Diderot. According to Rousseau's confessions, the storm brought on by the Encyclopédie was at this time at its height. Two parties, exasperated against each other to the last degree of fury, soon resembled enraged wolves, rather than Christians and philosophers who had a reciprocal wish to enlighten and convince each other and lead their brethren to the way of truth. Being by nature an enemy to all spirit of party, I had freely spoken severe truths to each, but they had not listened. I thought of another expedient, which in my simplicity appeared to be admirable. This was to abate their mutual hatred by destroying their prejudices and showing to each party the virtue and merit which in the other deserved public esteem and respect. This project had the success that was to be expected. It drew together and united the rival parties for no other purpose than that of crushing the author. Satisfied with my plan, I returned to the situations in detail, and there resulted parts 1 and 2 of Héloïse. Every evening, by the fireside, he read some pages to Thérèse and Madame Levasseur. Encouraged by the tears Thérèse shed, he submitted the manuscript to Madame d'Épinay when she returned to her chateau, La Chevrette, a mile from the Hermitage. Her memoirs recall, "On our arrival here we found Rousseau awaiting us. He was calm and in the best temper in the world. He brought me an installment of a romance which he has commenced. He returned to the Hermitage yesterday in order to continue this work, which he says constituted the happiness of his life." Soon afterward she wrote to Grimm, "After dinner we read Rousseau's manuscript. I do not know whether I am ill-disposed, but I am not satisfied with it. It is wonderfully well written, but it is too elaborate, and it seems to be unreal and wanting in warmth. The characters do not say a word of what they ought to say. It is always the author who speaks. I do not know how to get out of it. I should not like to deceive Rousseau, and I cannot make up my mind to grieve him. Somehow, during that winter, Rousseau poured warmth into Julie. Was it because a living romance had come into his life? About January 30th, 1757, he was visited by a lady whom he had met in Paris as the sister-in-law of Madame d'Épinay. Elisabeth Sophie de Bellegarde had married Comte d'Outot, had left him, and had now for several years been the mistress of the Marquis de Saint-Lambert, once the rival of Voltaire for Madame du Châtelet. Both her husband and her lover were off to the war. In the summer of 1756, the Comtesse had leased the chateau of Aubonne, some 2.5 miles from the Hermitage. Saint-Lambert wrote to her that Rousseau was within riding distance of her, and suggested that she might mitigate her solitude by visiting the famous author, who had put all civilization on the defensive. She went in a coach. When this stuck in the mire, she continued on foot, and arrived with her shoes and her dress soiled with mud. She made the place resound with laughter, in which I most heartily joined. Thérèse gave her a change of clothing, and the Marquise stayed for a rustic collation. She was 27, Rousseau was 45. She had no special beauty of face or form, but her kindliness, good temper, and gay spirit brightened his sombre life. The next afternoon she sent him a pretty letter, addressing him by the title he had taken after his repatriation in Geneva. My dear citizen, I return the garments which you were kind enough to lend me. In leaving I found a much better road, and I must tell you of my joy over that, because it makes it much more possible to see you again. I am sorry to have seen so little of you. I would be less sorry if I were more free, and always sure of not disturbing you. Farewell, my dear citizen, and I beg you to thank Mademoiselle Levasseur for all the kindness she showed me. A few days later, Saint-Lambert returned from the front. In April, he was recalled to service, and soon afterward the sprightly Comtesse pranced to the Hermitage on horseback, dressed like a man. Rousseau was shocked by the costume, but he was soon conscious that it contained a charming woman. Leaving Thérèse to her housewifely chores, he and his guest walked out into the woods, and Madame d'Outot told him how passionately she loved Saint-Lambert. In May he returned her visit, going to Aubonne at a time when, she had told him, she would be quite alone. In my frequent excursions to Aubonne, he says, I sometimes slept there. I saw her almost every day during 3 months. I saw my Julie in Madame d'Outot, and I saw nothing but Madame d'Outot in Julie, but with all the perfections with which I had adorned the idol of my heart. For a time he so abandoned himself to my delirium that he ceased to work on his novel. Instead, he composed love letters, which he took care that she should find in the niches of Aubonne's trees. He told her that he was in love, not saying with whom. Of course, she knew. She reproved him and protested that she belonged body and soul to Saint-Lambert, but she allowed his visits and ardent attentions to continue. After all, a woman exists only when she is loved, and doubly so when loved by two. She refused me nothing that the most tender friendship could grant, yet she granted me nothing that rendered her unfaithful. He tells of their long and frequent conversations during the 4 months we passed together in an intimacy almost without example between two friends of different sexes who contained themselves within the bounds which we never exceeded. In his account of this liaison we find the romantic movement in full swing. Nothing in his novel could rival these ecstasies. We were both intoxicated with the passion, she for her lover, I for her. Our sighs and delicious tears were mingled together. Amid this delicious intoxication she never forgot herself for a moment, and I solemnly protest that if ever, led away by my senses, I have attempted to render her unfaithful, I was never really desirous of succeeding. The duty of self-denial had elevated my mind. I might have committed the crime. It had been 100 times committed in my heart. But to dishonor my Sophie? Was this ever possible? No. I have told her 100 times it was not. I loved her too well to possess her. Such was the sole enjoyment of a man of the most combustible constitution, but who was at the same time perhaps one of the most timid mortals nature ever produced. Madame d'Épinay noticed that her bear rarely came to see her now, and she soon learned of his trips to her sister-in-law. She was hurt. "It is hard, after all," she wrote to Grimm in June, "that a philosopher should escape from you at the moment when you least expect it." One day at Aubonne, Rousseau found Sophie in tears. Saint-Lambert had been informed of her flirtation, and, as she put it to Jean-Jacques, ill-informed of it. "He does me justice, but he is vexed. I am much afraid that your follies will cost me the repose of the rest of my days." They agreed that it must have been Madame d'Épinay who had told the secret to Saint-Lambert, for we both knew that she corresponded with him. Or she might have revealed it to Grimm, who occasionally saw Saint-Lambert in Westphalia. If we may accept Rousseau's account, Madame d'Épinay tried to secure from Thérèse the letters he had received from Madame Dudtot. In a wild letter to his hostess he accused her of betraying him. Two lovers, Sophie and Saint-Lambert, closely united and worthy of each other's love, are dear to me. I presume that attempts have been made to disunite them, and that I have been made use of to inspire one of the two with jealousy. The choice was not judicious, but it appeared convenient to the purposes of malice, and of this malice it is you whom I suspect to be guilty. Thus the woman whom I most esteem would have been loaded with the infamy of dividing her heart and her person between two lovers, and I with that of being one of those wretches. If I knew that but for a single moment in your life you ever had thought this, either of her or of myself, I should hate you until my last hour. But it is with having said, and not merely with having thought it, that I charge you. Do you know in what manner I will make amends for my faults during the short space of time I have to remain near you? By doing what nobody but myself would do, by telling you freely what the world thinks of you, and the breaches that you have to repair in your reputation. Madame d'Épinay, guilty or not, we do not know, was distressed by the violence of these accusations. She reported them to her distant lover Grimm. He replied that he had warned her against the devilish scrapes she would be involved in by letting the moody and incalculable Rousseau into the hermitage. She invited Jean-Jacques to La Chevrette. She greeted him with an embrace and tears. He responded tear for tear. She gave him no explanation that we know of. He dined with her, slept in her house, and departed the next morning with expressions of friendship. Diderot complicated the mess. He advised Rousseau to write to Saint-Lambert confessing his tenderness for Sophie, but assuring him of her fidelity. Rousseau, according to Diderot, promised to do so. But Madame Dudtot begged him not to write, and to let her extricate herself in her own way from the difficulties in which his infatuation and her dalliance had placed her. When Saint-Lambert returned from the front, Diderot spoke to him of the affair, assuming that Rousseau had confessed it. Rousseau reproached Diderot with betraying him. Diderot reproached Rousseau for deceiving him. Only Saint-Lambert behaved philosophically. He came with Sophie to the hermitage. He invited himself to dinner with me, treated me severely, but in a friendly manner, and inflicted no worse punishment than to sleep and snore while Jean-Jacques read aloud his long letter to Voltaire. Madame Dudtot, however, discouraged any further meetings with Rousseau. At her request he returned the letters she had written him, but when he asked for those that he had written to her, she said she had burned them. Of this, he tells us, I dared to doubt, and doubt still. No such letters as mine to her were ever thrown into the fire. Those of Héloïse to Abélard have been found ardent. Good heavens! What would have been said of these? Wounded and ashamed, he retired into his imaginary world. He resumed the writing of La Nouvelle Héloïse, and poured into it the passions of his letters to Madame Dudtot. New humiliations awaited him when Grimm returned from the war in September 1757. I could scarcely recognize the same Grimm who formerly had thought himself honored when I cast my eyes upon him. Rousseau could not understand Grimm's coldness to him. He did not know that Grimm knew of the insulting letter to Madame d'Épinay. Grimm was almost as self-centered as Jean-Jacques, but was otherwise antipodal to him in mind and character, skeptical, realistic, blunt, and hard. Rousseau, with one letter, had lost 2 friends. 3. Much Ado. A new crisis developed when, in October 1757, Madame d'Épinay decided to visit Geneva. This is Rousseau's story. "My friend," she said to me, "I am immediately going to set out for Geneva. My chest is in a bad state, and my health so deranged that I must go and consult Tronchin." I was the more astonished at this resolution so suddenly taken, and at the beginning of the bad season of the year. I asked her whom she would take with her. She said her son and his tutor, Monsieur de Lyons. Then she carelessly added, "And you, dear, will you not go also?" As I did not think she spoke seriously, knowing that at this season I was scarcely able to go to my chamber, that is, to travel between La Chevrette and the Hermitage, I joked upon the utility of one sick person to another. She herself would not seem to make the proposition seriously, and there the matter dropped. He had excellent reasons for not wishing to accompany Madame. His ailments forbade it, and how could he leave Thérèse? Moreover, gossip whispered that his hostess was pregnant, presumably by Grimm. Rousseau for a time believed the tale and complimented himself on escaping from a ridiculous situation. The poor woman was telling the truth. She was suffering from tuberculosis. She seems to have sincerely desired Rousseau to accompany her, and why should he not be glad to revisit at her expense the city of which he was so proudly citoyen? Aware of her feelings, Diderot wrote to Rousseau, urging him to take her request seriously and accede to it, if only as some return for her benefactions. He replied in his characteristic style, "I perceive that the opinion you give comes not from yourself. Besides my being but little disposed to suffer myself to be led by the nose under your name by any 3rd or 4th person, I observe in this secondary advice a certain underhand dealing, which ill agrees with your candor, and from which you will, on your account as well as mine, do well in future to abstain." On October 22nd he took Diderot's letter and his own reply to La Chevrette and read them in a loud, clear voice to Grimm and Madame d'Épinay. On the 25th she left for Paris. Rousseau went to bid her an awkward good-bye. "Fortunately," he tells us, "she set out in the morning, and I still had time to go and dine with her sister-in-law at Aubonne." On the 29th, according to Madame d'Épinay's memoirs, he wrote to Grimm, "Tell me, Grimm, why do all my friends declare that I ought to accompany Madame d'Épinay? Am I wrong, or are they all bewitched? Madame d'Épinay starts in a nice post-chaise, accompanied by her husband, her son's tutor, and 5 or 6 servants. Should I be able to endure a post-chaise? Can I hope to accomplish so long a journey so speedily without a mishap? Shall I have it stopped every moment that I may get down, or shall I accelerate my torments and my last hours by being obliged to put restraint upon myself? My devoted friends seem intent upon worrying me to death." On October 30th, Madame d'Épinay left Paris for Geneva. On November 5th, Grimm, according to the memoirs, replied to Rousseau, "I have done my utmost to avoid replying definitely to the horrible apology which you have addressed to me. You press me to do so. I never thought that you ought to have accompanied Madame d'Épinay to Geneva. Even if your first impulse had been to offer her your company, it would have been her duty to refuse your offer, and to remind you of what you owe to your position, your health, and the women whom you have dragged into your retreat. That is my opinion. You dare to speak to me of your slavery, to me who, for more than 2 years, have been the daily witness of all the proofs of the most tender and generous friendship which this woman has given you. If I were able to pardon you, I should think myself unworthy to have a friend. I will never see you again in my life, and I shall think myself happy if I can banish from my mind the memory of your behavior. I ask you to forget me, and not to disturb me any more." From Geneva, Madame d'Épinay wrote to Grimm, "I have received the thanks of the Republic for the way in which I have treated Rousseau, and a formal deputation of watchmakers on the same subject. People here hold me in veneration on his account." Tronchin warned her that she would have to remain under his care for a year. She was a frequent visitor at Voltaire's homes in Geneva and Lausanne. After some delay, Grimm joined her, and they had 8 months of happiness. On November 23, 1757, Rousseau, he tells us, wrote to her as follows: "Were it possible to die of grief, I should not now be alive. Friendship, madam, is extinguished between us, but that which no longer exists still has its rights, and I respect them. I have not forgotten your goodness to me, and you may expect from me as much gratitude as it is possible to have toward a person I can no longer love. I wish to quit the Hermitage, and I ought to have done it. My friends pretend I must stay there till spring, and since my friends desire it, I will remain there till then, if you will consent." Early in December, Diderot came to see Rousseau and found him in wrath and tears at the tyranny which his friends exercised over him. Diderot's report of this visit appears in his letter of December 5th to Grimm. "The man is a madman. I have seen him, I reproached him with all the force given me by honesty for the enormity of his conduct. He put into his defense of himself an angry passion which afflicted me. This man comes between me and my work, and troubles my mind. It is as though I had one of the damned near me. Oh, what a spectacle it is, that of a wicked and ferocious man! Let me never see him again. He would make me believe in devils and hell." Rousseau received an answer from Madame d'Épinay on December 10th. Apparently Grimm had told her of Rousseau's comments on his slavery at the Hermitage, for she wrote with unusual bitterness: "After having for several years given you every possible mark of friendship, all I can do now is to pity you. You are very unhappy. Since you are determined to quit the Hermitage, and are persuaded that you ought to, I am astonished that your friends have prevailed upon you to stay there. For my part, I never consult mine on my duty, and I have nothing further to say to you on your own." On December 15th, though winter was closing in, Rousseau left the Hermitage with Thérèse and all their belongings. Her mother he sent to live in Paris with the other daughters, but he promised to contribute to her support. He moved to a cottage in Montmorency, leased to him by an agent of Louis-François de Bourbon, Prince de Conti. There, turning his back upon his former friends, he produced in 5 years 3 of the most influential books of the century. 4. The Break with the Philosophe. His new home was in what he called the Jardin de Montlouis, a single chamber fronted with a lawn, and at the end of the garden an old tower with an alcove quite open to the air. When visitors came, he had to receive them in the midst of my dirty plates and broken pots, and he trembled lest the floor, rotten and falling to ruin, should collapse under his guests. He did not mind his poverty. He earned enough by copying music. He rejoiced in being a competent artisan, no longer a rich woman's retainer. When kindly neighbors sent him gifts, he resented them. He felt that to receive more than one gives is a humiliation. The Prince de Conti twice sent him pullets. He told the Comtesse de Boufflers that a third gift would be returned. We should note in passing how many aristocrats helped the rebels of the Enlightenment, not so much through agreement with their views as through generous sympathy with genius in need. There were many elements of nobility in the nobles of the old regime, and Rousseau, who denounced the aristocracy, was especially befriended by it. Sometimes the proud artisan forgot himself and boasted of his titled friends. Speaking of his lawn, he wrote, "That terrace was my drawing-room, wherein I received Monsieur and Madame de Luxembourg, the Duc de Villeroy, the Prince de Tangris, the Marquis d'Armentières, the Duchesse de Montmorency, the Duchesse de Boufflers, the Comtesse de Valentinois, the Comtesse de Boufflers, and other persons of the same rank, who deigned to make the pilgrimage to Montlouis." Not far from Rousseau's cottage was the home of the Maréchal and Maréchale, feminine, de Luxembourg. Soon after his arrival, they invited him to dinner. He refused. They repeated the invitation in the summer of 1758. He again refused. Toward Easter of 1759, they came, with 6 titled friends, to beard him in his retreat. He was frightened. The Maréchale, as Duchesse de Boufflers, had earned a reputation for charming too many men. But she had outlived her sins and had matured into a woman of maternal rather than merely sexual charm. Soon she thawed his shy reserve and aroused him into lively conversation. The visitors wondered why a man of such parts should be living in such poverty. The Maréchal, masculine, invited Rousseau and Thérèse to come and live with him until the cottage could be repaired. Jean-Jacques still resisted. Finally, he and Thérèse were persuaded to occupy for a time the Petit Château on the Luxembourg estate. They moved into it in May 1759. Sometimes Rousseau visited the Luxembourgs in their luxurious home. There he was easily induced to read to them and their guests some parts of the novel that he was completing. After a few weeks he and Thérèse returned to their own cottage, but he continued to visit the Luxembourgs, and they remained loyal to him through all the perturbations of his moods. Grimm complained that Rousseau had left his old friends and replaced us with people of the highest rank. But it was Grimm who had rejected Rousseau. In a letter of January 28, 1762, to Malesherbes, Jean-Jacques answered those who accused him of both denouncing and courting the nobility. "Sir, I have a violent aversion to the social classes that dominate others. I have no trouble admitting this to you, scion of illustrious blood. I hate the great, I hate their position, their harshness, their prejudices, their vices. It was in such a frame of mind I went as one dragged along to the chateau of the Luxembourgs at Montmorency. Then I saw the masters. They loved me, and I, sir, loved them, and will love them as long as I live. I would give them, I will not say my life, for that gift would be a feeble one, but I will give them the only glory that has ever touched my heart, the honor I expect from posterity, and which it will certainly pay me, because this is due me, and posterity is always just." One former friend he had hoped to keep, Madame Dudtot, but Saint-Lambert reproached her for the gossip in which Paris linked her name with Rousseau's, and she bade Rousseau refrain from addressing letters to her. He remembered that he had confessed his passion for her to Diderot. Now he concluded that it was Diderot who had babbled about it in the salons, and I resolved to break with him forever. He chose the worst possible moment and means. On July 27, 1758, Helvétius had published in De l'Esprit a powerful attack upon the Catholic clergy. The resultant furor led to a rising demand for the suppression of the Encyclopédie, then 7 volumes old, and all writings critical of church or state. Volume 7 contained d'Alembert's rash article on Geneva, lauding the Calvinist clergy for their secret Unitarianism, and pleading with the Genevan authorities to allow the establishment of a theatre. In October 1758, Rousseau published his Lettre à Monsieur d'Alembert sur les spectacles. Moderate in tone, it was nevertheless a declaration of war against the Age of Reason, against the irreligion and immorality of mid-18th century France. In the preface, Rousseau went out of his way to repudiate Diderot without naming him. "I had an Aristarchus, severe and judicious. I have him no more, I want no more of him, but I shall regret him unceasingly, and my heart misses him even more than my writings." And in a footnote he added, believing that Diderot had betrayed him to Saint-Lambert, "If you have drawn a sword against a friend, don't despair, for there is a way to return it to him. If you have made him unhappy by your words, fear not, for it is possible to be reconciled with him. But for outrage, hurtful reproach, the revelation of a secret, and the wound done to his heart by betrayal, there is no grace in his eyes. He will go away from you and never return." The letter, 135 pages in translation, was in part a defense of religion as publicly preached in Geneva. As his Émile would soon indicate, Rousseau was himself a Unitarian, rejecting the divinity of Christ. But in applying for Genevan citizenship he had professed the full Calvinist creed. In this lettre he defended the orthodox faith and belief in a divine revelation as indispensable aids to popular morality. What can be proved by reason to the majority of men is only the interested calculation of personal benefit. Hence a merely natural religion would let morality degenerate into nothing more than avoidance of detection. But theology was a minor issue in Rousseau's argument. His frontal assault was upon d'Alembert's proposal that a theatre should be legalized in Geneva. Here the secret enemy was not d'Alembert, but Voltaire. Voltaire, whose fame as a resident of Geneva irritably outshone Rousseau's glory as citoyen de Genève. Voltaire, who had dared to stage plays in or near Geneva, and who doubtless had prompted d'Alembert to insert a plea for a Genevan theatre in an encyclopédie article. What? Introduce into a city famous for its Puritan morals a form of entertainment that had almost everywhere glorified immorality? Tragic dramas nearly always pictured crime. They did not purge the passions, as Aristotle thought. They inflamed the passions, especially of sex and violence. Comedies seldom represented wholesome married love. Often they laughed at virtue, as even Molière had done in Le Misanthrope. All the world knew that actors led lawless and immoral lives, and that most of the alluring actresses of the French stage were paragons of promiscuity, serving as centers and sources of corruption in a society that idolized them. Perhaps in large cities like Paris and London, these evils of the stage affect only a small part of the population, but in a small city like Geneva, with only 24,000 population, the poison would spread through all ranks, and the representations would stir up newfangled notions and party strife. So far Rousseau had echoed the Puritan or Calvinist view of the theatre. He was saying in France in 1758 what Stephen Gosson had said in England in 1579, William Prynne in 1632, Jeremy Collier in 1698. But Rousseau did not confine himself to denunciation. He was no Puritan. He advocated balls and dances under public sponsorship and supervision. There should be public amusements, but of a social and wholesome kind, like picnics, open-air games, festivals, parades. Here Rousseau added an animated description of a regatta on Lake Geneva. The letter, he tells us, had a great success. Paris was beginning to tire of immorality. There was no further zest in unconventional deviations that had themselves become conventional. The city was surfeited with men who behaved like women and women who itched to be like men. It had had enough of classic drama and its stilted forms. It saw how poor a showing Madame de Pompadour's generals and soldiers were making against Frederick's Spartan troops. To hear a philosopher speak well of virtue was a refreshing experience. The moral influence of the letter would grow until, with Rousseau's other writings, it would share in producing an almost revolutionary return to decency under Louis XVI. The philosophes could not foresee this. What they felt in Rousseau's proclamation was an act of betrayal. He had attacked them in the moment of their greatest danger. In January 1759, the government finally forbade the publication or sale of the Encyclopédie. When Rousseau denounced the morals of Paris, his former intimates, recalling his pursuit of Madame Dudot, condemned him a hypocrite. When he denounced the stage, they pointed out that he had written Le Devin du Village and Narcisse for the stage, and had frequented the theatre. Saint-Lambert rejected with a harsh message, on October 10, 1758, the copy which Rousseau had sent him of the letter. "I cannot accept the present you have offered me. You may, for aught I know to the contrary, have reason to complain of Diderot, but this does not give you a right to insult him publicly. You are not unacquainted with the nature of the persecutions which he suffers. I cannot refrain from telling you, sir, how much this heinous act of yours has shocked me. You and I differ too much in our principles ever to be agreeable to each other. Forget that I exist. I promise to forget your person, and to remember nothing about you but your talents." Madame d'Épinay, however, on her return from Geneva, thanked Rousseau for the copy that he had directed to her, and invited him to dinner. He went and met Saint-Lambert and Madame Dudot for the last time. From Geneva came a dozen letters of praise. Encouraged by Rousseau's stand, the Genevan magistrates forbade Voltaire to stage any further theatricals on Genevan soil. Voltaire removed his dramatic properties to Tournai and transferred his residence to Ferney. He felt the sting of defeat. He branded Rousseau as a deserter and apostate, and mourned that the little flock of philosophes had fallen into a self-consuming strife. "The infamous Jean-Jacques," he wrote, "is the Judas of the Brotherhood." Rousseau retorted in a letter on January 29, 1760, to the Genevan pastor Paul Moultou. "You speak to me of that man Voltaire. Why does the name of that buffoon sully your correspondence? That miserable fellow has ruined my country," meaning Geneva. "I would hate him more if I despised him less. I only see in his great gifts something additionally shameful, which dishonors him by the use he makes of them. O citizens of Geneva, he makes you pay well for the refuge you have given him." It grieved Rousseau to learn that Voltaire was producing plays at Tournai, and that many citizens of Geneva were crossing the frontiers into France to witness these performances, some even to take part in them. His resentment found an added casus belli when his letter to Voltaire on the Lisbon earthquake was printed in a Berlin journal in 1760, apparently through Voltaire's careless lending of the manuscript to a friend. Now, on June 17th, Rousseau sent to Voltaire one of the most extraordinary letters in the correspondence of this turbulent age. After reproaching Voltaire for the unauthorized publication, he proceeded, "I don't like you, monsieur. To me, your disciple and enthusiast, you have done the most painful injuries. You have ruined Geneva as a reward for the asylum that you received there. You have alienated my fellow citizens from me as a reward for the praises I gave you among them. It is you who make it unbearable for me to live in my own country, you who will compel me to die on foreign soil, deprived of all the consolations of the dying, and thrown dishonored upon some refuse heap, while all the honors that a man can expect will attend you in my native land. In short, I hate you, since you have willed it so, but I hate you with the feelings of one still capable of loving you, if you had desired it. Of all the feelings with which my heart was filled for you, there remains only admiration for your fine genius and love for your writings. If I honor in you only your talents, it is not my fault. I shall never be found wanting in the respect which is due them, nor in the behavior which that respect demands." Voltaire did not answer, but privately he called Rousseau charlatan, madman, little monkey, and miserable fool. In correspondence with d'Alembert, he showed himself quite as sensitive and passionate as Jean-Jacques. "I have received a long letter from Rousseau. He has gone completely mad. He writes against the stage, after having written a bad comedy himself. He writes against France, which nourishes him. He finds 4 or 5 rotten staves from the barrel of Diogenes and climbs into them in order to bark at us. He abandons his friends. He writes to me, the most insulting letter that a fanatic ever scrawled. If he were not an inconsequential poor pygmy of a man, swollen with vanity, there would be no great harm done. But he has added to the insolence of his letter the infamy of intriguing with Socinian pedants here in order to prevent me from having a theatre of my own at Tournai, or at least preventing the citizens from playing there with me. If he meant by this base trick to prepare for himself a triumphant return to the low streets whence he sprang, it is the action of a scoundrel, and I shall never pardon him. I would have avenged myself on Plato if he had played a trick of that sort on me, even more on the lackey of Diogenes. The author of the Nouvelle Aloysia is nothing but a vicious knave." In these 2 letters of the 2 most famous writers of the 18th century, we see, behind the supposedly impersonal currents of the time, the nerves that felt keenly every blow in the conflict, and the common human vanity that throbs in the hearts of philosophers and saints. 5. The New Eloise. The book that Voltaire misnamed had been for 3 years Rousseau's refuge from his enemies, his friends, and the world. Begun in 1756, it was finished in September 1758, was sent to a publisher in Holland, and appeared in February 1761 as Julie, ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, Lettres de 2 amants, recueillies et publiées par G. Rousseau. The letter form for a novel was already old, but was probably determined in this instance by the example of Richardson's Clarissa. The story is improbable but unique. Julie is the daughter, 17 or so years old, of Baron d'Étanges. Her mother invites the young and handsome Saint-Preux to be her tutor. The new Abélard falls in love with the new Héloïse, as any real mother would have foreseen. Soon he is sending his pupil love letters that set the tune for a century of romantic fiction. I tremble as often as our hands meet, and I know not how it happens, but they meet constantly. I start as soon as I feel the touch of your finger. I am seized with a fever, or rather delirium in these sports. My senses gradually forsake me. And when I am thus beside myself, what can I say? What can I do? Where hide myself? How be answerable for my behavior? He proposes to go away, but lets the word do for the deed. Adieu, then, too charming Julie. Tomorrow I shall be gone forever, but be assured that my violent, spotless passion for you will end only with my life, that my heart, full of so divine an object, will never debase itself by admitting a second impression, that it will divide all its future homage between you and virtue, and that no other flame shall ever profane the altar at which Julie was adored. Julie may smile at this adoration, but she is too womanly to send so delightful an acolyte from the altar. She bids him postpone his flight. In any case, the electric contact of male with female has set her in similar agitation. Soon she confesses that she too has felt the mysterious sting. The very first day we met I imbibed the poison which now infects my senses and my reason. I felt it instantly, and thine eyes, thy sentiments, thy discourse, thy guilty pen, daily increase its malignity. Nevertheless, he is not to ask for anything more sinful than a kiss. Thou shalt be virtuous or despised. I will be respectable or be myself again. It is the only hope I have left that is preferable to the hope of death. Saint-Preux agrees to unite delirium with virtue, but believes that this will require supernatural aid. Celestial powers, inspire me with a soul that can bear felicity. Divine love, spirit of my existence, oh, support me, for I am ready to sink down under the weight of ecstasy. Oh, how shall I withstand the rapid torrent of bliss which overflows my heart? And how dispel the apprehensions of a timorously loving girl? And so on for 657 pages. At page 91, she kisses him. Words fail to tell what became of me a moment after, when I felt my hands shook, a gentle tremor, thy balmy lips, my Julie's lips, pressed to mine, and myself within her arms. Quicker than lightning, a sudden fire darted from my frame. By letter 29 he has seduced her, or she him. He meanders through reams of rapture, but she thinks all is lost. One unguarded moment has betrayed me to endless misery. I am fallen into the abyss of infamy, from which there is no return. Julie's mother, having learned of her deflowering, dies of grief. The Baron vows to kill Saint-Preux, who thereupon begins a circumnavigation of the globe. In remorse and in obedience to her father, Julie marries Volmar, a Russian of high birth and considerable years. Clandestinely she continues to correspond with Saint-Preux, and to feel for him a sentiment stronger than her dutiful attachment to her husband. She is surprised to find that Volmar, though an atheist, is a good man, faithful to her, solicitous for her comfort, just and generous to all. In one of her letters to Saint-Preux, she assures him that man and wife can find content in a mariage de convenance. But she never again knows full happiness. Her premarital deviation weighs on her memory. Finally, she confesses to her husband that moment of sin. He has known of it and resolved never to mention it. He tells her it was no sin at all, and to confirm her absolution, he invites Saint-Preux to come and stay with them as tutor of their children. Saint-Preux comes, and we are assured that the three live together in harmony till death does them part. The incredible husband absents himself for several days. Julie and Saint-Preux go boating on the lake of Geneva. They cross to Savoy, and he shows her the rocks upon which in his banishment he wrote her name. He weeps, she holds his trembling hand, but they return sinless to her home in Clermont, in the Pays de Vaud. They wonder how Volmar can be so good without religious belief. Saint-Preux, who, like Julie, is a pious Protestant, explains the anomaly. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.